After the monumental success of Insomniac's Spider-Man 1 on PS4, everyone expected a sequel to be on the way. What people might not have expected was a spin-off to release ahead of it, that game being Marvel's Spider-Man Miles Morales, a smaller one in scope aimed at completing Miles' arc from the first game as he steps up to prove himself as New York's newest Spider-Man. In this video, we'll walk through the Miles Morales game together, discussing not only the story and gameplay, but also everything I could find regarding behind-the-scenes details, Easter eggs, and comic references. To properly do so, let's start at the beginning with how it came to be. Work began on the Miles Morales game a little before Spider-Man PS4 launched. Brian Inahar, the creative director of Spider-Man 1, asked Brian Horton if he would be interested in leading a game about Miles Morales, to which he of course said yes. This established two different teams at Insomniac for their Spider universe. While Inahar and his team began work on Spider-Man 2, Horton and his team worked on Miles Morales. One of the first things that they discussed was how to make their Miles game feel unique from Spider-Man 1. To accomplish this, they focused on various pillars, one of which was the idea of becoming an explosive new Spider-Man. Miles Morales has additional powers compared to Peter in the comics, namely his bioelectricity abilities, so Insomniac decided to lean into that both visually and via gameplay, which we'll examine in more detail momentarily. Artistically, this game has a distinct visual style that sets it apart as well. For starters, it takes place in the winter around Christmas, blanketing the world in snow while also filling environments with fun holiday decorations. They also leaned into an aesthetic called neon noir, bathing scenes in vibrant lighting to stylize it even further. Although there are numerous other ways Insomniac strove to build upon the first game, all of which we'll explore throughout this video, they still wanted to retain the quality and feeling of the first game. One of the ways they do this is through the Worlds Collide style story that anchored that game. Insomniac and Marvel believe that some of the best Spider-Man stories occur when Peter's civilian life and his Spider-Man life collide, so the same is applied to Miles in this case. Another theme they wanted to portray was be yourself, since this is a coming-of-age story for Miles. He may have spider powers now, but he still has to discover what Spider-Man means to him, as well as find the confidence in himself to carry the mantle, but in his own way. Naturally, this means the game will be a very personal journey for Miles, so let's discuss who's guiding this narrative. First, we have Ben Arfman, who was a writer on the first game and is now lead writer for Miles. There's also narrative consultant Evan Narcisse, who's probably best known for his time writing Black Panther comics for Marvel. However, he did technically work on the last game slightly, since he was asked to do a line of dialogue for when Peter snaps a photo of the Wakandan embassy.
I wonder if King T'Challa got his powers from being bitten by a radioactive panther.
Evan was also a fan of Miles Morales comics, so he was eager to help on the narrative. In a quote from an interview with Game Informer, he describes some of the key differences he sees between Peter and Miles, and how that began to shape the way they approached his character. Miles is an avatar of teenage experience in a way that has advanced so much from when Peter Parker was a teenager, you know? My shorthand for this is basically saying that I personally believe that Miles as a teenager is cooler than Peter Parker as a teenager. He dresses better than Peter did, he's got friends, he's got game. It's not good game, but like he can at least talk to someone he's attracted to, whereas Peter could barely manage that in his early years. I think he's more connected to the world that surrounds him. You know, Peter Parker was a very reactive kind of character. You know, that's part of how we understood teenagers back then, right? And I think we understand teenagers differently now. They're their own people, with their own concerns and ways of moving through the world. And I feel like you get so much of that through Miles, as a civilian and as a superhero. So that was one of the things I really wanted to focus on early on when we had those first meetings. The game's setting is also integral to this story. In the comics and the first game, Miles' hometown was Brooklyn. For this game though, the writers decided to move him and his mother to Harlem, where she grew up. From that same Game Informer interview, lead writer Ben Arfman tells us that this move was used to highlight Miles' interconnectivity with his community and loved ones around him. We want to approach this story with a little bit more of a sense of interconnection in Miles' life than maybe Pete has. You know, Pete really puts a wall up between his superhero life and his personal life, and there's not necessarily as many people that he lets see both sides of that. Where we made a decision pretty early on that, okay, we're going to have Miles' home base be in Harlem. It wasn't going to be Brooklyn like it's traditionally been, but we didn't want that to just be like, okay, cool, we're going to transport this character that is so closely associated with this borough to Manhattan and say, you know, that's the way it is. We wanted to make that foundational to the story, that, okay, this is going to be a story about Miles getting to know this new home that he's living in. What does it mean to fall in love with a new home and have that home fall in love with you? And we really tried to ground that in Miles getting to know his neighbors and the residents that live around him. I think it's a smart move by Insomniac. Spider-Man, whether Peter or Miles, is often known as the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. So a new home for Miles allows both he and the player to explore it and build a connection to it together, while on the flip side, we get to see the community grow to appreciate their new Spider-Man. With East Harlem being such a focal point, Insomniac spent a lot of effort to make it feel authentic, to an impressive degree. Members of the team went to scout the area and take photos, of course, but they also did extensive research through interviews with local residents. They'd show them concepts and demos of the game, as well as ask for their opinions on script elements to make sure that characters spoke to each other accurately. Additionally, they asked whether or not Rio's apartment looked authentic, including if they were eating the right foods for Christmas dinner. So a lot of this feedback informed the look of Rio's apartment and East Harlem as a whole, which we'll see in more detail shortly. But with the stage set, I think it's time to get into the game itself to better explore its depth. Before walking through the narrative, I first want to put up a quick spoiler warning for a couple of things that we'll discuss, since my hope is to be as thorough as I possibly can. So not only will we be discussing spoilers from the first Spider-Man game, but also various comics, like the Ultimate Spider-Man runs by Bendis, both for Peter and Miles, as well as Secret Wars, where Miles plays a role. And really pretty much any Miles comic series before 2020, since they're all quite relevant. There's also a prequel novel, and although it's not very pivotal to the events of the game, there are a couple of relevant things about it that I want to mention, especially regarding its ending. So as you can see, there's a lot of references and details that I'm excited to discuss, and with all that said, I think it's time to get into the meat of this video and examine what Insomniac gave us with the story of Miles Morales. To start things off, I want to first look at Miles' comic book origin compared to the game's version, since there are some interesting differences. One of the biggest differences is that he's training under Peter, since that itself is a new direction initiated by Insomniac. In his comic debut, Miles wasn't even part of the mainline comic universe, which is known as the 616 universe. Instead, Miles was introduced in an alternate one called the Ultimate Universe, or 1610. In that universe, Peter Parker was still Spider-Man, but died after a grueling fight against Green Goblin. This left the world without a Spider-Man, well, at least for a bit. The way Miles enters the picture is through his uncle, Aaron Davis. Aaron is the master thief known as the Prowler, and we're introduced to him on the job as he steals something from Oscorp for a buyer. Unbeknownst to Aaron, Oscorp had been working on recreating the spider that turned Peter into Spider-Man, and unbeknownst to them, they had actually succeeded with Spider 42. However, it escaped and latched onto Aaron. Back at his apartment, Miles came to visit and was bit by the spider. So there are already some similarities to the game's origin for him, since instead of the Prowler, it was MJ that snuck into Oscorp and accidentally brought the spider to Miles. Insomniac teased Miles' powers in that first game too, as MJ reads these spiders' abilities.
The labels on these cages. Bioelectrokinesis, optical camouflage? What the hell is he trying to create?
Going back to the comics, as Miles started learning his powers, he told his friend Genki Lee about them, and together they decided the world needed another Spider-Man to carry the mantle. At first, the city didn't accept him, and an ongoing joke was that his attempt was in poor taste. But eventually, everyone came to accept Miles' noble decision to pick up where Peter left off. Even Aunt May, who gifted Peter's old web shooters to him, which is how Miles spins webs, since his webbing isn't organic either. As you would expect, it's a big deal that Peter is dead in this version of the story, since Miles is starting from scratch and is on his own without a mentor. However, Miles would still meet Peter in a few different ways, like when 616 Peter accidentally ends up in the Ultimate Universe briefly, and later when Ultimate Peter Parker is brought back from the dead. The most significant meetup I want to discuss though is within the Secret Wars series. For some context on that story, all the universes were in the process of colliding with each other through something called incursions. Dr. Doom found a solution by killing and stealing the powers of an alien race called the Beyonders. With their power, Doom created his own patchwork universe known as Battleworld, where he was God. One key element though is a character named Molecule Man, who is essentially Battleworld's power source. Despite his importance, Doom wasn't treating him with much respect, so when the time for an uprising came, Molecule Man started making some decisions of his own. He chose Reed Richards to remake the world again instead of Doom, and in the process of resetting things, Molecule Man repaid Miles Morales a favor by placing him permanently in the 616 universe instead of the dead Ultimate Universe. Why would he do this? Well, it's a bit silly, but Molecule Man was constantly hungry. Every time he'd receive a visitor, he'd ask if they brought food, to which the answer was usually no. When 616 Peter and Miles came across him, he asked the same question. Miles just so happened to have a 3-day-old hamburger in his pocket, which he gave to Molecule Man. Despite the rancid age of this thing, Molecule Man was pleased by the gesture, which is why he helped Miles out specifically. So yeah, we can thank an old hamburger for Miles joining the mainline universe. Really though, it was because Miles had a lot of popularity after his introduction into the Ultimate Universe, and there was demand for more of him. Even now that he's in the main universe, Miles and 616 Peter don't really team up as much as you'd expect, and mostly do their own thing in their respective series. So the game starting Miles off in the same universe as Peter and having Pete mentor him is a refreshing and exciting approach. Plus, I like how close they are in this game's universe. I also want to mention the prequel novel, since it aims to bridge the gap between the two games. It doesn't feel too important to the events of either one, but it does add a couple of fun details that we'll discuss throughout the video. For example, it tells us that after Miles revealed his powers to Peter, Peter took him to S.H.I.E.L.D. to have him analyzed, and they were able to confirm that Miles was bit by a genetically modified spider. Probably not too important of a detail, but it's interesting to me that his identity and the origin of his powers are known to both Peter and S.H.I.E.L.D. at this point. This matches the comics, since Nick Fury was very aware of Miles' secret identity there too. As far as what Miles and Peter were up to in the novel, it's a team-up story where Miles has to step up and help stop a villain. In this case, it's an escaped Vulture along with his granddaughter, Starling. It's a decent story where Miles and Peter get to team up to take on the duo, and it's fun that the mentors, Vulture and Peter, mostly go toe-to-toe, while the mentees, Miles and Starling, face off, and most of the focus is on the latter too. Starling is from the comics, by the way, and she's indeed Vulture's granddaughter. The backstory is that Starling's father abandoned her and her mother. Vulture is ashamed of his son, so he provides for them in his son's absence. When Starling's mother dies, Vulture gifts Starling a suit of her own and takes her under his wing, so to speak. The novel itself is well written and worth checking out if you're curious, especially if you're interested in seeing Starling introduced into this universe, but otherwise not too important in the grand scheme of the game's lore. That actually brings us to the main menu, since the ending of the book pretty much leads into the game, as Miles takes the subway like we see here. There are some additional details that I thought were cool too. For example, it's mentioned that in the book, Miles is wearing a brown wool jacket, and that it's his dad's. In the game, it looks kind of gray in this lighting, but when Miles gets into the sunlight, it does look a bit more brown, kind of. Regardless of the color accuracy, I think the jacket originally being his dad's is a sweet touch. We also see Miles on the phone during the subway ride. In the book, Miles is texting with Peter a bit, and Peter is teasing up the idea of going on a vacation with MJ and leaving Miles alone as the solo Spider-Man for a bit, something that'll be of more importance momentarily. After making your selections on the main menu, I love that it leads directly into a cutscene. This ties into another key pillar for Insomniac, since they wanted this game to be a seamless cinematic experience. On PS5, they managed to eliminate load screens entirely, which is a huge feat. I'm playing and recording this on the PC version that released later, and even it has load screens, like when you die. There are also load screens when you fast travel in the PC version, but it kind of feels like a bonus since we see Miles riding the subway and there are a few different variations of it, so it was kind of fun fast traveling just to see those. But anyway, this seamless transition from the main menu to cutscene felt great, and it's a nice continuation of the first game surprise where we went immediately from the opening cinematic into gameplay. From here, Miles exits the subway and receives a text from his mom, Rio, where she tells him that she's stuck at Campaign HQ and that he'll need to pick up groceries. In the prequel novel, after her text, it's said that he gets another one from Peter saying that he wants to do more training. We of course don't see evidence of that in this cutscene, but I still like to imagine them having this conversation in the lore. Another discrepancy between the book and this scene is that the book mentions Miles carrying a backpack with him here, containing his spider suit. I can't help but wonder if early drafts of this scene had Miles carrying a backpack too, since there's next a quick jump cut from Miles in casual wear to a pretty different and still rather bulky casual spider suit. I also thought it was interesting that the concepts in the art book show Miles in this suit but wearing the black mask from his iconic suit. It looks good, but I think it makes sense that he'd still be using Peter's old gear for now, so I'm glad that they changed it. But going back to this opening cinematic, the most important thing about it is that it's our introduction to Miles' new neighborhood, East Harlem. We know why the writers wanted Miles to move, but you may be wondering about the in-game reason. In the prequel novel, it stated that Rio and Miles felt lonely in their old Brooklyn apartment after Jefferson's death. The art book adds that Rio couldn't afford the payments for the apartment on just her income alone, so they decided to move. Harlem is where Rio grew up, but it's really the home of Miles' grandmother. However, she's decided to move back to her hometown in Puerto Rico, so she lets Miles and Rio live in her Harlem apartment in her absence. As Miles walks through Harlem, we also see him pass by a campaign tent promoting his mom. In the game's lore and comics, Rio was a nurse, not a political figure, so what's going on? Well, this ties into one of our antagonists in the game, the energy corporation known as Roxxon. They've muscled their way into East Harlem, and the residents aren't happy about it. Feeling like she can do more for her community, Rio decides to run for office. While we're looking at this campaign tent, a fun detail from the prequel novel is that Genki made all of Rio's campaign posters. As we follow Miles through his stroll of the neighborhood, he comes across a mural in progress.
That is so cool. I got you.
Hey, thanks.
No problem.
Hey, you think you're gonna add that new Spider-Man too?
The kid? Yeah, maybe. Original's just my guy, you know?
Yeah, I know. Hey, is Teo's Bodega around here?
Yeah, bright yellow sign down the block. Can't miss it.
Thanks. Beautiful work, by the way. Maybe leave a little room for the new guy, just in case.
In Insomniac's research of East Harlem, Brian Horton said one of the biggest things that stood out to them were the murals in the neighborhood, so they realized that they had to incorporate them into the game. There are some great examples in the art book, and we'll encounter more in the game as well. I love the use of this Spider-Man one though, because not only does it give you a taste of the vibe in the neighborhood, but it also has a story purpose. We see that they really appreciate Peter's Spider-Man, but haven't really formed a connection to the new Spider-Man. This extends to Miles, who also hasn't formed a connection with Harlem and its residents. We'll of course come back to this later. Soon after, Miles gets a text from Peter telling him that a convoy is leaving early, so they need to jump into action sooner than expected. When Miles reaches the target location, we get a cutscene with Peter.
Pete! You here?
Just down in some rocket fuel.
How are you... drinking?
Very, very carefully. Okay, go time.
Believe it or not, Peter drinking coffee upside down will be a relevant callback throughout the story, so keep it in mind as we continue. But from here, Peter and Miles follow behind a convoy bringing a supervillain to the Raft prison. If you remember from the first game, the Raft was where the huge breakout occurred, resulting in many superpowered villains and inmates escaping into the city. Since then, the Spider-Men have been trying to return them back to prison. Peter and Miles don't know which villain is housed in the convoy, but they're here to protect it nonetheless. Of course, this could never go smoothly. One of the cables begins to fray, meaning they'll have to think fast to secure it. Peter wants to handle it, but Miles is anxious to prove himself and leaps over to the container against Peter's advisement. Despite Miles webbing it up, the cables continue to break and the villain inside the container takes advantage of the chaos to shake it loose completely. From here, things spiral out of control as the entire convoy crashes and our villain is revealed.
Before that happens...
Hello, tiny spiders.
While Peter attempts to subdue Rhino, our gameplay tutorial begins as we fight against the escaped criminals. This acts more of a refresher from the last game since there aren't really any notable new combat additions just yet. Something fun about this section though is that Peter and Rhino's fight will occasionally cross over into ours. It's a small detail and a couple are easy to miss, but it makes the fight feel more organic and chaotic, plus it's fun seeing Peter's confidence from Miles' perspective as well as his admiration.
Wow! Just wow!
Despite his confidence, Rhino is proving to be a lot to handle, and Miles has to let a group of inmates escape in order to assist Peter. Rhino is charging all over the city, so we follow behind in close pursuit. I really love this chase sequence because it accomplishes a few things. The first is that it's a great introduction to the city and the atmospheric holiday setting. Throughout the chase, we'll encounter Christmas lights and beautifully decorated areas, all while Rhino charges through, causing destruction. It's a very energetic sequence, and again, it feels so seamless as we race through the open world without stutters. The next part is my favorite though, when Rhino charges into a shopping mall. The interior looks beautiful, even at such a fast pace, which is quite a feat. There are a couple of nice details that can be easily missed as you attempt to navigate Rhino away or into objects. For example, the many ways Peter rescues civilians from damage while you wrestle Rhino. Rhino also grabs onto the Insomniac logo as he leaps across the mall. After this leap, we also dodge advertisements for headphones and a digital camera. This might be a reach, but I couldn't help but wonder if these were chosen as references to Peter and Miles' hobbies. We'll see throughout the game that Miles loves music, often walking with headphones, while Peter is an avid photographer. There's also a quick time event where you can save a baby stroller from Rhino's path. If you succeed, Miles will pull the stroller away and hop back onto Rhino. There are even follow-up QTEs where you can punch Rhino and send him crashing through the floors. Alternatively, if you fail the QTE, Peter will instead swing in and rescue the stroller, and your punishment is a clumsier fall to the ground level. This chase progresses for a while, and I'm loving every moment of it, primarily for the gorgeous visuals, but also because it nicely sets the atmosphere of the holidays, while also reinforcing just how destructive Rhino is, and how much of a struggle he is to wrangle, even for two Spider-Men. As a final touch, we soon get a cameo from J. Jonah Jameson, who has an in-game model for the first time in the series.
He's a menace! Too soft. He's a low-energy menace! Too easy. Maybe He's a weak-minded... Oh!
Hey, Jonah! Looking good! Very festive!
Menace! A feckless, treacherous, unhinged menace!
That's the first and last time we'll see him in this game too, since we'll only listen to his podcast from here on out. From here, our chase with Rhino only gets worse since he soon spots a flammable tank at a Roxxon plant. He charges through it and the nearby buildings, causing destructive damage. To make matters worse, the inmates have returned with weapons, which we'll deal with while Peter sticks to Rhino. Over the course of our fight, Rhino and Peter will cross through it again, but this time things look a lot more grim as it's now Rhino with the confidence and upper hand.
Spider-Man, you good? Pete! 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 Wake up! Wake up, man! Wake up, man!
This Spider-Man is broken. I would like to exchange for new one. This one will do.
Miles, get out of here! Bro. Back the hell? What was that?
Before we continue, this is a big moment and a pivotal cutscene that I think is expertly done, so I want to discuss it. So to start, seeing Peter's Spider-Man totally and utterly defeated here is scary. If you're coming into this game blind but are familiar with the Miles comics and or the Into the Spider-Verse movie, things would feel especially tense since you'd probably be thinking that Peter could realistically die here if Insomniac want to follow the trend of those other stories. Even without that knowledge, this is an intimidating moment. Peter's the experienced one, and with him knocked out, Miles' chance of success feels pretty bleak. Miles knows it too, but I love the way he slowly and reluctantly steps in front of Peter, knowing he's the last line of defense, despite Peter telling him to run. It's a great character moment, not only showing that Miles is brave and heroic, but that he's living up to his father's motto, which was that he's not a hero, just a guy who doesn't give up. This line is essentially Miles' version of with great power comes great responsibility. So here against Rhino, even though it feels like it's all over, he lives up to his dad's words and doesn't give up. It's a very emotional do-or-die moment, which I think makes it all the more fitting that Miles' bioelectricity powers manifest now for the first time. This ability is from the comics, by the way, since the spider that bit Miles differs from Peter's by granting him additional powers. Bioelectricity is the main one, often referred to as a Venom Blast. I should add that it has no relation to the symbiote villain of the same name. But anyway, these Venom powers are a cornerstone for the combat, and it's during this Rhino fight that we get to test them out. As a side note, I think it's cool that they're tutorialized through a boss fight. You wouldn't think that would be a good place to learn a new power, but there's something magical about it here, since it's debuting at such an emotional moment. To better explain how the ability works though, the Venom powers form a new layer of combat for the player to interact with. At the top left of our HUD, there's a yellow glowing bar which indicates a charged up Venom ability. There are 5 of these powers to choose from, which we'll unlock throughout the game, the first of which is the Venom Punch, which sees Miles perform a leaping charged punch. There's also a Venom Throw, where Miles leaps at an enemy and tosses them away. Other abilities are a Venom Jump, which launches nearby enemies up into the air with us, good for mid-air combos. On the flip side, we can do a charged Ground Slam for solid area of effect damage. The last ability is the Mega Venom Blast, where we use all of our charged bars to unleash a huge explosion around us. As far as how the Venom powers feel, I think they offer a nice change of pace from the last game. There were a lot of abilities in that one, between the gadgets and the suit powers, and although I enjoyed them, I like that Miles' combat feels more reined in and focused, but we'll discuss it more in the gameplay section of the video. For now though, I want to add that Insomniac did a great job of making the Venom attacks feel strong and practical on their own, but I also appreciate the way that they further showcase this enhanced power through the camera. In various interviews, it's mentioned that Insomniac saw the Venom abilities as an opportunity to make the combat feel cinematic, and the way they do this is by pulling the camera close or positioning it in different ways when you trigger each ability to really emphasize that power. Another example is the slowdown and rotation during the Mega Venom Blast. Similar things are done with the takedowns, all of which combines to make the combat feel very stylish, impactful, and satisfying. But going back to the Rhino fight, it's a lot of fun too. It's a great introductory battle, and with it being connected to such an emotional moment, it feels very epic. The gameplay is about what you'd expect, as we'll dodge Rhino's attacks and get some hits in to charge our Venom Punch, and then unleash it when we have the chance. It's a good introductory fight since it has some minor challenge, but primarily serves to teach us how to generate and appropriately use Venom attacks. I also like that there are a couple of different phases to it as we transition from outside to within one of the buildings. Speaking of which, I have to compliment the animation team because so many moves look good in this game, but this Rhino combo is gnarly and it serves as such a great arena transition. Now inside, the pressure is a little higher since we have less room to roam, and the close quarters feels claustrophobic. Rhino is more aggressive, but will essentially do the same as the last phase by charging Venom punches and unleashing them onto him. Like I mentioned, this is a really cool fight, so I was surprised to learn that originally, Insomniac didn't plan on having it in the game. In the art book, it's mentioned that even the mall sequence wasn't in the original pitch, and early in production, Rhino wasn't present at all. Initially, your Venom tutorial would have just been on the inmates. However, they decided to bring Rhino back because they liked the parallel of him being part of that scary introductory mission for Miles in the first game. As they added the chase sequence with Rhino, they realized that they had so much of him in that mission that it would be weird to not fight him at the end. Once that was decided, they looked for ways to make his fight feel more epic, which is how it transitioned to the moment Miles' Venom abilities emerge. It's a good example of how Insomniac is always looking for ways to iterate and build on ideas, and it's hard to imagine this opening sequence looking any different because I think they nailed it. But after damaging Rhino enough, Miles will hit him with a final Venom punch, transitioning us back outside while also returning us to injured Peter. Peter's able to get back on his feet, at which point Roxxon security pulls up. This serves as our introduction to their head of R&D, Simon Krieger.
Guys? Wow, just... wow. Simon Krieger, head of R&D at Roxxon Energy. Pleasure to meet you.
You too. Sorry. I think our ball landed in your yard.
No, you actually did us a favor. We just bought the place. We're planning to tear it down for a build. But looks like you beat us to it. I wanted to thank you, both of you. Taking down Rhino? Solo? You are going places, bud.
Thanks. But he's still dangerous.
Nah, we'll hold him for the police. You know, I always think these super troopers are overkill until something like this happens. Oh, duty calls. Hey, really great to meet you both. Future's looking bright. Hello. Hey.
He's right.
Yeah.
Let's clear out. Let the police do their job.
Yeah, okay.
So far, Simon seems charismatic and understanding given the circumstances, so the Spider-Men trust him enough to leave him alone with Rhino as the police arrive. As they go, I like how the camera lingers on a Roxxon billboard featuring Simon and their slogan, "We're here for you." I love this slogan because it can be read in two different ways. The supportive "we're here for you" that the marketing team intended, but also in a more threatening way, like "we're here to get you." To emphasize this, I like how the text "we're here" is specifically highlighted in red, which itself feels threatening. So I think these subtle hints alongside the overall bright and cheery vibe of the billboard provides great contrast, especially considering how we'll perceive Roxxon by the end of the game. In fact, let's take a moment to look at Simon Krieger in the comics, where he appears in an Iron Man 2-issue miniseries titled The Iron Age. This series catalogs Tony's journey as the new CEO of Stark Industries after the death of his parents. Roxxon are actually the ones responsible for their deaths since it was part of a scheme to sabotage Stark Industries and take it over. One of the Roxxon board members who was part of this scheme was Simon Krieger, and he was the one in charge of derailing Stark Industries. But to everyone's surprise, Tony rose to the challenge and continually elevated Stark Industries' position, unknowingly thwarting Roxxon's plans. In a desperate move, Simon creates a fake Tony Stark mask and poses as him to hold the newly created agency S.H.I.E.L.D. hostage. Iron Man foils the scheme with the help of Happy Hogan, and Krieger is sent to jail where Roxxon executes him to prevent any damaging leaks. But that's how Simon is used in the comics, and throughout this video we'll see how he compares to the game. Getting back to Miles and Peter though, this next cutscene is an important one, so like usual we'll watch it and then discuss.
Bioelectricity. Wow. Gotta be honest, little jealous.
Hey, look. I got nothing on the OG. Think we should run tests tomorrow? A little voltage analysis?
Oh, man. Yeah, sorry. I've been meaning to tell you. I'm not gonna be around for the next few weeks.
Is this some kind of pee joke I don't get?
No. MJ's headed overseas for the Bugle and requested me as her photographer. Kind of a working vacation for us.
Oh, man. Look, I don't know if I'm ready to fly solo. I screwed up today big time with the helicopter.
But then you delivered big time. You saved my bacon, Miles.
I got lucky.
Hey, I did this gig for 8 years without backup, and you better believe I screwed up lots of times. But that is how you learn.
What's this?
Christmas present. But first, you gotta take the oath.
Oh. Okay.
I promise to do everything in my power to protect this city.
I promise.
That's it.
That oath a real thing.
Totally. Definitely didn't just make it up. See you in a few weeks, Spider-Man. New York's only Spider-Man.
I'm New York's only Spider-Man. I'm New York's only Spider-Man.
Probably gotta cut that there before I get in trouble for the music, since it's a licensed track by Jaden and Kid Cudi. It's actually really good though, and it provides an energetic ambience to swing to. The sound design overall is really solid in this game, but we'll discuss that further in the audio section. But taking a step back, this was an important cutscene for a couple of reasons. In a more meta way, this was the first time players were introduced to the new Peter Parker face model. Many of you will remember that Peter had a different face in the PS4 game, but for its remaster and all future games, the decision was made to change it to one that could map better to actor Yuri Lowenthal's performance. Ever since, fans have been mixed about the change, to put it mildly. Me personally, I like both faces for Peter, and although I'll probably get heat for saying it, I think I prefer the new look. It just looks a bit more youthful, but still mature, or maybe I'm just used to it at this point. Either way, no matter which face you prefer, this scene was a big deal at the time as the introduction to a new look for Peter. But analyzing the cutscene itself, I like that it starts with the pair eating pizza on the rooftop, although it does feel a bit ballsy unmasking like this so close to the street. Regardless, eating pizza on this rooftop was something Pete did alone in the first game, since Eddie's Pizza leaves it on the roof for him, so having him and Miles eat together feels like Peter's including him on a Spider-Man tradition or something. Strangely, I think it makes this scene feel more personal too, which is fitting. Peter leaving is a big deal for both of them. For Miles, it means he's graduating to a new level of Spider-Man. The city is solely under his protection, since the Avengers are somewhere, so it's a big responsibility for Miles, and one he's not totally sure he's ready for. For Peter though, this is also a big character moment. He's back with MJ, and he's realized that he needs to dedicate more time to her to achieve a necessary work-life balance. Spider-Man is a huge part of his life though, so stepping away for a time is surely a tough decision, but one that's only possible due to Miles. It's also important to note that Pete won't be close to New York in any fashion, since he's headed to the fictional country of Symkaria, which is where Silver Sable is from. In the first game's DLC, we learn that Symkaria is going through a civil war, so MJ decides to head there to report on it. For Miles to have a solo game focused on him, it makes sense that Peter needs to be written out in some way, and in other writers' hands, I could see there being some kind of contrived reason why he has to leave, but I think this fits his character and the world around him. It feels like growth for Peter after the events of the first game, so I think the setup for Miles being New York's only Spider-Man temporarily is done well. I also want to point out the camera work during this scene, especially the way Peter visually exits. He says, "New York's only Spider-Man" to Miles, and then immediately slips out of frame, leaving us completely alone. There's no swinging in the distance or any lingering glimpse of Pete, he's just gone. I like this because I think the abruptness subconsciously helps us feel the weight of that phrase and how daunting it must be for Miles to be the solo Spider-Man with no safety net. But from here, we're back in the city and eager to see what Peter gave Miles as a gift. Miles asks his friend Genki to meet him in the park to open it, so we'll head there next. Along the way, we're able to swing around the city and get a more casual feel for the traversal. Like in the last game, it still feels very smooth. What I like most about it, though, is the way in which Insomniac displays Miles' inexperience compared to Peter, while still maintaining a feeling of seamlessness with the traversal. This is showcased through the animations. When we go back to the first game, Peter swings very confidently and precise. Miles, on the other hand, looks like he's winging it with confidence. You get a sense of the joy he's having, but also the unfamiliarity due to the way he flails his arms or sprawls out as he's swinging. I also thought it was funny that you can experience a faceplant animation if you mistime your air tricks. Speaking of which, air tricks return from the first game, allowing you to perform tricks mid-air to get a small amount of XP. This is enhanced for Miles though, since you can charge Venom through air tricks and also use Venom for traversal, like a far leap or a jump to gain more verticality. I often forgot this was an option, but I like that it differentiates traversal for Miles and feels like an upgrade to the swinging. The air trick animations are an improvement over the first game as well, not just in style, but also the seamlessness between them and swinging. For example, take a look at this clip of Miles where after doing a side spin trick into a web swing, Miles' model will continue turning into it like it's one natural movement, and this applies to whether you are spinning left or right. For comparison, here's Peter doing some spins in the first game, and you can see that the trick just jumps directly into the swing animation without any follow-through, making it all feel very stilted. So this enhancement for the Miles game is a really subtle detail, but one I very much appreciate, since it makes the swinging look and feel all the more natural. But after swinging around for a bit, we arrive at the park for our introduction to Miles' best friend, Ganke Lee. In the comics, Ganke is the first person to learn Miles' secret identity and becomes his Spider-Man support system, so it's fitting that he operates in the same capacity here. You could call him Miles' guy in the chair, like how Ned Leeds puts it in the MCU movies. Ned in those films is actually based on Ganke, so in that way you've kinda seen him in the movies to a degree. I want to mention that I really like the design for Ganke in this game, but I found it interesting that he looks a little different in the original concept arts, where he's a bit huskier, similar to his comic book look. It might be helpful to note that comics Ganke isn't really a tech whiz like we'll see in the game, and is really more like friendly moral support. So I like the design Insomniac landed on, since I think it displays a smarter appearance which matches the game's characterization, versus his goofier, more oblivious personality in the comics. It's also established in the game that he knows Miles' secret identity already, so when did that happen? Well, the prequel novel gets the honor of explaining this. So the way it happens is while Miles and Peter are debriefing in a pizza shop about their vulture knowledge, an outbreak of mutated human birds occurs in the streets. Just go with me on this for a minute. And while Peter and Miles change into their suits, Miles spots Ganke being attacked by one of the birds, so he leaps into action before putting his mask on. Miles saves him, but Ganke sees that he's Spider-Man in the process, so the secret is revealed. It's honestly a really happenstance kind of explanation that I personally didn't like, but this is how Ganke learns the truth. But going back to this cutscene, they open the gift and learn that it's a new Spider-Man suit.
Okay. How's it looking? Whoa.
Miles Morales, congratulations and welcome to your very first super suit.
I don't know if this was Insomniac's intention, but the HUD within it reminds me a bit of the Spider-Man Homecoming suit with all the tech that Tony Stark incorporated into it. But really, this outfit is more of a callback to the comics. It's also a reason why I like Ganke being here for the suit reveal, because it ties into a moment with him. So after Miles got his new powers and decided to be Spider-Man, he needed a suit to conceal his identity. Ganke arrived with a solution, having bought him a Spider-Man Halloween costume, which is what the game's suit is based on. I like how this is essentially Miles' first spider suit in both versions, and the Spider-Verse movie in a way too, since it's also a retail costume. But the suit is only half of the gift, as Peter has another surprise in store. On a nearby rooftop, he's left a terminal that Miles can interact with, revealing a hologram Spider-Man.
Miles, get ready for your first holographic training challenge. These challenges are spread throughout the city. Each one focuses on a new move or technique. This one focuses on acrobatic improvisation. Get into position to start.
This is a new side mission developed by Peter, where around the map we can find training terminals and learn new abilities. These are a clever inclusion by Insomniac because it puts us in the shoes of being mentored by Peter alongside Miles. The rewards are equally clever because a lot of them are abilities that we had in the first game. For example, the point launch, which gives us a boost if we time a jump when contacting a surface, or the quick zip, where we can use the web zip a second time without losing altitude. I thought this was thematic because Peter already learned these abilities in the first game, and now he's passing them on to Miles through these trainings. I also like that Peter calls this first training acrobatic improvisation, because that's how the developers refer to the combat style of the first game. Unfortunately, Miles isn't the only one who found Peter's tech up here, as criminals soon try to steal it, which shorts it out in the process. While Hollow Pete is bugging out, he drops a fun Easter egg.
Critical fault on Circuit AF-15.
AF-15 is a reference to Amazing Fantasy 15, the first appearance of Spider-Man. After rebooting the terminal, Miles will see that there are other training modules scattered across the city, but we'll discuss those as well as the final exam mission in the gameplay section of this video. After this first training mission, Genki calls in to ask us about our powers. During this conversation, he's also the one to refer to them as Venom abilities, which I thought was a good detail because he's the one who first refers to it as a Venom strike in the comics. He also tells us that there's been a break-in at Roxxon, so we head there next. When we arrive, everything seems calm, and we're instead met by an advertisement for Roxxon's Nuform project.
Hi there, I'm Simon Krieger, and what you're standing next to is a Nuform reactor. Once activated, this reactor will supply enough energy to power all of Harlem. Now, I'm sure you're thinking, Simon, how is that possible? And the answer is Nuform. Just one canister of this revolutionary fuel source is enough to supply Harlem with clean, safe energy for the next 500 years. Soon, we'll be opening reactors throughout Manhattan, and then worldwide. Get ready for a planet powered by Nuform. Roxxon, we're here for you.
Nothing about this sounds bad out the gate, but Nuform will be a main topic for the rest of the game. Nuform actually gets name-dropped in the comics too, and has some baseline similarities to the game, so let's take a look at that. So in the comics, Nuform is the name of Roxxon's attempt at creating a synthetic version of vibranium, which is cheaper than the original. As revolutionary as this may be, Roxxon has a big problem, and it's that Nuform is unstable. Without being treated, it melts nearby metals. They've only found a temporary solution and are trying to uncover a permanent one, while still promoting sales for Nuform. If they don't solve the problem and release it to the world in its current state, then anything constructed using it could melt and fall apart, leading to catastrophic results. Roxxon should take the time to perfect their creation, but of course they're too concerned about missing out on profits, so they move forward with it anyway. Thankfully, they're thwarted by the combined efforts of Spider-Man, Iron Man, and Black Panther. The game doesn't handle Nuform identically to this, such as instead of it being an alternate version of vibranium, it's instead a newfound renewable energy source. However, one key similarity is Nuform's instability, which we'll learn more about shortly. But for now, after watching the Nuform ad, Miles finds signs of a break-in and evidence that someone was attempting a search regarding Nuform. Miles' investigation is quickly interrupted as he's grabbed by someone and soon surrounded by the rest of their crew. This leads to another combat section where we fight this new enemy group, who are utilizing advanced armor and weaponry. After the fight, Miles discovers that they were tracking Nuform shipments. This raises more questions than answers, but Roxxon's guards arrive, so Miles decides to leave and let them handle it. We'll next head back home, not only because tonight is Christmas dinner, but also because Genki calls in to let us know that Rio has been asking where Miles has been all day. She still doesn't know Miles' secret identity, so it's best we head back. From here, Miles sneaks into his bedroom and changes into his normal clothes, at which point we're able to explore around the apartment. As much as Insomniac focused on bringing authenticity to the neighborhood, they spent even more time on Rio's apartment. In the art book, it stated that it was the setting that was iterated on the most, since it needed to convey multiple layers of family history, from Rio's childhood to the present day. A good example of this is how you can find Rio's height chart drawn on a wall, showing that she grew up here. Environment artist Oscar Gonzalez adds, "Every detail of a video game environment should tell the player more about the characters who live there. My job is to ensure such spaces tell stories and immerse the player in the world. Miles' apartment is close to my heart. I come from a Hispanic culture and I added my own flavor to the location. It's a love letter to Puerto Rican people showing their culture in a video game." Another detail I found interesting was environment color choice. Oscar mentions that they wanted the apartment to feel homey and fun to the player, which they accomplished by using a lot of yellows and oranges to wash everything in a warm glow. It's cool how color palette can subconsciously give us those feelings, and the apartment certainly feels cheery and inviting, but I think it also helps to make things look a bit dated, to further reinforce that this was Miles' grandmother's home. Since there's a theme of Miles making Harlem his home, I think this first walkthrough of the apartment is important because it highlights that it's more Rio's and Abuela's right now. Still, there are a lot of great details in the apartment, so let's take a look around. Starting with Miles' room, we can pick up some interesting items. First is his drawing notebook, where he scribbled various spider logos and designs. I like that it's reminiscent of Peter's various notebooks, like in the first game during the opening cinematic, or also the first Spider-Man movie, where Peter doodles potential outfit designs. Miles has done this in the comics as well, so I'm glad this game follows suit. There's also a sleeping bag and a suitcase on the ground, which belongs to Genki. He and Miles both go to Brooklyn Visions Academy together, but Genki is staying with Miles over winter break, since his parents are vacationing in Hawaii currently. Don't worry, they didn't abandon him or anything. Genki tells us later that he was invited, but didn't want to miss Christmas in New York. Another important item you can find is an old middle school graduation photo featuring Miles with two friends, Rick and Phin Mason. On the back is a message from Rick who says, "Congrats Miles and Phin, you're gonna kick high school's you know what." These two will be important throughout the story, but we'll put a pin in that for now and continue exploring. So continuing on, Miles will also comment on some of the moving boxes in general.
This move really hasn't sunk in yet. Still feels like Abuela's apartment, not ours.
As we discussed earlier, Miles doesn't feel at home yet in Harlem and still misses Brooklyn. As we see Miles grow to love Harlem, the apartment will also slowly change and become more homey for the Morales family, which we'll examine as the game progresses. Another good example of the apartment not really feeling like home yet is that Miles' closet is still filled with mostly his abuela's clothes, which they need to ship to her in Puerto Rico. Some things do belong to Miles though, such as a box of trophies, mostly relating to science-based successes, showcasing Miles' brilliance and interest in those topics. Looking around some more, we can see that Miles is a gamer with some generic controllers and game boxes, although I'm a bit surprised that, with this being a PlayStation exclusive game, you'd think they'd use their designs. The shape is similar to a PS3 controller, but the buttons are an exact match for an Xbox One. Speaking of gaming though, we can also see Genki set up on the desk, and Miles will state that he's working on something called Speed Nonagon. This is a video game that Genki is notoriously struggling to build. We can see his code on the screen and it's pretty funny. For example, life equals mess, where's the missing semicolon? Life equals seriously a mess, did I forget a squiggly bracket? Life equals where did I go wrong? Be awesome. At least it ends on a positive note, but it's clear to see that Genki is stressing over errors in the game's code, something I'm sure will hit close to home for those of you who have tried programming anything. By the way, the "be awesome" line at the end could be a nod back to the taglines for the game, which were "be yourself" and "be greater." Also in the room is a stack of comic books. The only visible one is Amazing Fantasy 15, the first ever appearance of Spider-Man, as we discussed. There are also some clay figures, one of which being the Puerto Rican flag, since Miles is part Puerto Rican on his mother's side. There's also a ceramic frog, one of multiple that we can find throughout the apartment. This goes back to the research conducted by Insomniac, as described by Brian Horton in an interview with Newsweek. We actually interviewed families in New York of mixed-race compositions to say, "Hey, here's what we have so far, tell us what we got wrong." And we got responses like, "Oh, he would never talk to his mom like that. His mom would smack him if he said that," or "You better get those dishes right. These are the foods that you better have on the table if you're talking about a Christmas dinner," or "Hey, you better have a little ceramic frog in the corner here, because all of these little embellishments, these things were super important to the culture." It's really cool that Insomniac went to these lengths to make sure that they made everything as authentic as possible. For now, I think that covers Miles' room, so let's see what everyone else is up to.
What was that?
All good. Little spill. Get it cleaned up real quick. All good.
It's alright, man.
Ay, bendito. Mi hijo. Qué guapo.
Gracias, mami.
I invited a guest tonight. Can you get the apartment ready? Oh, maybe put on some music, set the mood? Ah, Naja.
Really? Your campaign manager on Christmas Eve?
Well, tomorrow's rally isn't going to plan itself. Thanks for getting the apartment ready, mijo. Hello?
Before doing what she asks, we can also annoy her a bit.
Is the mystery guest Uncle Aaron?
Un segundo. You know I don't want him coming around here.
I just thought... Never mind.
Let's talk about it later, okay? Naja, I'm back.
What did you want me to do again?
Put on some music, maybe light the tree. Thank you. Ajá, aquí estoy. Oye, espera hasta que llegue la hora de la cena, por favor.
Yes, ma'am.
We'll talk about Uncle Aaron a bit more momentarily, but let's keep exploring. On the fridge, we can find a card that I'm pretty sure is from Miles' grandmother. The frog magnet covers the signature at the end, but it starts with an A, which is probably for Abuela. The card is written in Spanish, but thanks to a translation from my sister-in-law, I learned that it reads, "Hello Miles, how is the house? Is there space for your things? Call me when you and your mom are ready. I want to hear what you think about the neighborhood." On the same topic as Abuela, we can later find a photo of her showing a time when she was actively protesting, showing that Miles comes from a long line of strong people. Miles' grandmother seems really nice in this game, which I want to point out because her characterization is quite the opposite in the comics. She makes her debut after a call from Rio, who's concerned about Miles' grades and tardiness in school, since she doesn't know that it's due to him trying to be Spider-Man and a student. Abuela shows up and pretty much goes into drill sergeant mode, taking Miles' phone, yelling at him, and accusing him of taking drugs. It's also made clear that Jefferson doesn't like her, seeing her as more of a monster-in-law. Things get worse for Miles when Abuela takes the next step and hires a private investigator to follow Miles and learn what he's hiding. She hires none other than Jessica Jones, who learns Miles' Spider-Man's secret identity really quick. Out of respect, she decides to give Miles a heads up about the situation and not tell Rio or her mother what she's found. We'll actually talk about Jessica Jones again later in the game, but as far as Abuela, she's a bit of a hard ass in the comics, so her characterization is much nicer here in the game. Heading to the living room, on the fireplace mantle, we can find a memorial to Jefferson Davis, Miles' dad. It's bittersweet since it's sad, but it's also a nice reminder that the family still maintains his memory as a centerpiece in the room, almost like he's watching over them. Speaking of watching over them, one of my favorite details is actually right outside the window. At first, we can see the mural of Spider-Man from earlier, but as you get closer, you see the giant Roxxon tower looming large and glowing red over it and the neighborhood. It makes the neighborhood feel small and under pressure. It's all the more impactful that it's right outside their window, like it's personal. The mural of Spider-Man is meaningful to us and the neighborhood, and to have Roxxon overshadow it feels a bit like they're overstepping on what's important to us too. Really cool. It also helps explain why Rio is taking things so personally and running for city council to push them back. We can even see her campaign board and funding goals. Included is also a sheet with names of those who have contributed to her campaign, and the top contributor is Mary Jane Watson. We won't see MJ in this game, so it's nice to have her referenced here. Continuing our tour, we can also explore the bathroom.
That looks okay, right?
This is probably a nod to Miles getting memed on a bit in the first game by fans saying that he needs a haircut. I think Miles looks very clean-cut and stylish here, which is fitting for his titular game, so I'm glad that Insomniac made the adjustments that they did. But next, let's check out Rio's room, which contains some interesting details. The first of which is a newspaper with Spider-Man on the cover. Miles states that Rio ordered a bunch of these because they mentioned her husband Jefferson Davis and his heroic adventure with Spider-Man in the first game. The title of the cover is Who is Spider-Man?, which itself is probably a nod to the first movie again, since it's a title that Jameson uses.
Who is Spider-Man? He's a criminal, that's who he is.
However, I also like it symbolically as a reference to how Miles is still keeping his Spider-Man identity a secret from Rio. While we're on the topic of Jefferson and Rio, I should actually take a step back and mention the comics, because their utilization is another interesting way that Insomniac deviates from the source material. So in the comics, Jefferson isn't quite as cheery or, dare I say, likable at times as the games and the movies portray him, at least in his early appearances. We often see him complaining about the world and his distaste for mutants and costume superheroes in general. This creates a lot of stress for Miles, since he's already Spider-Man when he learns his dad's true distaste for vigilantes. Here's a good quote. "These mutants, these freaks. Swear to God I love you with all my heart, kid, but if you were one of them..." What's more interesting though is that it's not Jefferson who dies in the comics, it's actually Rio. So Miles stays in Brooklyn with his dad and has to maintain a secret identity from him. When he finally reveals himself, Jefferson was pretty awful about it, but they did at least reconcile later. This is mostly Ultimate Universe Jefferson that I'm referring to, by the way. When Miles enters the 616 universe, Rio returns as if nothing happened, although she doesn't remember his secret identity. Jefferson does though, and turns out to be a much better ally to Miles in this universe. Whether Ultimate or 616 though, Miles remains in Brooklyn through everything, which is another reason why the move to Harlem is a big deal for the game, because it's uncharted territory. But I like that it still feels natural with the circumstances of the first game. Looking around Rio's room some more, we can find some old case files of Jefferson's, one of which is for the Prowler.
I wonder if Dad ever caught the guy.
I have a lot that I want to discuss about Prowler, but we'll wait a little bit longer on that. Instead, we'll flip through some old records for background music as Rio requested. There are 3 different options. Merry Christmas Baby, which was Uncle Aaron's, Jefferson's brother that he and Rio estranged from the family. Another record choice is Esta Navidad, a salsa album that Rio and Jefferson used to dance to. Lastly, Monin, a jazz album that was a favorite of Jefferson's. Depending on which album you pick, Rio will have a different comment about it. For example, here's if you pick Jefferson's favorite, Monin.
Perfect. Low-key, classy.
You didn't like jazz when I was little.
Your dad taught me to love it.
And then if we pick Abuela's salsa record,
This one. Will you be dancing for us this evening? Dinner and a show?
Ah, no.
and lastly if we pick Uncle Aaron's favorite.
Haven't heard that one in a while.
It was Uncle Aaron's.
Oh, well, it's a great record.
I like how she compliments the record but dodges any more discussion on Aaron. As to why there's animosity between him and the Morales family, we'll get to that a bit later. For now though, if we head back to our room, we can find Genki researching how to fix the stain that he made on the carpet. If we zoom in, we can see cut off at the bottom right of the screen it says, "You do not want to apply bleach." If you check in on Genki in the bathroom, it seems he's only considering bleach.
Bleached borax, borax with bleach, boraxed bleach. Hey man, you guys have any regular bleach?
You sure bleach is a good idea?
Yeah, for sure. Why?
No reason.
We'll see him attempt to clean it in a moment, but we'll have to wait and see what the results are later in the game. One last detail about Genki is that the art book reveals cut items of interest for him. Here we can see little figurines, and this is the blurb from the art book about them. The tentatively named Big Heads were going to be collector's items for Genki. A whole backstory was invented about Dr. Sacker and the Martians, and at one point fake comic covers were going to be made for Miles' room. I'm not sure what degree these would have been used, either as collectibles or just decor around the apartment, but they're a fun idea and pretty cute. I think most of them are original characters, but we can at least see Spider-Man and Black Cat on the bottom row as well. Once we've completed all the tasks from Rio, a doorbell will ring, and she'll ask Miles to see who it is. Rio also mentions that the doorbell has been broken for a while, so it's surprising that it's now functioning, a detail that's actually somewhat of a tease for the character.
Phin?
Hey! Fixed your doorbell.
It's so good to see you. How are you? It's been like...
Months. A lot's changed.
Yeah, it really has.
Is that our guest of honor? Come on in, you two. Dinner's almost ready. Phin, I'm so glad you could make it.
Thanks for inviting me, Miss Morales.
We missed you. Well, this one especially.
Hi.
Phin, this is Genki, my friend from Brooklyn Visions Academy. Genki, this is Phin, my best friend. My other best friend.
Oh yeah, you guys won the middle school science fair at County, right? You made a,
Energy converter?
Jinx!
The wiring in this building is such a mess.
I'll check the circuit breaker.
Actually, instead of checking the breaker, we can eavesdrop on the conversation. It's mostly small talk, so I'll skip to some of the more interesting bits, such as Genki almost spilling details on Miles' powers, and some of Phin's history with Miles.
So, I've known Miles a while now. Why haven't we met before?
You get straight to the point, huh?
It's one of my charms.
Miles and I haven't seen each other in a while. I guess he's been busy. So have I.
See, that's what I love about the holidays. Brings people together.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
You need help checking the breaker?
Nah, I got it.
Okay, so you're like a science genius. Have you ever made mobile apps?
No, I'm more into engineering, electrical science, that kind of thing.
Bioelectricity?
Yeah, that sounds interesting. Why?
No reason.
How did you and Miles meet, Genki?
Freshman roommates at Visions. Miles was like a lost baby bird. I had to take him under my wing.
Very generous of you.
Your turn, Phin. How did you meet Miles?
Kindergarten. One day during recess, we took apart one of the school's vacuum cleaners so we could figure out how it works. Best friends ever since.
Yes, I remember that call from your teacher.
Paid off in the end. Robotics club, science fairs.
Which definitely wouldn't have happened without the sacrifice of the brave little vacuum cleaner. Gone, but not forgotten. Hey, what about that old guy from the shelter? Is he coming tonight?
Old guy?
Peter Parker. A friend Miles knows from volunteering at Feast. A friend who is 24.
Right, 24. Old.
No, Peter isn't coming. Miles said he's in Europe with his girlfriend for a few weeks.
European vacation, definitely old.
As someone who's older than 24, I think I hate Genki now. But after this, we actually check the breaker, and sure enough, it's toast. From here, Miles slips out the window to crawl to the transformer in order to power it back on. As we crawl around, we can hear the neighbors discuss different opinions on Roxxon regarding the outage. Some show support, stating that this wouldn't be a problem with new form. Others voice concern that the neighborhood has a blackout, yet the Roxxon building still glows bright. I thought this was a pretty cool way for the player to hear the mixed opinions of the neighborhood, which makes the Roxxon problem feel more widespread instead of localized to Miles and Rio. But once we turn the power back on, Miles returns to the group. With Miles back, the family begins dinner. We get a nice montage of them eating, smiling, and overall enjoying each other's company. This was an important scene to Insomniac and was even the first one they shot mocap for. However, I found it interesting that originally, this apartment mission would have played out a bit differently, since Insomniac shot different scenes for it, which they ultimately adjusted, as shown by Brian Horton during his GDC presentation. I'll also have it linked in the description because it's a very informative presentation. But as far as the original cutscenes, one example is our introduction to Genki, which would have taken place at the beginning of this mission instead of in the park.
Dude! Okay, alright. Genki! Chill.
You gotta show me that electric thing! Oh no. No suit in the house!
Right.
Miles, is that you?
Another example is one of Phin showing off her tinkering skills, as well as the reveal that her brother isn't alive anymore.
Whoa, what is that?
Oh, something I've been tinkering with. Carbon grid rigged as cellular automata.
Programmable matter? Are you serious? No, people have been working on that for years. Phin, you know you could pay for college 20 times over if you just sold that to Oscorp. Or even Roxxon.
Yeah, not gonna do that.
For real? Wait, doesn't your brother work for Roxxon? Yeah, Rick, he can tell you who to talk to. Phin, this is like Thomas Edison and the light bulb. Call Rick.
Miles! Rick's dead.
He's dead?
I wasn't gonna... It's Christmas. I didn't want to ruin the night.
How? What happened? If you don't want to talk about it, I understand.
No. It's all right. There was an accident at the Roxxon campus last summer. They said it was a gas leak, but I know they're lying. I'm not Roxxon's biggest fan.
Phin, I'm sorry. You know, last year, my dad...
Your mom told me. Miles, I'm so sorry.
And me too.
In the last alternate cutscene, Brian shares a mocap recording of a conversation that would have occurred at dinner.
Campaigning against them is like wrestling a bulldozer.
That's something I wanted to talk about. You and Miles need to move. Back to Brooklyn. Further, if you can.
Are you serious?
My brother was on the New Form project. That stuff scared him. I'm not sure why, but it's not safe.
Phin, I am so sorry about Rick. But that's all the more reason to stay and fight. Get New Form out of here.
Protesting won't work. I've tried everything. Roxxon's too powerful.
I mean, she's not wrong, Mom.
You think we should just leave?
Roxxon's like 10 times bigger than Oscorp. Why fight a losing battle?
Because this is our home.
Your home.
Brian goes on to say that these scenes were cut because of a few problems that they identified, primarily that there were too many character introductions and revelations in one mission, and that the tone was inconsistent. I agree that after watching them, it feels like too much info being dumped too soon, especially in regard to Phin, and the tone definitely feels off as we go from happy and cheery, then abruptly to moody and sad. Things feel crammed in, so I'm glad they chose to move scenes around. For example, they moved Genki's introduction earlier to the moment we saw in the park, and they also moved Phin's discussion about Rick to later in the game, which we'll see shortly. This is a big improvement because it allows the dinner mission to breathe and remain lighthearted. This is important because we need to see them all in good spirits at a baseline, so we know what's at stake for Miles, and I think it's also helpful that we start by strictly showcasing Phin as a friend, to better contrast with the rest of her arc. Not to get too far ahead, but it's essential that we build an attachment to her and see Miles' positive association with her. So I'm glad Insomniac were willing to spend additional time to rework those scenes to better start things off on the right foot. Even after the nice dinner though, real-world problems begin to resurface, which we get a sense of as Rio stares out at the Roxxon building, while it stares back at her in the distance. Still, she does her best to return back to the group as she begins a conversation with Phin.
Phin, tell us everything you've been up to. You still in robotics club?
I had to quit, but I've been studying biotech on my own.
Nerd.
Ugh, says the guy who has to wear an ascot to school.
Hey, only on Tuesdays.
Does your brother Rick still work for Roxxon?
I don't know how anyone could work there after seeing your last campaign ad. You went for Simon Krieger's jugular.
This is a good example of how the newly reworked scene improves things. Phin dodging the question about Rick isn't used as an opportunity to dump a bunch of backstory, and instead adds more intrigue to the moment and her character. It also shows us that she dislikes Roxxon, and that she's on our side, to a degree at least. We also get a nice moment between Phin and Miles as they do dishes and catch up. There's not too much revealed here, but they're friendly with each other and agree to meet up again tomorrow for lunch. We then cut to the next morning as Genki wakes up Miles. Genki spent all night programming a new app that can be used for Spider-Man to interact with the city, and they decide to give it a test run.
I can see everything you see. How are you not puking all the time?
Lots of practice.
I love when the game puts us in first person, and we'll get a couple more examples of that a bit later. But from here, Miles pulls out his phone to explore Genki's creation, which he's named the Friendly Neighborhood app, a nice nod to Spider-Man being referred to as the Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man in the comics. The app itself is a cool new feature for this game, since thematically it's neat that New Yorkers can post requests for Spider-Man, leading to side missions, but it's also a handy way for the player to keep tabs on the city. Not only can you use the app to see nearby missions, but you can also choose between random crime events that usually would just spawn out of the blue. They can still do that, but if you have a preferred mission that you want to tackle instead, you can trigger it through the app. Another thing I like about it is how the prequel novel gives its creation a little more context. As it stands, the game just kinda springs things on us as if Genki had the idea and did everything overnight. In the novel though, prior to Genki knowing Miles' secret identity, he started a friendly neighborhood app aimed at helping Miles become more accustomed to the city, the idea being that Miles could navigate Harlem through its map and even search restaurants and points of interest in the area to see reviews and all that kind of necessary info about them. So it seems that Genki has since recycled that idea into a Spider-Man app, aimed at connecting Spider-Man to the city. I like this because it makes it more plausible that Genki could whip it up overnight, since it shows that he had a lot of the features ready ahead of time. But as soon as the app goes live, a request immediately comes in, and surprisingly, it's from Uncle Aaron. Miles swings over to see what it's about, and we get our introduction to Aaron.
What is going on?
Hey there. You needed some help? I'm Spider-Man, by the way.
Yeah, I know. Aaron Davis. I think somebody's messing with the sensors. I'm getting bad data from the main relay up top of Grand Central.
On my way.
Wait!
Yeah?
Where's the other Spider-Man?
Oh, he's on vacation. But don't worry, I got this.
As we investigate, Miles and Aaron voice chat using the app. Through this, he informs us that the culprit is likely the same gang we fought at Roxxon yesterday, named the Underground. He also tells us that they see themselves as a young mafia and that they've got a new boss, named the Tinkerer. He and Miles also discuss more personal details, like how Aaron took this job after his brother died and how he misses his nephew, but more on all that in a moment. As far as the mission itself, there's nothing too noteworthy. Miles discovers that the Underground are indeed the culprits, so he fights them off and destroys their jamming device. However, he finds more of their tech and he decides to take some of it to craft upgrades for himself. This unlocks Underground stashes as collectibles in the open world, which you can now loot to upgrade your own gear. We also find graffiti of the mysterious Tinkerer that we keep hearing about. Soon after, we power up the trains and let Aaron know that things are back in order. As a thank you, he says he has a gift for us, so we head back to see him.
You okay, Mr. Davis?
Yeah, thanks to you. Oh hey, here you go. 1 year unlimited subway pass.
Thanks.
Did I get the name right?
How did you... okay, gotta go.
Hold up, Miles. I kinda suspected when I saw the news yesterday. Watching your moves on those escape cons, juking guys left and right, could've sworn I was back at the park playing pickup with you and your dad. You were quick then. A lot quicker now. Don't worry, I won't tell your mom.
Promise?
Promise. Look at you. If your dad could see you now...
He'd probably freak out.
He'd definitely freak out. So you taking over for the other Spider-Man?
Nah. Like I said, he's just on vacation.
Right. And he left you in charge.
Yeah.
A lot of responsibility for a kid your age.
I can handle it.
Hope so. But listen, you get in over your head, you give me a call. I'm here for you. Got it?
Got it. Thanks, Unc.
So usually I'd prefer to wait until the game makes its big reveals and discuss things at its pace, but in this case, there's a lot that I want to discuss, so I think it'd be better to just jump the gun and get into it now. So this is a heads up for anyone still a bit averse to spoilers later in the game. This is your warning to jump ahead a couple of minutes or come back after completing the game. With that said, let's talk about Aaron's backstory and what he's been up to. So as we discussed regarding Miles' comic origins, Aaron Davis is the Prowler in both those comics and in this game. First, let's talk about his comic history before getting into the game's version. To start, I should specify that Aaron Davis is the Prowler in the Ultimate Universe comics. I want to clarify that because there was a Prowler in the early 616 Spider-Man comics, but donning the mask instead was a man named Hobie Brown. If that name sounds familiar, it's because he's more famously known as an alternate universe Spider-Man, Spider-Punk, thanks to the Across the Spider-Verse movie. To get a better picture of his character, we also need to discuss Jefferson's origins because they grew up together. Jefferson states that they had a pretty terrible father who pushed them to commit crimes. Jefferson even tells Miles it's why he chose to use Rio's last name, Morales, for him instead of Davis. In a sort of superstitious way, he was nervous that giving Miles the Davis last name would bring with it all the baggage of that side of the family. That baggage being that Jefferson and Aaron grew up committing crimes together to earn money. During one shady deal in particular, Aaron left Jefferson to fend for himself, causing him to fight his way out of a bad situation. Jefferson survived, but was arrested. Surprisingly, he was bailed out by Nick Fury, who hired him to work as an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., but undercover as an enforcer for the Kingpin. So yeah, Jefferson was a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent in the comics, not a police officer like in the game and movies. After helping take down the Kingpin, he was offered a permanent position with S.H.I.E.L.D. but turned it down. He wanted completely out of that world, and shortly after this, he married Rio and together they had Miles. Aaron, on the other hand, only got deeper into crime, later creating the Prowler mantle. I'm not sure if Jefferson knew that Aaron was Prowler in the comics, but he at least knew he was still committing crimes. This caused the two to split, and it's the reason Jefferson and Rio don't want Miles to associate with him, so things are pretty similar in the game. One interesting difference though is that in the comics, Jefferson confides all this to Miles in order to explain why he shouldn't see his Uncle Aaron anymore. In the game, Miles mentions that his dad never told him why they stopped talking with Aaron.
Dad never talked about what happened between them. Must have been bad.
In the comics, things differ further when Miles gets bit by the spider. There, Aaron puts together that it was an Oscorp spider that must have latched onto him and bit Miles when he came to visit. It's important to note that the Ultimate Universe version of Aaron isn't very noble. When he figures out that Miles is Spider-Man, he tries to rope him into helping him with his problems, namely the Ultimate Universe Scorpion who's been hunting him. Miles knows that Aaron is bad news, so he initially declines to help. Aaron's response is to blackmail Miles, threatening to tell his vigilante-hating dad what Miles has been up to otherwise. So he's not a good dude in those comics. But as I mentioned, the early days for Jefferson and Aaron are pretty similar in the game. That's why we see the Prowler as one of Jefferson's case files, since he was tasked with apprehending the Prowler, not knowing yet that it was his brother. Skipping ahead in the game's lore, things changed for Aaron when Jefferson died. He decided he wanted to be better, so he retired the Prowler and took a job working the trains, which is where we find him now. However, even though the game doesn't verify this, I can't help but feel like Aaron is still utilizing his old skills. For starters, like in the comics, he's managed to figure out that Miles is Spider-Man. We'll later see in Aaron's old Prowler hideout that he keeps tabs all over the city. I don't think it's any coincidence that Aaron reached out through the Friendly Neighborhood app only moments after it went live. I personally think he was monitoring Miles even despite the Underground's timely attack, since he could have just called 911. I also found it interesting that he was so plugged in regarding the Underground's activities and history. I also don't think it's a coincidence that when we look at where he's working, it's directly between the Roxxon building and Miles' apartment. Symbolically, it could show that he's putting himself in between the conflict, which we'll see is the case later in the game, but more practically, I think he's purposefully inserting himself here as a protector and watchful eye. He may be retired, but he's not exactly out of the game. That's my speculation at least, and we have a lot more to discuss with Aaron coming up. One last thing, if we look inside his office space, I like that he has the Rio Morales campaign poster too, showing his support. From here though, you're given the opportunity to do more tasks in the app, but we'll save that for later, and instead, we'll go to our next mission, which is to meet with Phin. The location is a rooftop where we left a time capsule years ago. When Insomniac decided to move the discussion about Rick away from the dinner scene, this is where it was placed instead, but with some changes.
You remember the combination?
Yeah, it's, Man, it's,
You kidding me? Y'all gotta start remembering this code. Not always gonna be around to tell you.
We'll remember.
We'll remember. Yeah, good. Now, what are you gonna put inside this bad boy?
Secret time capsule. Only Miles and I know.
Boom! That's right. Keep it secret, keep it safe.
Hey, Rick. You gonna take that job at Roxxon or what?
Why? You gonna take it if I don't?
Maybe. Waiting to see the offer.
Okay, competition, eh? Well, they're talking a good game. Want me to, lead their clean energy group. And you know me.
Clean power, save the world!
I love my nerdy fan club. Oh, speak of the devil. Roxxon. Back in a sec.
You remember the code, right?
The Fibonacci sequence.
Nice. A reward.
I mean, our energy converter was pretty fire.
Truth. You think it's still on display at the Science Center?
Hope so. Wow. Look at this. Goober Central. Rick looking suave as ever, though.
Yeah.
Something going on with him? You guys fight or something?
No. No fight.
Phin.
It's fine.
Why do we really lose touch?
Crap, now I'm late. I gotta go.
Hey, I feel like we both have stuff we're not sharing. Next time we hang, no secrets. Okay?
Yeah. Maybe. If you're on time. See you soon, short stuff.
You know I'm taller than you now, right?
Not in here.
So a couple of things about that clip before moving on. First, Rick Mason is indeed a character from the comics, and his brown jacket appears to be a nod to this, but that's about the only similarity between them. In those comics, he's actually a secret agent. If I'm being quite honest, his comic introduction is rather dull, and you can kind of think of him like Diet James Bond. He takes down enemies with relative ease, he closes fights with cheesy one-liners, and if there's a hot girl somewhere in the story, he gets with her. There's not a whole lot of depth to him, but the premise is that he's a human who can be contracted out to investigate or take on superhumans. You've actually seen him in the MCU before, since he was the agent assisting Black Widow in her Solo movie. The most relevant thing about Rick Mason in relation to the game, though, is that his father is the Tinkerer in the comics, who we'll dig into further soon. But comparing the comics Rick Mason to the game, it's clear Insomniac took a lot of liberties with the character. They're really two completely different characters that just share the same name, which I think is fine because the source material is pretty hollow and probably wouldn't work with this game's story anyway. Regarding the cutscene, I like how Insomniac still draws out the reveal that Rick has died. I think they could have got into it here if they wanted, but it continues the intrigue of Phin keeping secrets as well as giving their nostalgia a room to shine. We as the player get to hold on to that association with Rick Mason without the reveal of his death immediately crashing it. Another detail about this scene I want to call attention to is Phin telling Miles that she's smarter than him. As arrogant as it may be, Insomniac wants you to know that she's right. She is smarter than Miles, and that'll be important later on. When we look at the time capsule in the menu, Miles states that the reason he and Phin didn't stay in touch was due to them going to different high schools after middle school graduation. Miles, of course, went to Brooklyn Visions, while Phin attended Midtown High, the same school as Peter, coincidentally. The way Miles describes it here, it sounds like he was able to get into the more desirable school, but the game doesn't really get into that and whether Phin is bitter or not about it. In the comics, Brooklyn Visions is indeed very sought after. In fact, it was in such high demand that they just started holding lotteries to see what students would be enrolled. Miles was one of the lucky few who won the drawing, and that's how he got in. This mission also unlocks the option to hunt down other time capsules scattered around the city, which give us additional backstory on Miles and Phin. There are some fun Easter eggs hidden within them, but we'll look at those more closely in the gameplay section of the video. For now, we head back home to attend Rio's rally, which is being held in front of the Roxxon building. A neat open world detail is that if you head to the rally location before triggering the mission, you can see workers setting up for the event, including building a stage for Rio. So a cool little environmental progression detail there. Getting into the mission itself, it's another beautifully designed level, as the street outside the apartment is decorated and filled with vendors and food trucks. It looks like a lot of fun, and I think this does a good job of further showcasing the appeal of East Harlem. The lighting and visual style really starts taking center stage during this mission too, the way colorful lights reflect off surfaces and really overwhelm the environment, but in a good way. It makes the whole setting feel lively and fun, and this will only increase more as we continue on. There's actually quite a lot to explore in this area too. One detail I like is how the NPCs will have conversations of their own that you can eavesdrop on. Nothing too interesting, but it makes the area feel more realistic. For example, you can hear people ordering food, and you can talk with some of the vendors yourself. It's a small detail, but I have to admit it got me feeling more grounded with the community than I usually do in games. I also thought it was funny that you can find a lot of spider plushies, with one vendor taking them as donations since they're popular with the kids. Meanwhile, another nearby vendor sells them. I feel bad for Peter though, because you know he doesn't make a dime off of these. Walking around some more, there are some other notable character interactions as well. The first is with Haley, the mural artist from the beginning of the game. It's a very small interaction, but we learn that she's deaf and that Miles can actually speak sign language. Haley has a somewhat substantial side mission later, so we'll discuss her more there. We also run into Gloria on our way to the rally. As a reminder, she's a returning character from the first game. She was homeless, and we encounter her early in the story as she's about to be attacked by criminals. After saving her, Peter suggests that she head to Feast, which she does, and we see her embrace the shelter more and more throughout the game. That trend continues here, as she now seems to be taking on a more managerial role, and even has a girlfriend who volunteers at the shelter as well. Gloria is a great example of Spider-Man's work in the city actually making a difference in people's lives, and beyond that, how those efforts web out as people pay it forward by helping others in return. After the whole Martin Lee incident, it's nice to see that Feast is still going, so I'm glad to see Gloria return as she's kind of the embodiment of that. This won't be the last appearance of her either, since she mentions some problems at Feast which teases a later side mission. Last but not least, you can even run into Uncle Aaron. See what I mean about him watching over them? This makes a lot of sense though, because as cool as the atmosphere around this rally is, there's an ominous feeling in the air too. The main reason being that it's very reminiscent of Jefferson's ceremony from the last game, where Martin Lee used it for a terrorist attack which resulted in Jefferson's death. So Rio getting on stage in similar fashion is rather nerve-wracking. Miles even mentions at the beginning of the mission that he has his spider suit on underneath his regular clothes just in case. It doesn't help that Roxxon guards form a perimeter around the area too, and they look very intimidating, so it makes sense that Aaron would be here to keep an eye on things, and you can only imagine that he surely regrets not being there during Jefferson's ceremony. Also, I thought it was interesting that you can miss Uncle Aaron here, since I accidentally did it on my first playthrough. I think I was too distracted by the Daily Bugle reporters and seeing if they would react to me photobombing their shot. They don't, by the way. But that's everything I thought was noteworthy in the street, so now let's take a look at Rio's rally.
Hey, you okay? Yeah, it's just last time we did one of these, my dad.
Home of the best hand-rolled ice cream in New York City. And Junipero's daycare.
It'll be okay, man. Your mom's got people looking out for her.
St. Teresa's Church, whose choir built the
Plus,
song
now you're Spider.
Even now, Roxxon is transporting Newform, its experimental fuel, across the city. But they won't tell us the risks.
This message is from Roxxon. The man you answer to, Simon Krieger, is a killer. This plaza is a monument to everything he's done. I won't let it open. The underground will stop it.
We've got a situation here.
Everyone,
stay back!
Stay calm!
Nowhere to run!
Weapons up!
They need you. I'll help your mom.
Come on! Stay back! I mean it!
I got you.
Let's go!
This is one of my favorite moments in the game. Firstly, because the drama feels well executed. I mentioned feeling an air of unease leading up to the rally since it's so reminiscent of Jefferson's ceremony, so having the Tinkerer and the Underground crash it feels dangerously close to a repeat event. So things are tense as Spider-Man enters the scene, and as the player, it feels important to stop the Underground, like it's a second chance of sorts. The other thing I love about this scene is the neon noir style. This cutscene is so beautifully shot and lit that even amongst all the panic, it's so gorgeous to look at, and that'll be an ongoing theme throughout the game. For example, even the gameplay looks vibrant, such as the way the Underground's weapons and armor all glow purple. Then there's the bright glow of Miles' orange venom powers, while the snow just adds to the scenery. I also love that when you break the Underground's weapons or armor, it shatters into a firework of shades of purple and orange. The game is absolutely stunning to look at, and I think that's one of their biggest accomplishments in comparison to Insomniac's other Spider-Man games. Taking a step back though, the only thing I find strange about this mission is where's Aaron during all of this? I know he's retired, so maybe once Spider-Man swings onto the scene, he lets him handle it, or I suppose I can imagine him following close behind Rio and Genki to make sure that they're safe, but I couldn't help but notice his absence, and I don't think he's ever mentioned later in the game. I think they could have introduced Prowler here as another mysterious vigilante, but maybe that would have felt too cluttered. At one point though, it seems like a more mysterious Prowler was considered based on the art book. Here we can see alternate concepts for his suit, a lot of which feature a hood and a cloak, which I think looks very cool. A quote from the art book says, "Prowler had variety early on as the idea of him being more mysterious and hidden under a jacket or cowl was explored." This isn't really expanded on, but I assume this means there was a consideration to have him show up shrouded in darkness a couple of times before fully revealing him, which could have been really cool if so, and I think this rally would have been a great thematic area to do it. Like have him help Miles out of a jam real quick and escape, leaving us with the thought of, who was that? Like he's wanting to help but not fully break his retirement. Visually, I like a lot of these hooded designs and I think they would have worked well in the game. He's donned some cloak styles in the comics too, so this would have been a fitting inclusion in that way as well. Continuing on, we fight our way through the Underground until we notice a big explosion off in the distance, at which point we race over to it. On the way, I should mention that Aaron does call us, telling us to run if Roxxon shows up since he's nervous that they might blame Spider-Man for everything. We continue forward, and Miles soon finds the source of the explosion, which is an attack on Roxxon's transport vehicle on the Braithwaite Bridge. It seems the Underground used the rally as a distraction to hit their real target, the new form shipment. Miles attempts to intervene, at which point the Tinkerer shows up and isn't in the mood for negotiations, kicking Spider-Man out of the way to continue the assault on Roxxon. Tinkerer manages to steal a canister of new form, at which point Miles tries to wrestle it away while using his venom powers. However, his powers also disrupt Tinkerer's armor, leading to the reveal that Tinkerer is actually Phin. Miles is stunned, leaving an opening for Phin to knock him into the new form truck, and we see that his venom powers disrupt it. The truck soon explodes in the process, and things are getting out of hand quick, so Phin flees, leaving Spider-Man with the remaining chaos. But before continuing, let's talk about that Phin reveal and how it relates to the comics. It's sort of similar-ish, but Insomniac are taking a lot of liberties with the character. For starters, in the comics, the Tinkerer is an old man, so already a young woman is quite the change. Another difference is that comic Tinkerer is usually more of a background player, making gear for other supervillains instead of getting into the fray himself, while the game's version is much more comfortable on the front lines leading the charge. Phin is a clever use of the name though, since the comics version is named Phineas Mason. As I alluded to earlier, another interesting change is the relationship to Rick. In the game, we know that Phin and Rick are brother and sister, whereas in the comics, Rick is the son of Phineas. Even with these differences though, the heart of the Tinkerer character is still present, since in the comics, he's a genius inventor, and Phin is no different. She's developed a technology called programmable matter, which basically converts itself into different forms, such as heavy gauntlets or shields. Going back to the bridge, things are only getting progressively worse as it continues to collapse. Miles frantically tries to salvage as much as he can and save everyone in danger, leading to a series of QuickTime events. These aren't as bad as usual QTEs though, since Insomniac made a point to use buttons you'd use in normal gameplay, like quick-firing your web shooters with their associated buttons, instead of just hitting random series of inputs like in most games. By the way, if you're wondering what happens if you don't perform the QTEs, there's not really much penalty. The game will just refuse to progress until you hit the buttons. For example, the moment where you have to quick-fire your web shooters as you cross the bridge. Doing it right, you'll web the bridge by going under it first and then web it more from the sky, at which point the mission progresses normally. If you ignore the inputs, Spider-Man will do nothing on the first loop under the bridge, and you'll transition to the air like normal, but once in the air, the game will pretty much just wait for you to complete the prompts. So ultimately, you can't fail this bridge sequence. I thought this was a good way to handle QTEs though, since fail screens in other games are usually either hilariously bad or just frustrating, so this felt like a good middle ground, but it's something we'll discuss again in our Spider-Man 2 talk next video. Regardless, the spectacle of this mission is very grand, and you feel the panic that Miles is experiencing as things slip further and further out of control. The cinematography here is in top form too, with some really stunning scenes as Miles swings around to save everyone. It's no wonder this was used to promote the game ahead of release, because it's worthy of a showcase, and it's a big moment for the character. Miles is the only Spider-Man, and since his powers inadvertently caused the explosion, he can't help but blame himself. He doesn't have much time to stress about it though, as Roxxon soldiers arrive to arrest him.
No, I'm not your enemy.
What are you doing? He saved us!
Hey, leave him alone!
I'm recording this! We're watching!
Put that phone away now! I said put that phone away now!
Hey, get your hands off him!
Leave now! This is your last warning!
I saved him!
What the hell? Where'd he go?
Oh my God! Did he go over?
Did they push him?
What happened to him?
Help him.
That scene feels a bit too realistic, and I definitely think those Roxxon soldiers were ready to shoot Miles. So again, I like how in a moment of extreme stress and a life or death moment, Miles' new powers emerge, this time as a form of camouflage. This too is from the comics, and another ability he gained from the spider bite. After this, we soon cut to the next day as Miles doodles in his notebook while listening to Jameson's podcast. Simon Krieger is a guest on the show, and essentially their discussion revolves around blaming Spider-Man for the catastrophe on the bridge. Miles is processing a lot right now, he blames himself for the bridge, and Phin is the Tinkerer. On top of that, Rio walks in, essentially stating that she's continuing her campaign, much to the frustration of Miles.
I thought you'd quit after last night.
Why would I quit? I said I'd fight for my home. I meant it.
You could have died.
Our family doesn't give up. You know that.
This is another great example of the solid writing in this game. Miles is terrified for his mom's safety and is maybe being a bit hypocritical about her quitting after a setback. Rio telling him that their family doesn't give up is a great callback to Jefferson's motto, and without realizing it, Rio is helping Miles out of his funk with the bridge. Genki is there for further support as well.
When I got powers, and I thought I'll be able to fix anything. Do anything that Spider-Man does.
Whenever you say Spider-Man, you always mean the other one. You're Spider-Man. You can fix this.
I like the usage of Miles' camo ability on his hand during the scene, since in the art book, it's stated that the flickering is meant to visually display Miles' doubt in himself. I also like how this scene showcases Miles' support system through Genki and unknowingly Rio, compared to Peter, who is usually flying solo. With their help, Miles is able to pick himself back up as we get a montage of him and Genki designing a new spider suit. A couple of fun moments from this montage are this one where they're experimenting with different color schemes, and for a second, consider the same one as the Prowler, which would have made for an awkward meetup between them later. Another moment I like is when Miles tries to take a drink from his mug while upside down, like how Peter did at the beginning of the game. Miles gets close, but ends up coughing it up. As unbelievable as it may sound, I think there's actually a bit of symbolism involved with the upside-down coffee drinking, but we'll discuss it at the end of the game. The last part of this montage I want to call attention to is the way the camera slowly zooms into the spider symbol as we transition to Miles using his new suit in the open world. This is a callback to the first Spider-Man movie, where the camera transitions to Pete's new suit in a similar way. Not identically though, which I think is important and intentional because it lets Miles' version stand apart while still mirroring Peter's journey. The suit itself is also Miles' iconic one from the comics. The way he gets it there is actually through Nick Fury, who gifts it to him, believing him to be ready to carry the mantle. I like how Miles' suits are similarly used in the game to show his progression in becoming his own Spider-Man. In the last game, we see him in one of Peter's old masks and a school t-shirt. Then at the beginning of this game, his suit looks a little more personalized to him due to his outerwear. Then, of course, is the gifted outfit from Peter, which gives Miles a slightly more legitimate suit, but it still looks ill-fitting and a bit like a hand-me-down. Now, Miles has built up the confidence to create his own suit and his own style that supports his new powers, and he finally feels like his own Spider-Man, apart from Peter's. Usually, I wouldn't expect this big hero moment almost immediately after the big setback, though. Oftentimes, the protagonist needs time to be in a slump for a while before being forced to get back onto the horse by other circumstances, like Peter in Spider-Man 2, for example. It's a pretty speedy recovery here, but I still think it works. Through his support system and father's motto, he finds the courage within himself and rises from a fall even better than before. His new suit looks almost like a message to the city that he's still pushing forward despite the bridge incident. Admittedly, I think this quick transition from the fall to the rise is a bit rushed, but even still, I think it's executed well enough that it feels reasonable for the character. This is further reinforced when Peter calls after hearing the news, offering to head back to help. Miles insists that he's got this under control and that he knows who the culprit is, so Peter says he trusts him, and we're back to our mission. Our next stop is to Finn's family's old repair shop called Mason's Repairs. What's really cool about it is that it's actually designed to replicate the Tinkerer's Workshop in his first appearance issue, which is all the way back in Amazing Spider-Man number 2. Once inside, we get another fun reference.
Phin and I spent a whole summer helping Rick repair old guitars. There wasn't anything he couldn't fix. He said one of these used to belong to Allison Blair, but I think he was full of it.
Allison Blair is a mutant performer in the comics, more famously known as Dazzler. Also in the shop, there are an unusual amount of clocks on the wall, which might seem random at first, but it's another nod to the comics, since clocks are shown in Tinkerer's Workshop there as well. We also find that this is indeed a hideout for Phin, as we see evidence of her schemes against Roxxon. For example, her creating a fake ID badge to enter Roxxon posing as their lookalike employee, Ella Sterling. Ella's name also appears on an employee list for the New Form development team, which was led by Rick. This list is actually full of comic references, starting with Ella. She wasn't exactly a Roxxon employee, but instead an archaeologist who was funded by Roxxon to explore a site in Canada. Unbeknownst to her, she was actually being used as bait to become a Wendigo. Luckily for her, the Hulk-Wolverine hybrid, known either as Hulkverine or Weapon H, was in the area and rescued her. Next on the list is Brandon Chambers, a Roxxon executive who was dabbling with splicing DNA between various species in hopes of selling those creations to various underground criminal organizations. He was stopped due to a crazy team-up between Spider-Man, Punisher, and Sabretooth. Next is James Melvin, a high-level executive for the Brand Corporation, which is a subsidiary of Roxxon. In this comic, James oversaw a shady plant used to create superhumans, in this case, an obscure character named Will-o'-the-Wisp. There's also Cindy Shelton, who's a Roxxon employee appearing in a Christmas special for the Great Lakes Avengers. In it, she's briefly shown thanking her brother, a superhero known as Grasshopper, for stopping the thief Killer Shrike from robbing Roxxon. Then there's Sonia Sung, which actually takes us back to the same issue as Ella Sterling. This relates to the Hulkverine superhero creation, who's a man named Clay Cortez. His wife is Sonia Sung, who's an employee for Roxxon. Next is Clayton Burr, a Roxxon vice president, who had a big role in the creation of Deathlock, a really cool underutilized hero in the comics. Then we have Jonas Harrow, who is actually someone we discussed in the last video, since he's the one who saved Hammerhead and reconstructed his skull. Jonas has worked for Roxxon in the Spectacular Spider-Man comics, so I imagine that's how he ended up on this list. Then there's Todd Hamilton, who appears in a Scarlet Spider comic for only a couple of panels as acting CEO of Roxxon. Ian Forbes had a short run as a head of Roxxon who orchestrates a fake gang threat in England in order to manipulate them into buying their weapons. Curtis Henshaw was in charge of a secret organization for Roxxon research and development, tasked with the creation and augmentation of superpowered agents. An enhanced Scorpion was their first major success. Then there's Christine Sohn, a weather broadcast reporter for a Roxxon space station in a Mighty Thor comic. Lastly, we have Carrington Pax, another Roxxon head who's focused on corporate sabotage, this time by hiring Ghost and Spy Master to do his bidding against Iron Man. Whew. Alright, that's a lot of references on one sheet of paper, but I'm impressed that Insomniac dropped so many references here, all of which are indeed related to Roxxon in some capacity. Looking at the rest of the board though, we can see an article about Rick with some writing on it from Phin. To start, the article is by Kevin Osborne, who's credited as Senior Project Manager for this game. The article is about Rick's death, which is being reported as due to an accidental gas leak, which Phin writes is a lie. The rest of the article is about Nuform as an alternative energy source, with a couple of quotes from Simon Krieger calling it super safe and extremely safe as a rebuttal to rumors that it was the cause of Rick's death. But more on Rick's death in a moment. Walking around the shop some more, I also like that on one column in the building, we can find a set of keys hanging from the wall. We can actually find these in another one of the collectible time capsules where Miles tells us that he and Phin created keys for each other's places so that they can visit whenever. We can differentiate the keys since Finn's has a microchip token attached to it, while Miles has a music record displaying his hobby and love of music again. I assume the time capsule contains Miles' copies of the keys, so it's neat to see that Finn's copies are hung up here in her shop. As we investigate deeper into the store, we find Finn's actual secret hideout, bathed in a glow of purple and filled with blueprints and gear. Miles also finds her computer, which includes a couple of video files. One shows that Rick was sick, which he believes is due to Nuform, since other members of his team have the same problem. We can actually find some of his medicine in the building, and zooming in on the amoxicillin label reveals some fun side effect text, reading, "Weird dreams, feeling like you're sleepy but you're not, crazy bird attacks." You'll probably recall that Miles also retrieved some amoxicillin in the first game, so I looked at some old footage of the bottle, and despite its blurriness, it's sure enough the same label. Since it's a reused asset, I assume the references are based on the events of that first game. So, for example, weird dreams and feeling like you're sleepy could relate to the Scorpion hallucination event, and then weird bird attacks I assume references Vulture. Or maybe it's a reference that's totally going over my head, but either way, it's still a pretty funny read. Going back to Rick's video, he states that Simon doesn't care that people are getting sick and that he's only concerned with profits. Rick doesn't want his creation to be perverted in this way, so he and Phin decide to take down the reactor covertly, since Roxxon won't know how to recreate it and Rick won't help them anymore. The next clip is an injured Phin after their attempt at destroying Nuform. She's distressed, but we don't learn anything new. Keep in mind that even though we read the file about Rick's death, Miles didn't and still hasn't put it together that Rick's dead. That reveal will come later, but next, Miles looks for the last known location of Phin's phone, which leads us back to Roxxon. We break into the building in search of the phone, but we're not the only one.
Hey, kid.
What's so funny?
Damn, Miles. For a skinny-ass kid, you hit hard.
Uncle Aaron? You're the Prowler? My dad had a foul on you.
I know. And I bet you got a lot of questions right now. But we need to get out of here. You picked the wrong place to break into.
I'm not leaving till I find what I came for.
Listen, I did some work for Roxxon a while back. You don't want to mess with these guys. If we get caught in here...
Then help me.
Stubborn as your father. All right. But we do this my way. I know a place I can access a security terminal. Let you know what's coming. Remote mines. Use them if you get in a jam. Don't get caught.
It's really awesome having Prowler in this game, and I thought it was fitting that he would come out of retirement to help Miles here since he does a similar thing in the comics. To back up a bit, Ultimate Aaron actually died during a fight with Miles in that universe. When Miles was brought back to 616, like Rio, Aaron was resurrected as if nothing had happened. They didn't even remember their deaths or the other universe. Aaron, of course, resumed his life of crime, but this time wore a stolen and retooled Iron Spider suit. Miles learned of Aaron's reemergence and stopped a big heist of his. Miles told him he wasn't trying to screw up his goals, but instead wanted him to be better and is trying to save him from himself. Later, Aaron came to see Miles in the hospital and told him that he was right, he needs to be better. So that's how he retired in the comics. Later on though, Miles is captured and it's up to Prowler and Jefferson to save him. Aaron sold his gear when he retired, so he needs equipment. He chooses to make a deal with someone named Ceres for new gear, with the agreement that in return, he'll do any job that she asks of him. This brings him back into the life of crime, but he feels that it's worth it. Going back to the game, from here, Prowler guides us through the facility and we get to test out the remote mines that he gave us. They're really strong in stealth sections since you can throw them at fuse boxes to draw enemies and instantly KO them when they get close. It's also a lot of fun attaching it to enemies in combat when they're grouped up to stun them, so it's a solid gadget. As we move through the facility, we encounter a conversation between Krieger and one of his lab techs about recreating Nuform without Rick, and it's clear that Simon isn't as kind as our first interaction with him might have suggested.
We're trying to make more, but Mason didn't leave behind any notes. Well, I had heard that one canister of Nuform survived the incident on the bridge. Now, if we had access to that,
Don't you think that if I had it, I would give it to you?
Yes, Mr. Krieger. I just want to make it clear that without that canister, it will be impossible to hit the deadline.
I'm doing everything in my considerable power to find that canister. However, right now, it would help me for you to go back to your lab and do your damn job.
I love the way he's lit up red at the end there. Again, great lighting and camera work throughout this game. Eventually, we reach the bottom of a power silo where we find Finn's phone. Through it, we're able to see the events of Rick's death.
Triggering override in 3, 2...
Phin!
That wasn't me!
Industrial sabotage, Rick? Really? No one's gonna care about a few sick people uptown or a dead engineer. You're just the cost of doing business.
No! No, no, no!
I can stop it! I can stop this!
No! Rick! Rick, no!
No! Phin! Don't look!
Rick was trying to save people, and Krieger killed him.
It's intense to watch, and witnessing it for ourselves helps us better understand Finn's motives. I can't say that I agree with her, but I can see how much a traumatic moment like this would drive her to push back hard. This also motivates Miles to finish what they started, so he approaches the prototype generator and drains its power. This was a lot to siphon into himself, and it's clear that Miles is struggling to hold it. He stumbles through the lab as the electricity rips and tears through the hallway. It's another great visual moment as it sells just how much power is within Miles. As hard as he tries, he can't contain it for long, which soon causes him to collapse and fry the phone. There goes all that incriminating evidence on Simon Krieger, but Miles has more pressing concerns, like escaping. He releases the power from himself, but is still feeling the effects. Unfortunately, Miles has drawn too much attention during the escape, leading to both him and Prowler getting surrounded by guards. On the plus side, this leads to a really cool moment where we get to fight alongside Prowler and witness some of his combat abilities. For example, he starts things off with a propelled shield charge, and his basic attack appears to be a claw slash. Soon he blows up an exit for us, and we escape into the subway.
You need to lay low. Don't trust anybody, and don't take off that mask. Wait till Roxxon finds a better target.
I can't lay low. I still need to find Phin.
Your friend's the Tinkerer. No wonder you care so much about this.
It's not just that. Protecting New York is my job.
Use Phin. Tell her you want to join the underground.
You just told me don't take off the mask.
Don't tell her you're Spider-Man. Go to her as a friend.
No, she's too smart for that.
You'd be surprised. People get stupid when they care about someone. Like you're being stupid now.
If I told her the truth...
I told your dad the truth. Thought he'd have my back. Hoped he would. Be my brother-in-law. Instead, he cut me out. If I kept my mouth shut, maybe I'd still have a family. You know what you have to do.
I love the depth behind him saying people get stupid when they care about someone. He of course follows it up with how he feels dumb for telling Jefferson his identity, but beyond that, I think he's also concerned that he's made a dumb move by coming out of retirement to help Miles. I'm sure he's thinking that this could very well come back to bite him. Compared to the comics version of Aaron Davis, I like Insomniac's characterization of him a lot. He's someone looking for redemption and trying to do right by his brother by protecting his son, but he's struggling at it. For example, Aaron's mostly found success through crime and manipulation, so the advice that he gives Miles on how to handle Phin is practical but not ethical. He's inadvertently leading Miles down a bad path. But this leaves Miles with a choice. How far is he willing to go to stop Phin? Does he lie to Phin in order to gain more intel, or does he play things more honorably at the risk of blowing his only lead? Ultimately, he chooses to follow Aaron's play, so Miles calls Phin to meet up with the plan of telling her that he wants to join the underground.
Please don't try to talk me out of this. I know what I'm doing.
Okay.
Good. So, that's my big secret. That's why I've been so busy. What's your excuse?
Well, school.
I love the way he pulls the coffee close to him to really emphasize how uncomfortable he is with lying like this. He's really cashing in all his trust with Phin to get himself into her hideout, and although he's succeeding, it doesn't suit him.
You're a good friend, Miles. Okay, let's go.
Where?
It's almost kind of painful to watch, and it's a great performance by Miles actor Najee Jeter, the way he looks down in shame when Phin calls him a good friend. Najee really sells how much Miles hates lying to her. Regardless, the plan works, and she agrees to let him join, so from here, we follow her to her hideout, which, funnily enough, is in Fisk Tower. She explains that after Fisk was imprisoned in the last game, the building was seized, but nobody really did anything with it, so the underground moved in. She also tells us how she got involved with them, since it's not a group that she formed. The story is that they were attempting to rob her family's store, and they saw what she was working on. They formed a deal where she would supply them with her programmable matter weapons if they helped her take on Roxxon. The underground just wants strong notoriety, so this fit their schemes anyway. As far as Miles' initiation, it isn't too intense since he just needs to prove his bravery by crossing the crane and leaping to Fisk Tower. The trickier part is Miles actually having to sell this being a challenge, so he fake stumbles across before reaching the building. Now inside, we see Fisk Tower has really been transformed into the identity of the underground. It all looks very cyberpunk, and in the art book, it stated that they were going for an underground nightclub vibe, one in which Miles wouldn't be welcome. I think they succeeded because Miles doesn't feel like he belongs here at all, and it's clear that we stick out. Interestingly, we'll hear the underground discuss Miles in later stealth missions, where we learn that they weren't too pleased about his arrival either.
The way she was talking about him, I thought he'd be a second in command in less than a week.
Jumping ladder just because he's friends with Tinkerer. That would have sucked.
We would have had to arrange a little training accident for him.
Whatever, he left. Problem solved itself.
But while we're in this lair, we can get a better look at the weapons that Phin's created, as well as some other fun details. For example, the Underground has a stash of trinkets recovered from their fights with the Inner Demons gang, which they claim they keep as a way to showcase their dominance. In a similar vein, they've also drawn all over Fisk's face on the security screen. This is a nice callback to the first game, since Peter spoke to Fisk here during his infiltration of the tower. It didn't appear to short out and freeze on this specific frame though, so I guess the Underground recovered the footage to draw on it. We also see a pile of cash on the table, and the Underground tells Miles that it's from secret rooms that they've been unlocking in Fisk Tower, where Wilson was hiding it all. This explains where a lot of their funding comes from. I also like a detail later in the tower where we can see the hole left over in the ceiling where Peter and Fisk crashed through during their battle. So there's some fun remnants here of the first game, and I like how it's all redesigned to show the Underground's additions. After eavesdropping on the Underground's conversations and getting some idea of where they might be hiding the stolen Nuform, Miles decides it's time to suit up and explore further. He tells Phin that Rio needs him back at home, and then he fakes an exit. Now that he's Spider-Man again, he follows her down to the vault where she mentions that the Underground moved Nuform elsewhere. When she leaves, we explore the vault further for clues. This vault area is huge, and it's staggering the amount of valuables that Fisk had down here, as there are just piles of gold bars everywhere. However, there's also something of considerable sentimental value, since we can find a portrait of a woman behind a gate. The woman depicted is Vanessa Fisk, Wilson's wife, and we saw this portrait in the first game too, since it was one that Black Cat stole. Continuing on, Miles and Genki soon deduce that Phin is hiding Nuform in the Gem Theater, which is where they head to next. The Gem Theater is another comic reference since it was used by Luke Cage as a home and office for his Hero for Hire business, and he later used it as a base of operations for the Mighty Avengers when he led that team. However, I should mention that the Gem Theater is much smaller in the comics. In the game, it's instead a giant and ornate location. The design is an original creation by Insomniac that they even gave some lore to. In the art book, art director Jason Hickey states, "Our building's history is that it was constructed in the late 1920s and abandoned due to the Great Depression. It was used again after that, but in the last decade or so, it's fallen back into disuse. Phin once kept it as her first hideout, it was her first lab, but she's since abandoned it and now just uses it as a place to enrich her programmable matter." I called the gem an original creation, which maybe isn't totally accurate since Insomniac's version is based off of an unused real-world design. More specifically, the Metropolitan Opera House by architect Benjamin Wistar Morris, which Insomniac found in a book called Never Built New York. You can find the Gem Theater in the first game too, but the art book states that due to time constraints, Insomniac weren't able to flesh it out to the degree that they wanted. So for this game, they gave it more focus, including an Art Deco style, which looks great and gives me flashbacks to the Tim Burton Batman films and Batman the Animated Series. The interiors look great as well, and it's surprising how prestigious it still looks despite the decay. This was one of my favorite settings in the game since it's so detailed, and under all the debris and dust, you get a great sense of its history and that it was once a luxurious theater. As far as the gameplay though, Miles finds a souped up container that surely has the new form in it, so we spend the next few minutes trying to power it. Along the way, we can find some other cool details. The first is that Phin seems to be tracking Spider-Man based on a whole board full of photos of him. Creepy. Although really, we see that she's trying to develop weapons to use against him, so that's probably the main reason. She seems to have been keeping tabs on Peter as well, as we can find a photo of him from his interaction with Sable in the first game when her military restrained him. Around the photo, we can also see one of Peter's gadgets, the Web Blast. The white and blue gadget to the left of it looks Symkarian to me, and we can even see some Symkarian soldier masks. Going back to Peter, Phin also seems to have nabbed one of his spider tracers. We can see it in the first game as one of the collectibles, and Peter said that he retired this prototype gadget since the range was ineffective. Another cool detail is evidence that Phin has been feeding Roxxon bad intel to keep them off of her trail. Very clever, but what's also interesting is this monitor that shows silhouettes of Roxxon contract agents. At the top, it appears to be Black Cat, who they were using for intel and security. Their note states, "Cat burglar, recently retired, whereabouts unknown." Then in the middle is Tombstone, who Roxxon has listed as an enforcer. Their notes read, "Leader of a defunct biker gang, nearly invulnerable, currently incarcerated." Then the last one is the Prowler. He was used for intel and security, and their notes read, "Infiltration specialist, recently reactivated, loyalties uncertain." So it seems coming out of retirement to help Miles has already caught their attention. But once we power on the container, it sure enough houses the new form, and we learn a little bit more about Phin's plans. It seems Miles' accident on the bridge has given her an idea, and she wants to use new form's instability to blow up the Roxxon building in Harlem. It hasn't opened yet, so there wouldn't be any casualties, but this is still a step too far. Miles is nervous that someone could still get hurt since it's so close to the neighborhood. But before Miles can retrieve the new form, Phin arrives, knocking him to the side. She then flees into the city with the new form, leading to another one of my favorite sections in the game. It's just a chase through the city, but I really love the camera work and effects, such as with this transition.
Seriously?
I just want to talk! Phin! Tinkerer! Stop!
So you can steal my new form? Not a chance in hell!
The explosions look so great during the nighttime, and I love this chase mainly for the visuals. The gameplay is admittedly simple and straightforward, it's nothing we haven't done before in the series, but I like that it's fast-paced and how Phin moves erratically as she hops around, making her traversal unpredictable. Some other highlights are wall running on a cargo ship while containers fall above us, and dodging buzzsaws as we sprint up a skyscraper. Really cool stuff. The cutscene when we reach the top is one of the best in the game too.
Give me one good reason not to end you.
My mom would be very upset.
Miles?
Can we just...
You two on the roof! Freeze!
The music is really good here, going from tense and energetic at the start to sad and ponderous after the face reveal. We'll talk about it more in the audio section, but I think the score by John Paisano in this game is in top shape, and this cutscene highlights it well. Visually, this is another really stunning cinematic. For example, the way the purple glow of Phin's sword lights the area alongside the white of the falling snow all looks incredible together. The art book mentions that this scene was used to test many new technologies for PS5 like ray tracing, deformable snow, and GPU particles among other things, so it's not surprising that this scene looks so visually fleshed out with all its flourishes. Going back to the underground for a moment, in a GDC presentation by lead VFX artist Brianna Lindsay, she shows that the early visualizations for the underground's color scheme was originally green, and although cool, I think purple looks so much better. The art book also shows some additional designs for the underground, which were more sci-fi to match these styles they were considering for Tinkerer. She went through a lot of revisions herself. For example, her various helmets, her weapons, and traversal gadgets were all iterated on a lot. We can also see sketches that show there were ideas for sharper blades, as well as what looked like wings. There's also an alternate design for Phin, which is quite prevalent in the concepts, showing her with short white hair, which I think looks really cool, although I'm sure this edgier look was changed to give her that more friendly vibe for those pre-Tinkerer reveal scenes, although that's just my speculation. The art book states that the concept suits and gadgets weren't used because Insomniac was nervous that they looked too alien or magical, when the point was for them to feel more grounded. I was quite impressed by the amount of thought that went into making the programmable matter feel pseudo-realistic, which we get a view of in this cutscene, since the sword Phin creates slowly prints on top of itself, first with an internal structure forming the bones, and then an exterior that prints over it. I thought this was a very cool detail. Another reason I like this cutscene is because it's a good showcase of how threatening the Tinkerer can be. We spent a lot of time early in the game establishing a friendship between Miles and Phin, which is necessary, but it could have a side effect of lessening her intimidation to the player. Here, we get a great display of her strength, speed, cunning, and viciousness all at once. For example, when Miles is heroically in the air at the top of the building, only to be caught off guard and folded over the railing, which looks absolutely painful. It reinforces that she really is better than Miles right now, and I think she's heavily considering killing him here due to how much he's interfering in her fight against Roxxon, and the degree that she's blinded by rage. Although I'm not totally sold that she would have actually killed him, maybe just captured him until Roxxon was handled, but regardless, things are tense enough that Miles feels his only play is to reveal his identity and speak to Phin on a personal level. For all we know, it did save his life, but there's no immediate payoff as she flees the scene. Miles has suffered a rough defeat and wants some advice about how to proceed, so he reaches out to Uncle Aaron again. They meet up at the docks while Aaron is wrapping up a phone call. Miles tells him what happened, and Aaron suggests that he take some time to unwind with a hobby such as making beats. Even better, Aaron passes on some samples from around the city that he and Jefferson had been working on and gives it to Miles as a project. This begins a somewhat infamous side mission that we'll discuss more in depth later in the video, where Miles records sounds in the city that match the sample. For now though, this project helps clear Miles' head.
Oh, dope.
Not now. Hey, get something you like?
Yeah, really unique dynamics.
See? Old man still knows his stuff.
And you were right about clearing my head, too. I know what to do about Phin. I gotta see her. Try to talk her out of all this.
In person? Where?
Trinity Church. Tomorrow night. Why so interested?
'Cause you got a target on your back the size of Jersey.
You don't have to protect me.
Someone should.
You know, you said you never finished this tape because of how things went bad between you and Dad. What actually happened between you two?
It was complicated. We were too similar and too different. Finish the tape, get all the samples, and you'll hear the whole story. Promise.
All right, thanks, Unc.
Trinity Church. Remember, Tinker is yours, but leave the boy alone.
We pick things up the next morning back in the apartment. Since we were last here, it's changed quite a bit. Everything is much cleaner as Miles has been unpacking and setting up. It looks a lot more like his style, but it's not quite finished. The rest of the apartment is similar too. It's a lot cleaner and feels more spacious. I think the lighting helps a lot too, since there's plenty of daylight pouring through the windows compared to earlier where everything had a dark yellow hue to it, making things feel quite dated. So I like how things feel cleaner and more modernized now. As far as any new notable details, there aren't many. We see that Rio is getting closer to her funding goal, and it seems that Genki managed to clean the rug after all despite the bleach, since it looks just like new. From here though, we return back to the city and head to Trinity Church to meet with Phin to discuss things.
That was a hell of a way to tell me you're Spider-Man. What if I'd killed you?
You want me to feel bad because you almost killed me?
I want you to stop lying to me. I let you in the underground because I thought you understood.
I do understand. What Krieger did to Rick? Roxxon needs to pay. Not like this.
This is the only way I can beat him. I need you to look the other way. please.
I can't. I made a promise.
So did I.
Unfortunately, before they can make any real progress, they're interrupted when Rhino drops in, decked out in all red armor. Miles and Phin aren't able to beat him and are knocked unconscious. They wake up restrained in a Roxxon facility where Simon Krieger monologues to them. This is where we really and truly see the villainous side of Krieger for ourselves, and although there's not a whole lot to this scene, I think the performance by Troy Baker as Krieger is really good.
The first thing we're gonna do is I'm gonna... Wow! That is awesome. Are those involuntary defenses? Oh man, that's hot. You see, I'm gonna get that mask off you. And then I'm gonna find out what makes you tick. Because you just smell like next level bioengineering. And you know what that smells like to me, kid? That smells like money. Okay, I'm gonna hit the gym. Leg day, can't skip it. Get her to tell us where my new form is. Yeah.
After he leaves, the Roxxon guards beat the hell out of Miles. I really love the visual effects here, like when Miles involuntarily tries to shift to camo form and gets knocked out of it. You get a great sense of the amount of strain that he's under, which really sells him unleashing his Mega Venom Blast at the end. Again, another new ability that surfaces under extreme stress, and it's another that can be utilized in combat. This is his ultimate ability though, so you have to charge up all of your Venom bars to unleash it. It's one of my favorites, not only because it deals great damage around you, but also because the animation afterwards shows how draining it is on Miles. I almost feel bad using it, but it's a solid attack and feels fitting for an ultimate ability. This is also something from the comics, as the art team used this comic panel in particular as a reference for it. In the image, you can see that the bioelectricity forms a web pattern as it arcs out, and Insomniac wanted to replicate that. You can't always see it too well during gameplay since the camera is often close up on you, but here you can see an example that shows that you do indeed blast a web pattern outward, which is a really cool detail. I also like that Miles uses it to break free from the restraints here, because it's how he breaks free similarly in the comics. While we're on the subject of comics, I like how Miles is going up against Roxxon here too. In the Ultimate Universe, it was Roxxon under the leadership of Philip Roxxon that he faced as one of his early career major foes. They were notable because they were responsible for the Venom symbiote's reemergence and by extension, Rio's death. But now that Miles and Phin are both free, we'll spend the majority of this level working together to escape the facility. As we make our way through, we can find a terminal that gives some details about Rhino working with Roxxon via a recording from Simon.
I know he says he wants out of that suit, but let's face it, the metal onesie is the only reason anyone gives a damn about him. Just upgrade his armor. If we help him smash Kid Spider, he'll forget all about wanting out.
There's nobody this guy won't manipulate.
This unfortunately is pretty common for Rhino. We talked about his origins in the first game's retrospective, so I'll keep this brief, but Rhino is stuck in his armor. A big reason he agrees to commit crimes is that the employer often agrees to remove him from the suit as payment once the job is done. Of course, they never follow through, so Simon is the next in line to do so. As far as how they were able to hold Rhino instead of handing him over to the police, another terminal reveals that Roxxon has an inside man at the raft who set in motion some kind of work-release program. So as far as the government is concerned, Rhino is doing some kind of community service, I guess. It's a good example of Roxxon's reach and corruption, and makes them feel even more untouchable. On another terminal, we can hear another villainous recording from Simon talking about Rick.
I liked Rick Mason, I did, but bleeding hearts don't survive this business. Maybe we should set up a plaque in his memory, or... name a bench after him. Yeah, I bet he'd love that.
Simon Krieger, bastion of compassion.
Speaking of Rick, Phin tells us why she chose the name Tinkerer if we speak with her.
Okay, really. Why Tinkerer?
It's a nickname from Rick. When he was teaching me to repair stuff in the shop, he'd call me the Little Tinkerer. I don't know. Makes me think of him.
I never heard that story. I like it.
I suppose I like it too. It's not a big detail, but it makes her whole crusade against Roxxon feel just a little more personal by tying her name to Rick. As far as other conversations that we can have with her, they mostly relate to her being frustrated that we lied to her about wanting to join the Underground. It may not seem like much, but this decision was quite impactful, because it really hinders Phin's ability to trust us. She'll hold it over our head for the rest of the story, and it feels like, to me, the point the game's trying to make is that we might have had a better chance of getting through to her if we took a more honest approach. I think she perceives Miles as willing to fight dirty now, so she has her guard up. If we continue exploring though, we'll find another terminal, and this one tells us more about the contract agent list that we saw earlier.
We need an outside partner to track Tinker and Spider-Man for us. Tombstone's off the grid. Black Cat's gone straight-ish. What about the guy in the purple? What did he go by? What was his name? Oh, yeah. Yeah, he'll do.
Guy in purple?
Miles learns soon enough, since in the next room, they eavesdrop on Simon having a conversation with Prowler. It's revealed that he set them up, but the deal was that Simon was only supposed to take Phin, not Miles. As usual, Simon went back on his word, and Prowler's plan backfired. Instead, Simon believes he now has Miles as leverage against Phin, as well as Prowler.
Here's leverage for you. I've seen things. New form making people sick. What you did to Rick Mason. If I went public...
Yeah, but you won't. Here's the deal. You're a wanted thief. Plus all the jobs we've done together. But you'd be in the cell right next to mine. And we both know you're a little too self-serving for that.
Miles is disappointed in his uncle, but this is another example of Phin losing trust in Miles, believing that he intentionally led her into a trap, so appealing to Phin isn't going well. Eventually, we find Krieger's office, which has a ton of incriminating evidence on him. Before we can secure it, Rhino bursts in again, leading to our next boss fight. Even though we've already fought Rhino once already, this boss fight manages to still feel unique. To start, Rhino's red armor grants him immunity from our venom blast, so we won't have that advantage. On the plus side, Phin fights alongside us. She won't do a whole lot, but it's fun seeing her hold off Roxxon guards while we handle Rhino. If you do a takedown though, there's a chance that she'll partner up with you for it, which is a nice touch. As far as Rhino, the fight itself isn't too complex. When he charges, we'll climb aboard his back and steer him into nearby tanks. This stuns him and allows us to punch away some of the armor. In the second phase of the fight, Rhino will start lobbing tanks at us. This actually works to our benefit, since they'll leave behind engine cores which we can power up and then throw at Rhino with explosive results. After we do this enough, Rhino's armor will become disabled, making him once again susceptible to our venom attacks, so we'll continue this fight to charge up our venom. Once at max, we unleash our Mega Venom Blast to take him down for good. With Rhino handled, Miles returns to Krieger's lab for evidence. In his search, he learns that Krieger updated the new form reactor by supercharging it in order to make his deadline. This means that if Phin follows through with her plan of blowing it up, the blast will now extend beyond Harlem, killing a lot of people. While Miles learns this, Phin is meanwhile alone with Rhino, who's taunting her about Rick. This interrupts Miles' research since he now has to stop what he's doing to prevent Phin from killing Rhino. To her, this interference is the last straw.
Phin! What the hell?
You screwed up the bridge! Destroyed my lab! Got me kidnapped!
Phin! Phin, the reactor!
Come near me again. I'll kill you.
But... we're family.
My family's dead.
I love the way the first-person camera flips upside down like this. Movies often use this flipped camera move to symbolically show that the protagonist's world has been flipped upside down, which I think is accurate for Miles here, because any hope of talking Phin down is 100% gone. She's made her choice, we're enemies now, and things look bleak. I have some criticisms for this turn, but we'll talk about that towards the end of the story. From here though, Genki helps Miles home, but they're not super careful about his mask.
I'm gonna go grab a washcloth, some antibiotics.
Miles? Where have you...
¿Pero qué pasó? What are you wearing?
I have to tell you something.
Based on the art book concepts, it seems the original idea was to show Genki walking an injured Miles home. I think the jump cut was the right choice though, because it's hard to imagine the public not crowding him here or taking a bunch of pictures and it ending up in the Daily Bugle or something, so probably better to skip ahead. But still, it's interesting to see what they were thinking. But now that Rio knows his secret, we cut ahead again to after Miles has told her everything, and Rio takes it pretty well. It's a good moment between the two of them, and again, I think the camera work is well executed as it slowly pans to include Jefferson like he's still there with them.
Miles. There is nothing you could ever do or ever be that would make me stop loving you. Nada. You give me strength, Miles. That's all a hero really is. Someone who's brave for the people they love.
Just a guy who doesn't give up.
It's a really touching moment, and again, I like how it enforces that Miles has a solid support system. Rio is proving to be a great ally to lean on, and we'll see later in the game that not having to hide his secret from her anymore is very freeing for Miles. But from here, we get to explore the apartment before heading out into the city. Like last time, it's been updated a little bit more. This time, it feels more lived in and finally looks like their home. If we go into Rio's room, there's another nice detail that I think goes along with the theme of Jefferson watching over them, and it's his police hat high on a shelf facing out into the room. In general, I really like how the apartment progresses throughout the game, and I think for the player, it's helpful to see this because you get a sense of it becoming a home for the Morales family. With Phin about to nuke Harlem, it makes things feel more personal because you don't want the apartment to get vaporized after all this time and effort. It's a subtle gameplay feature that makes me feel more rooted in the neighborhood, so I think it was a great decision. But now it's time to head outside. One detail I haven't really mentioned is that there's a major blizzard incoming that the city is preparing for, the storm of the century as they call it. Throughout the game, we'll see the snow density pick up to the point it obscures our ability to see far into the distance. It's another great choice because it makes the city's weather feel more realistic, and it of course looks cool visually, but I also like how it's used symbolically for the story, since the storm reaching the city parallels the potentially disastrous event that Phin is bringing to Harlem. At its peak, the snow flurry subconsciously made things feel more claustrophobic and dangerous as well, so I like how the tension of the weather crossed over nicely with the story. In an interview with Game Informer, Insomniac revealed that they had discussed taking the weather a bit further by having Miles slide on ice and snow, or have it impact traversal in other ways, but they decided against it since they didn't want it to interrupt the flow of traversal too much. Still, it's a neat consideration, but I think they were right to leave it out. Now that we're back in the city, our next mission is to find where Phin might be hiding out. With Genki's help, they learn that she's likely at the Oscorp Science Center, so Miles rushes over there, but unfortunately, he's hindered once again when we're blasted in the middle of the open world by Prowler. Miles passes out and wakes up underground, where Aaron explains himself.
Let Krieger and the Tinkerer kill each other. Go back to being Spider-Man when the heat dies down.
And what? Just hide down here? I don't get to pick and choose when I'm Spider-Man. I gotta stop Phin.
No, you gotta survive. I've been trying to teach you that, but you don't listen.
You want me to survive so bad? Why sell me out to Krieger?
Wasn't a sellout.
Yeah.
I'm serious. You were never supposed to get caught. Krieger broke our deal.
You want it back in the family, and that's the best you could do?
I saved your life.
You threw me in a cell!
To protect you!
Like this is protecting me?
Damn it, Miles! I'm not gonna lose you too!
And I'm not gonna let people die just to save my skin. You underestimated me.
I thought that was a great conversation that highlights Miles' heroism as well as Aaron's motivations and personality, including some deep-seated selfishness. Even though I totally see that Aaron is trying to protect Miles here, he's essentially telling him the lesson of look out for number one, which is a fitting mindset for a career thief. If Prowler wanted to, he could team up with Miles to stop Phin and Roxxon, but I imagine he's still concerned about jail time, so this is the next best solution. Miles is trying to be better than that though, and has no other choice but to break free. Unfortunately, neither of them is willing to back down, leading to our next boss fight. This is actually one of my favorite fights in the game, due to how Prowler's cloaking tech is used. He'll go invisible and perform surprise attacks out of nowhere, and this forces us to play a little different, relying heavily on our spider sense to tell us when to dodge. This makes the fight feel very tense and kind of scary, which I really like. This fight also nicely incorporates our Venom powers, since landing a hit with one will disable Aaron's tech, providing an opening for some damage. Since Venom is so important here, I appreciate that power sources can be found around the arena where we can charge ourselves up. After hitting Aaron enough, we reach stage 2, where Prowler is more aggressive and now commonly incorporates ranged attacks, including abilities that disable your Venom temporarily, which makes this fight a lot more challenging than the first stage. Since I lost the first time, I learned that there's actually a cool little victory line if he beats you.
Can't run back out there now!
There's some good dialogue between the two characters as well that I think further showcase their differing personalities and perspectives.
Didn't your mentor teach you about picking your battles?
He taught me to put other people ahead of myself!
You don't get how the real world works. Dog eat dog.
Not if we make it better! You don't get it! You never fought for anyone but yourself!
Maybe that's why I'm still alive.
This goes even further after we beat stage 2.
Throw yourself at enemies you can't beat. Know who else did that?
Don't say his name!
You want your mom to bury you too? I won't let you.
Holograms?
Aaron's up the pressure by making us fight 3 holograms as a distraction while he uses his cloaking tech to catch us off guard. This feels like a great escalation to the fight, and it's a really fun challenge that puts our reflexes and awareness to the test. Overall, in regard to the Prowler fight as a whole, it's probably my favorite boss fight in the game. The challenge progression ratchets up the tension appropriately from one stage to the next, and I like that it's testing us in unique ways compared to other fights in the game. It's also cool having our own tactics used against us, since camo is a big tool that we use against enemies ourselves, as well as hologram drones that we can throw out mid-fight. It's also fun to add to the chaos by throwing out your own drones to fight Aaron's. But my point is that having Aaron use the same tools against us is fun in the way that we now see what it's like from the other side. I also like how personal this fight feels, thanks to the way the game has built up Aaron, but also the back and forth that they have throughout the fight.
You're never gonna accept me as Spider-Man! The risk I gotta take!
You're right! I'm done letting my family die trying to play hero!
They're putting it all out there, which I think makes the fight feel even more impactful, so I thought this was an excellent battle that's not only fun and challenging, but also great character development. The fight closes out in a similar fashion with a personal dialogue between them.
Doesn't have to be like this. You, me, hating each other? That's how it happened between me and your dad. I don't want to repeat that.
I don't either. But I can't be the person you want to turn me into. I can't turn my back when people need me. I have to be better than that.
Aaron has a lot to think about here, and we'll return back to him later. For now, we're back in the open world, and with even less time to deal with Phin, so we resume our investigation of the Oscorp Science Center. Once inside, Miles begins to have flashbacks to a time when he and Phin invented an energy converter that was showcased here in the museum. Via these flashbacks, this level gives us some last-minute context for Miles and Phin's prior friendship, but not too much else. The best part is that we get a Peter and Otto cameo.
Got it. Let's go.
Whoa, man. Sorry. All good. Still need something reflective.
Look how the external tools interface directly with the command module's computer. We could recreate the idea, but with a neural interface.
It would overload our central power.
Not if we integrated it over the entire mesh, from multiple entry points.
Do you think you can handle it?
With enough time and a lot of coffee? Absolutely.
I'll supply the coffee. Well done, Peter. I couldn't do this without you. We should probably head back to the lab. We've overstayed our lunch break.
Oh, Doc, I'm so sorry, but I've got to take the afternoon off. It's an emergency.
Again? Peter, is something bigger going on? Perhaps at home? You know you can talk to me about it.
I'm fine, but I'm sorry to run out on you again.
Not at all. Work will be waiting when you get back.
Thanks, Doc.
Peter clearly has Spider-Man business to attend to, and you can try to follow him out, but there are no extra surprises. You hit an invisible barrier that just pushes you back as Peter rounds the corner. Otto lingers but doesn't say anything else. He just stares and ponders over the memory metal. Still, this was a really fun surprise, and it's nice to revisit a time when things were good between Peter and Otto, similar to how we're experiencing things with Phin. Another similarity is I like how both Otto and Phin are inspired by Oscorp's memory metal and hope to include it in their designs, as Phin mentions that Oscorp's invention looks basic and that she bets she can improve upon it, which she later accomplishes through programmable matter. There aren't too many extra details to call out in this area though. In the art book, Insomniac stated that the Oscorp Science Center is meant to show what Oscorp might have been researching before they got into Devil's Breath from the first game. So we see things like sea exploration, colonizing Mars, and space travel. I'm not sure if there are any Easter eggs associated with this, maybe the Venom symbiote with space travel, but that's the best that I've got. There are some interactables in the area, one of which is a rocket ship racing game where you can play against Phin, and depending on who wins, there are some different voice lines.
Ha! That's a win for me!
No way! That did not just happen!
Third time's a charm.
Can't beat me. Rick taught me the fine art of button mashers. Phin, win. All sounds the same, huh?
We also find a reflective sticker that Phin and Miles use to unlock a scanner. Looking back at Finn's memory box from earlier, it includes this sticker and some other mementos from this flashback. Inside are also Rick's glasses, which we saw Phin pick up and flee with after his death, making this the saddest memento in her box. Soon we reach the space room, which is where Miles and Finn's energy converter is located, and if we zoom in on their Oscorp award, we see that Finn's name is spelled out as Phineas like in the comics, and it's the only time I saw it spelled in full like this in the game. This is also where Rick shows up again to congratulate them and take a group photo, before the flashback fades and we're back in the present day. Miles attempts to retrieve the new form, but Phin arrives again to maintain possession of it. She refuses to talk to Miles anymore, so we're left to fight the Underground before continuing our pursuit. After dealing with them, we head over to Roxxon to confront Phin. As we swing over, I like that the blizzard has reached the city and is looking extremely dense, which nicely adds to the tension of the upcoming climactic mission, almost like Mother Nature is reinforcing that this is a do-or-die moment in the game. A neat detail I learned in my New Game Plus run is that certain members of the community will call you and talk to you while you fight off Roxxon and Underground, but this is only if you've completed certain side missions beforehand.
Camila! Are you with Caleb? Are you okay?
See, we're with Gloria, little kid. This is bad. It's the crisis all over again.
Gloria, you safe? His face clear.
Yeah, everyone made it out. Sounds like you didn't go. Where are you, Miles?
Near 125th. Looking for my mom.
Word is new Spider-Man's on the case. He'll protect them. You protect yourself, okay? Get out of there.
Okay.
In my New Game Plus run, I had ignored all those missions, so this fight was dead silent on my comms. So it's cool that your willingness to do side missions ahead of the finale can impact things slightly. But when Miles arrives at Roxxon, he's greeted by some of the neighborhood, including Rio, Genki, and Teo from the bodega. We also learn that Phin has begun enacting her plan, so we need to move fast. Thankfully, Prowler makes a heroic entrance and handles the Roxxon guards for us. It seems his fight with Miles opened his eyes, and he's ready to help out. Even Rio gives him a supportive nod. They'll do what they can down here, while Miles heads up to Phin for the final showdown. When we encounter her, I like how Miles again attempts a cinematic kick that Phin just dismisses and punches through. It shows that Miles has the moves and confidence, but he's still a novice, and Phin still has the upper hand against him. Hoping to appeal to her, Miles tries to tell her that the reactor will vaporize Harlem, but at this point she just assumes he's lying again. I don't know that I quite buy that she wouldn't be level-headed enough to hear him out just because he lied about wanting to join the Underground. I guess there's the misunderstanding about Prowler selling Miles out too, but still, I think it's a bit of a stretch. I think we're meant to chalk it up to a few things though, like her seeing Miles as the boy who cried wolf, as well as Phin being blinded by rage and looking for an excuse to execute her plan against Roxxon. Regardless, the end result is that it's time for a boss fight inside the upper floors of Roxxon Tower.
I can't let you do this.
I can't let you stop me.
We're now ready for our final boss fight against Phin, and man, this is where the cinematic spectacle really shines. Things start off normal enough though. Phin is very aggressive and uses her shield and sword to block and attack respectively. It's a close quarters environment and she has a lot of range. She's a challenge, but easy enough to manage for now, but this is just the warm-up. After this phase, Miles webs Phin and then looks down at the reactor. It sends out a damaging pulse, destroying the floors above them. Even still, Phin is eager to fight, so we begin phase 2. The environment looks great, with the ceiling completely ripped off, and I felt isolated high above the city against Phin. A cool detail is if you try to leap off the building, Phin will grapple you back into the arena. There's no getting away or prioritizing the reactor. Not only has the battlefield changed, but also Phin's tactics. She'll incorporate more techniques now, like a ranged rifle to blast you if you try to keep your distance, as well as switching to her gauntlets for up-close brawling. She has some solid attack variety, and all of her moves feel elevated compared to what we've experienced from these standard underground soldiers. This nicely displays her mastery and understanding of the tech, and overall she has a good layer of unpredictability to her combat style. Already, there's a good back and forth between us, but more importantly, I feel like she has us on the back foot and that she's controlling the flow of the battle, which I think is great for a final boss. Our advantage is our agility and adaptiveness, which we'll use to find openings with the goal of charging up our venom powers, which are crucial to this boss fight. At the end of the phase, Phin grabs Miles by the throat and slams him down into the floor of the building. These environment transitions are really cool, and as much as we're technically progressing through the fight, I can't help but also feel like we're also taking steps backwards, since Phin is still actively destroying the tower in the process, like she planned to. From here, she incorporates additional attacks to keep us on our toes, like a volley of rockets that leave damaging pools on the ground. She also creates portable turrets that provide further cover fire, so the tension of this fight is still ratcheting up in Phase 3. To add fuel to Finn's fire, Simon Krieger chimes in over the intercom to let Phin know that this will only help Roxxon. He reminds her that they have crazy insurance coverage, and the publicity they'll gain as victims of a terrorist attack will only win them more support. He's totally right, and things are slipping out of Finn's control. She's not ready to quit though, so the fight progresses, and the pressure remains really high as Phin moves very fast, creates good distance, and relentlessly fires a variety of attacks at you. So you have to adapt to things constantly and build up your meter to land a Venom hit to help reach the next phase. This can be tough since you also spend Venom charge to heal, so if she's got you on the ropes, you have to make a tough choice between survivability and offense, which I thought added another good layer of tension and decision making. Another detail I liked during this fight is that you can try to throw Phin off the building, but she'll just grapple back up and comment on the attempt.
Nice try, Miles!
Even when you beat this phase, Phin still reverses things and regains the upper hand. Things are looking hopeless for Miles, and he has to dig deep.
Don't make me kill you! You can't win! Why do you keep fighting?
Because I'm Spider-Man.
With the reminder of the reactor threatening Harlem, Miles realizes that he's all that stands between them and death. He finds in himself what it means to be Spider-Man and gains a second win. Still, I like how Phin grabs him and throws him back into the arena afterward. Miles has the motivation, but that doesn't mean he suddenly wins like we see in some movies and shows. He's just a guy who doesn't give up. So he has to earn the win, and we're now on to our final phase of the fight, and it's the best one. I enjoyed the gameplay of the Prowler fight, but Phin has been my favorite in regards to high-stakes cinematic spectacle, and this phase is the icing on the cake. To start, Phin has new moves to show off, most notably a wave of buzzsaws. To make matters worse, she still incorporates combos in all of her previous tricks, so the pressure has once again elevated in this next phase. I love this because it's a very emotional fight for Miles and Phin, one in which Miles is the underdog, and as the player, it feels like the tension never lets up and that Insomniac just keep turning the dial higher. The cinematography adds to the intimidation when you have to dodge more giant buzzsaws. The camera gets real close to make the saws feel bigger and the dodges tighter. In other games, this would usually feel like a dull QuickTime event, but this manages to remain high quality and feels like a natural part of gameplay. It really nails the climactic feel that a final boss fight should have. Overall, every phase of this fight has been excellent, and altogether forms a masterfully executed boss fight. Visually, it's gorgeous with the different lighting and camera maneuvers, but I think what's impressed me the most is the smooth challenge progression from phase to phase. Phin keeps surprising us by building on her techniques, and things never feel too easy or hard. She puts everything I've learned to the test, including my reflexes, and I thought this fight was a lot of fun, so I wouldn't change anything about it. But after dodging more saws and hitting Phin with enough venom, we finally defeated her. At this point, things start to become clear to her as she watches ripples from the reactor spread out into Harlem, proving Miles is right about the collateral damage. It's a bit too late though, as things are getting severe. To make matters worse, Phin falls from the building, and with her tech shorted by venom, Miles has to sacrifice himself to save her, and they crash land onto the ground near the reactor. We next wake up in first-person mode as Miles looks around at the damage. Things switch back to third person as he checks on Phin, who's out cold. I thought this was reminiscent of Jefferson's ceremony in the first game after the initial attack. It was a surprise moment where we start in first person, soon realizing we're no longer playing as Peter, but instead Miles, before the camera switches to third person. I'm actually getting a lot of flashbacks to that mission as Miles approaches the pulsating reactor. It's a huge risk to get closer to it, but it's also the only way to save everyone. Miles had the same instinct during the ceremony where he was driven to save his dad despite the heavy risk of the demon gang's presence. Miles wasn't able to save Jefferson and nearly died in the process, so I'm sure in Miles' mind the reactor serves as a bit of a second chance for him to save his mom and the rest of Harlem. Miles soon reaches the reactor in hopes of absorbing the energy into himself, which is much more than he's ever attempted. I love how the visuals sell the degree of power he's trying to harness, the way we can even see through him and down to his ribs. The visual effects really take center stage here, including how the blue Nuform energy transitions into orange bioelectricity to show Miles converting it into himself. Not to mention the overall vibrant style of the lighting is really captivating. Then to cap it off, the stunning up-close visual used for the teaser trailer where the energy rips Miles' clothes and sends glass shards across his face. This scene is crazy good and perfectly encapsulates how talented the art and effects teams are at Insomniac. It really sells the immense struggle and willpower required for Miles to pull this off. As far as Phin, I love the moment where she watches Miles with the reactor and has a flashback to Rick going through a similar struggle and how that ended for him. It puts a bow on her arc from being blinded by vengeance to now understanding the mistakes that she's made. We'll talk about how much of Phin's motivations I can go along with in a moment, but at the end here, I do buy that she feels a strong desire to rectify the problem. She gets her chance after Miles collapses onto the ground, having successfully absorbed the reactor's energy. The issue now is that he's heavily weakened and can't hold it, so he might explode with the same catastrophic results. To make matters worse, much of the neighborhood is standing nearby, directly in the blast radius. Phin recognizes this and knows what she has to do. Her tech is back online, so she grabs Miles and races him high above the clouds where he can safely detonate, although Phin will die in the process.
I can't.
It's okay. I can't. Just let go. Let go.
I'll be honest with you, that scene gets me, and I do become a bit teary at times from it, so I think it works on an emotional level, and I also think it's the proper send-off for Phin, giving her a bit of a redemptive arc. She may have caused the problem in the first place, but she's a good person underneath, making her a somewhat tragic character. She started off on the right track, wanting to do the right thing alongside her brother, but became misguided after his death. The rest of this conclusion feels right too. Miles falls to the earth, maskless, with various community members nearby. His secret may be out, but they rally behind him as a hero. We see them pay it back when the media and police arrive asking for his identity.
Who is he?
That guy? He's our Spider-Man.
Throughout the game, we've witnessed the journey of Miles embracing East Harlem as his new home, and East Harlem accepting him into it. Miles is Harlem's Spider-Man, and they feel the same. I also thought it was cool how similar this feels to the Spider-Man 2 train scene, where Peter is unmasked and risks his life to save the civilians from the train crashing. We even get a similar line whispered amongst them about his age.
He's so young. Just a kid.
The way Haley picks up the mask and brings it to him before he's helped back up feels reminiscent of the kid that gives Peter his mask, and the way the civilians stand in front of him as a threat emerges felt similar as well, so I have to imagine Spider-Man 2 was used as inspiration here. After this, we cut to 4 weeks later when everything is wrapped up. We see Simon Krieger being hauled away to prison, as it's revealed that Uncle Aaron flipped and provided all the necessary evidence against him. This of course resulted in Aaron getting sentenced too, but with reduced time at least. It's a nice moment for Prowler, showing that he learned from his fight with Miles and was willing to sacrifice himself to do the right thing. We also follow Miles as he walks through the neighborhood. One of the first details is that we see he was added to the Spider-Man mural at the beginning of the game. It's a great visual that really caps off the idea that East Harlem accepts him into their community. This is further accentuated as he walks back home, looking especially jolly as he mingles with the community. It's clear that Miles finally feels at home and has a newfound confidence in himself as Spider-Man. But what about the other Spider-Man? We next see that Peter is returned as the two hang out on a water tower overlooking the neighborhood. We see Miles drinking coffee upside down the way Peter did at the beginning of the game, which has been its own subtle way of showcasing Miles' mastery of being Spider-Man. Drinking coffee upside down is the ultimate test. While they're here, they also discuss Roxxon.
Roxxon did this uptown because they saw us as disposable. Me, Rick, Phin, all of Harlem. I think part of our job is making sure they can't get away with it.
We'll add it to the Spider-Man oath. Go time?
Go time.
And that concludes the story of Marvel Spider-Man Miles Morales. Well, sort of, but we'll continue forward in a moment. As far as the main story goes, I thought it was really well done. Even though this is more of a condensed experience compared to the other two games, I think Insomniac manages that time well, and I left the main story satisfied enough. I think the pacing is solid, and Miles' journey from novice to confident Spider-Man feels well executed. It's a great solo story that fleshes out his arc from the first game and adequately leads him into the sequel. If I had one complaint, it's that I never really bought into Phin. She's meant to be a sympathetic villain, but I never feel emotionally attached to her. It's weird because on paper, it seems like Insomniac does everything right. We're shown happy moments and flashbacks between her and Miles to establish a caring friendship, and we see the tragic death of her brother at the hands of the villainous third party, Simon Krieger, that sets her on the path of vengeance. It's not too far off from Peter and Otto, since we similarly had time to establish a friendly relationship between them and see the true villain, Norman Osborn, push Otto down a bad path. The difference is that I really bought into Otto, but I just don't with Phin. It's hard to pinpoint exactly what's not clicking, but I think there are a few variables. One of the first things, and potentially the most impactful, is of course the shorter runtime of this game compared to the first. When we compare Otto and Phin's arcs, it's clear that we had a lot more time with Otto, even just hanging out with him at the lab. This let us build a strong connection with him and understand him on a deeper level. So the writers for this game are at a bit of a disadvantage here, and more time given to Phin could have fleshed things out better. But even still, I think there are some additional reasons I'm not quite clicking with Phin as much. To start, I'm struggling to build an attachment to her on a personal level. She's nice, but she also comes off a bit arrogant at times.
South Korea, Thailand, Venezuela. You're right.
I usually am.
Usually.
I'm sure it's meant to remind us that she is in fact smart and maybe to be a bit playful, but it didn't connect me closer and at times even felt repelling. Where with Otto, we got he was smart, but he was also quite sympathetic, the way his body was failing and how his accomplishments were continually thwarted by Norman. I wanted to see him succeed, and I felt betrayed the same way Peter did when he took the villain route. Plus, it was concerning seeing hints that he was slowly losing his mind and slipping closer to villainy throughout the middle of the story. We don't really get that same build-up and impactful turn with Phin. I wonder if the flashbacks could be another problem here, since we're bouncing back and forth so much, we don't get to really ride the wave of friendship and maintain that warmth with her. Instead, she feels like she's in tinkerer mode most of the game, with little glimpses of what used to be. Another thing that didn't work for me was that I don't think Miles lying about joining the Underground was enough to believably make Phin lose complete trust in him, even with the addition of Prowler ratting them out to Roxxon. It's certainly a betrayal of trust, but I think it's a bit too minimal for them to not get over, which makes Phin feel stubborn and petty by extension, especially since she holds on to it for the duration of the story, even after Miles reveals his identity and tries multiple times to make amends. To make it more believable, I think Miles needed to overstep even further. For example, maybe getting the cops involved to come seize her weapons and the Fisk hideout, or something extreme like that. That example may not work perfectly in the plot as it stands, but you get my point. I think Miles needed to push things harder, so that we better understand why Phin feels so distrustful. As it stands, it feels like they should just team up and pivot plans. Speaking of which, it doesn't help that Finn's plan isn't all that great to begin with. Krieger says as much at the end, stating that they'll just recoup the insurance money from the building to keep going and use her attack to play victim. She'd be better off taking the stolen new form and getting it to someone official, like S.H.I.E.L.D., who can verify the instability of it and that it's making people sick. I guess she's nervous Roxxon has bought too many higher-ups for it to work, but still, Miles is right, this isn't the way. I struggle to see how her plan would work in her favor, but maybe that's the point. She's a teenager that's in denial and just lashing out. It's realistic in the way that people go through mental gymnastics to justify behavior, but even still, it doesn't feel all that satisfying for the story, nor does it provide much depth. Her sacrificing herself at the end feels emotional for the story we have, but it also feels a bit pointless since this was also avoidable. Admittedly, Otto's arc is again quite similar, the way he doesn't team up with Spider-Man and instead causes a pandemic using Oscorp's Devil's Breath, hoping the city will turn on Norman. There though, we knew Otto had lost his mind and wasn't thinking straight anymore. Phin, on the other hand, might be blinded by rage, but she still seems rational and good-intentioned at heart. I think that ties to another thing that bothered me, which is the noticeable length the writers have to go to prevent Miles and Phin from talking. They get close at times, but they're always interrupted.
I thought I'd miss having a brother, but I had you.
Phin,
Get this door open! That won't hold forever!
Go!
Especially once it's revealed that the reactor will destroy Harlem. For example, Phin trying to stab Rhino, which causes a fight with Miles. Phin getting enraged from it and beating Miles to the point he can't talk. Phin not answering her phone. Then Prowler kidnaps Miles, further delaying him. Admittedly, these are all believable events and are given story importance, which I need to give credit to, but the frequency is noticeable and kind of frustrating. It seems that Insomniac were struggling to balance Phin being a good person at heart, while also wanting her to be a villain. We know she doesn't want innocent casualties, so we have to keep that information from her, and when it's revealed, we need her to think Miles is lying about it, both of which didn't feel natural enough in execution, for me at least. Another variable I want to address is that I think we received too little of Rick Mason. His death is tragic, so the result should be that we're emotionally charged by it, to the point that we can get behind Finn's vengeance quest, at least momentarily. Comparing this to Jefferson in the first game, we had a whole level to see him connect with Peter, which also showed us he's a good person, and that level also put his heroism and bravery on display. Then we saw him as a good dad to Miles, and when he was finally set to be publicly honored, he was killed. This left me saddened alongside Miles and really mad at Martin Lee as a result. When we look at Rick, he's meant to have a similar impact on us, but it's used to a very small degree. He kinda just shows up a couple times to be smiley and supportive of Phin and Miles before he's killed off. I'm sad that he died because I see he's a good guy, but I don't have any strong emotions to the event, which I think by extension works to the detriment of my ability to buy into Finn's mission, as well as Krieger because I honestly forget he's the central villain in this game. So I think I needed a significant amount of extra time with Rick to really connect to him because I want his death to stick with me the way I'm still feeling Jefferson's. I found it interesting that in an interview with Game Informer, Brian Horton mentions that as an early revision, Marvel requested more Phin and Rick moments, which resulted in what we have in the final game.
We found ways and opportunities to make Rick and the relationship of Rick and Phin deeper. And a lot of that was Marvel feedback. Like they wanted to see that relationship more, right?
This is interesting to me because I'm surprised that there was originally even less of them. I'm glad they added what they did, but I still need more. Overall, I wish I cared more about Tinkerer as a villain in this game. Her plan is a pretty pivotal part of the story that I think struggles to take hold. But even still, the rest of the game is very strong and her arc comes to a fitting enough end despite some hiccups along the way. Most importantly though, Miles' journey is on great display and concludes in a satisfying way, which is really the whole point. So overall, I think this is a solid Miles Morales story that's written very well, that just falls a bit shy of perfection. Even still, it maintains the high quality of storytelling that the first game set. But the story isn't quite over yet, as there's a cliffhanger scene mid-credits.
Residents of Harlem are still feeling the effects of the recent citywide uprising of the group known as the Underground. While the Roxxon Corporation deals with a rash of lawsuits, newly elected City Councilwoman Rio Morales addressed the media yesterday to make a plea for additional public funds to assist with the...
Vitals are good, circulatory system healthy, brain activity normal.
He's been in there long enough.
Mr. Osborn, I understand he's your son, but his
want him
disease could...
out. Kurt.
But we may be underestimating the potential danger.
I said, get him out! Now!
Quite a lot going on there. We'll dig into this more in the next video since it's a tease for the sequel, so I'll keep it brief here. But we get a few reveals, one of which is that Rio won the election, so that's good news. More importantly, we're back in the Osborn lab that MJ snuck into in the first game. This tank was the cliffhanger scene in there too, where we saw Harry inside with a symbiote. It seems it's time to let him out, and further adds to the likelihood that Harry will be Venom in the next game, because at the time, there was still a lot of debate over that. The subtitles also confirm that the lab technician aiding them is none other than Dr. Kurt Connors, who in the comics becomes the Lizard. So a lot of cool teases for the next game, but we'll continue that conversation in the next video. After the credits, we're back in the open world with one more cutscene. We find Miles at Trinity Church, the same place he attempted to meet Phin before Rhino intruded. He leaves their science award here as a tribute to Phin, and then calls Rio to discuss his thoughts about the whole event.
She saved my life. And yours. Everybody's. But she's the one who put us in danger in the first place. After seeing what happened to Rick, I get why she did it.
People are messy. Take your Uncle Aaron. He's the reason Krieger's in jail. And he helped us get people out of Harlem. But every time I look at him, I think of all the pain he put your dad through.
Yeah.
You don't need to make a judgment on Finn's life, mijo. Or her death. Just remember who she was, and why you loved her.
You always know what to say.
Rio's advice is good, and it's nice to see her involved in Miles' Spider-Man life now. As far as Phin, I know the writers are telling us that we're meant to see her as a real person in the way that they may not follow much rhyme or reason in their actions, But if I'm being completely honest, it still feels a bit hand-wavy in relation to some of the criticisms I have for her usage. But as we patrol the city after the main story, we get some other interesting phone calls. One of which is from Peter, as he tells us his next steps after returning home.
I need to find a job. Freelancing with the Bugle was great, but I'd like something steady.
Have you thought about teaching? You're pretty good at it.
Honestly, no. No. Maybe? I'll think about it. Call you soon.
We'll discuss this more in the next video, but Peter did work as a teacher for a time in the comics. For this game though, we'll see Peter's teaching skills showcased momentarily when we discuss his training missions. There's still another call with Peter though, where he mentions his time in Symkaria and his new home.
So how was the trip? Did you have to suit up while you were out there?
Nah. Sable handled it like a champ. Her and her wild pack. I mostly got to stand around taking pictures.
It sounds like a nice break. As much as a work trip can be.
Oh yeah. I'm feeling refreshed and ready to do some next-level Spider-Manning. And clean out the gutters at my house. Being a homeowner is glamorous, let me tell you.
Sounds like it. I'll let you go. Talk soon.
Peter mentions Silver Sable's Wild Pack, which is a team she leads in the comics. They've been general soldiers under her command, but the team has also included more superhuman members, such as Sandman surprisingly, although I doubt he's part of it in the game's lore. Peter also mentions owning a home. As we'll see in the sequel, Peter has taken ownership of Aunt May's house after her death, so we'll discuss that in the next video too. We also get a call from Uncle Aaron in prison.
Hey, Miles. I know you're gonna hear a lot about me. Things I've done, now that I'm serving time. I cut a plea deal, so it shouldn't be more than 2 years. But getting out early, it's not why I gave up Krieger. You told me you had to be better. And that meant looking out for other people, even if it cost you something. I don't have a lot of practice. But I'm trying. Thanks, kid, for making me a better man that I could be on my own.
It's great seeing him grow over the course of the game, and I'm hoping the detail of him being released in 2 years means that we'll see him make a significant return in Spider-Man 2 or 3. But I think that's everything I wanted to discuss regarding the main story, so now I want to shift gears and talk about the gameplay a bit more, as well as the side content you can do outside of the main story. So usually I would spend a lot of this section discussing the general gameplay of Miles Morales, but since we went over a lot of those thoughts earlier, I'll keep it brief and try to wrap it up somewhat quickly. To start, I overall see this as a step up from the first game. I enjoyed the combat in Spider-Man 1, but I did feel like it was a little gadget heavy, to the point there were a lot of gadgets that I ignored in favor of my go-to crutches, like the impact web, for example. The same with suit abilities, they were really cool, but I didn't feel the need to mix and match everything available. So I like that for Miles they rein things in. Gadgets are drastically trimmed down with only 4 available, including your web shooters. The other 3 weren't too integral, but they were fun and had good practicality. For example, the holograms helped in stressful fights to cover more ground and take attention off you. The electric pulse was more helpful in stealth, but was fun to stick onto enemies in combat to stun them at a time of my choosing. While the gravity well was nice for clumping enemies together to set up a devastating AoE venom attack. Speaking of which, Venom is the real focal point of the combat, so trimming down the gadget selection helps incentivize you to lean into those powers, and overall I think those abilities are well executed. The skill tree further builds on Venom, although the selection is a little slim and didn't really add anything too exciting. Suit mods exist in a similar way. You can buy and equip them, and each gives you some kind of optional enhancement to gameplay. Like with the skill tree, there wasn't anything that really blew me away, but I like that they provide some good options for your loadout if you're targeting a certain build or gameplay style. For example, I enjoy using Venom, so I'd pick mods to help me generate more of it, such as one that leaves Venom orbs in the air that you can pick up, or one that increases generation when you attack enemies already hit with Venom. That was a lot of fun, and there's room for players to build into other gameplay styles, like into camouflage for example. Speaking of camo, it's another feature that I didn't feel the need to use as much during combat, but was still a cool addition for stealth, which itself is vastly improved. The environments used for stealth sections especially stood out to me, my favorite being the Fisk Tower training ground, since it features all sorts of platforms and levels for enemies to explore and opportunities for takedowns. The quantity of enemies was much higher too, making things tense as you try to avoid being seen and plan your next move, all while they're leaping around, potentially throwing a wrench into your plans. Camo can also be used as a handy escape tool if you get caught, or to buy yourself more time with riskier takedowns. The addition of wall takedowns was a thematic inclusion over the first game as well, and I appreciated the new Miles-specific takedown animations. I know a lot of people tend to see this game as sort of a glorified expansion of the first one, and although gameplay feels familiar, it's the area that I think feels most elevated and focused in Miles Morales. It's a lot of fun and adds new features while highlighting the uniqueness of Miles' abilities. So I'm really impressed with how much Miles' gameplay feels elevated and focused compared to the first game. If anything, the combat is so cool here that I recall a lot of concern upon release regarding whether Miles was now too powerful compared to Peter, and how that would affect the sequel's gameplay. So I'm interested in seeing how Insomniac balance that out in the next video. But now, I want to start getting into the bonus content in the open world, starting with another way you can enhance your skill expression tools, the Peter training missions. These reward you with new upgrades and are mostly things we learned as Peter in the first game, so I thought it was fitting that he would pass them on to Miles this way. For example, a throw training where the reward is that you can spin longer with an object before releasing it, or point launch training where the reward is an explosive boost if you successfully time the jump as you touch a surface, or perfect dodge training with the reward of an instant takedown after a perfect ranged dodge. There are multiple trainings, each with their own reward, and the pattern for completion is usually that you'll do the training with your standard abilities to get a decent score first, but then you'll replay it after getting your new upgrade, which will give you the means to get the highest ranking. The rank titles are fun nods to the comics themselves, since they're all various adjectives used for Spider-Man comics in the past, namely amazing, spectacular, and ultimate. It's fitting that ultimate would be the highest score too, since that was Miles' introduction series.
I now bequeath the title of Ultimate to you, Miles. Nicely done.
One cool extra detail about these training courses is that when you attempt them a second time, Peter will tell you a story from his past that's relevant to the training. Even more interesting is that each training has like 2 or 3 different stories that might play randomly during it, so it's easy to miss multiple of them if you succeed in the training on the first try. I went through all of these and found that some of them had fun Easter eggs and references attached, while others are just nice lore. So let's look at some examples.
Part of this hero thing is branding. What kind of hero are you? The green beefcake who eats bullets for breakfast? The sneaky ninja who hugs the shadows? Me? I'm all about the acrobatic ballet. Dodge, duck, dip, dive, and dodge.
The green beefcake is likely a Hulk reference, and the sneaky ninja could be a variety of characters, but let's say Daredevil in this case. Then the dodge combo he mentions is a reference to the Dodgeball movie. There's also a cool one about how Peter became friends with Harry Osborn.
Sometimes the smallest choices carry the most weight. The week after my Uncle Ben died, I was back in school. Man, was I a mess. Guilty. Lost. Alone. The bell rang and everyone raced out of class. Except for one guy out by the door looking at me. Almost left, and chose to come back. He sat down and asked me what was wrong. That guy was Harry Osborn, my best friend. Never would have gotten to know him if he hadn't chosen to talk to me that day. Watch out for the big choices, Miles. The little ones? Man, those are the ones that life's made of.
I never heard that one. Hope I get to meet Harry someday.
This story differs a bit from the comics. Peter met Harry in college, where Harry was friends with Gwen Stacy and Flash Thompson. Harry only knew Peter peripherally, and his first impression of Peter was that he was a swellhead, as he put it. The reason he felt this way was because on the first day of school, Peter was worried about his Aunt May's health, and was deeply lost in thought, to the point he didn't hear or notice anyone around him. Harry knew that Peter was there on a science scholarship, and assumed that Peter had an elitist mentality and couldn't be bothered with the rest of his classmates. Harry's perception of Peter began to change one day when Harry was dropped off by his dad, Norman Osborn. For some context, Norman and Harry don't have a good relationship. Norman is focused on business and sees Harry as needy and disappointing. So on this day in particular, Norman made his annoyance clear, and Harry was feeling especially down, not knowing what he could do to mend things with his dad. It was actually Peter who extended the olive branch, attempting to talk Harry through his problems and offer support. From here, they slowly started to become closer friends, eventually living together as roommates. There's more to that story, but it's probably something we'll get into next video, and maybe even for Spider-Man 3, so we'll pause things here for now. In another training story, Peter mentions Flash Thompson's Spider Club.
I had this idea once for a new sport. Airboxing. Set up a giant trampoline and make bullets fight while bouncing through the air. $1 billion idea, right? Scrounged together some money, made a prototype, and talked to some guys from Flash's Spider-Man fan club into coming to test it out.
Obviously, the airboxing idea ended poorly, but the fan club was a fun mention. In the comics, Flash Thompson is Peter's school bully, but ironically, he's also a huge Spider-Man fan, going so far as to make his own fan club. Flash later joined the military, and it was Spider-Man's heroics that inspired him to push through a treacherous event to save the life of another soldier. Flash unfortunately lost his legs in the act, but this led him to become a test subject with the Venom symbiote. The result was that they bonded, together becoming Agent Venom. The next Peter story I have for you contains a fun nod to the first game.
Did I ever tell you about the time I chased Mysterio through Oscorp's Thanksgiving Day parade? Now that was a challenge. Point launching off giant balloons while dodging imaginary yet still terrifying winged baby demons? That'll put 3 hairs on your spider chest, I'll tell you what.
Winged baby demons? Actually sounds kinda dope.
The 3 spider hairs on your chest quote is a fun reference to the first game, where in it, Peter mentions having 3 hairs on his chest, and if you zoom in on the shirtless Spider-Man outfit, you can indeed see 3 small hairs on his chest. So it's funny that they're continuing the joke. Once you complete all the training missions, Peter will tell you the location of your final exam. This mission is very cool because it not only provides some lore, but is also very fun and creative. In it, Peter recounts his first fight against Vulture and allows you to live it yourself. So you'll fight hologram Vulture while he tells the story, which is just full of dramatic flair from Peter's voice actor Yuri Lowenthal.
I'll tell you what, Miles, this fight is hard.
Man, this fight is serious.
Please meddling, Spider-Man. Why won't you let me commit my senseless and crime to peace?
I feel like Pete's working out some stuff with this Vulture imitation.
I'm old! I'm old and I hate you! Get off my lawn! You've earned specials, casual racism that is not worth it to challenge me on!
Too real.
Have I told you I like Shakespeare? I love him! But I misquote Hamlet every time we fight and refuse to admit it! To be more like not that question!
Spider-Man villain's got some issues.
Catch, Spider-Man! Ah! It's clever because I don't want you to catch anything! No! No!
There's a second phase to the fight to spice things up as well, as Peter makes up an evil twin Vulture that joins the fight, based on how tough the battle felt for him.
No! You defeated my metaphorical brother! I'm metaphorically pissed, Spider-Man!
And I'm metaphorically loving this.
What kept me going? Seeing MJ and Harry in the courtyard cheering me on. They believed in me. So I did too.
I see what Pete's doing. Right with the message. Systematic structure.
If you're wondering, this wasn't how Peter's first fight with Vulture went in the comics. There, Vulture was an elusive thief that nobody saw coming, to the point nobody could even get a photo of him. For his next trick, he planned to steal a heavily guarded diamond in transit in an unpredictable way. He was so sure of himself that he even taunted the press and police about the upcoming heist. He actually pulled it off by grabbing the case from a manhole cover, knowing they'd be expecting him from above. It was thanks to Spider-Man that Vulture was caught, and as a bonus, Peter got pictures of Vulture during the event, which set his freelance photography career at the Daily Bugle in motion. So nothing involving the school like we see in the game, although I still like this variation of it. By the way, Purple Vulture also seems to just be an original creation for this moment and not a comic nod, although Vulture does have a brother in the comics. His name is Marcus Toombs, but he's not superpowered and, in general, not used very consistently from what I've found. For example, in one issue, we see a flashback of him where he's crippled and very upset at the world because of it. Then in a later Miles Morales comic, Hammerhead mentions being interrupted while trying to collect a debt from Vulture's brother. So he does exist, but I'm not sure what he's really been up to. Overall, the training missions in the final exam are not only fun, but they demonstrate how good of a teacher and mentor Peter is, with challenges that you can actually learn something from, both physically and mentally. I think that's important since it explains why Miles pitched the teaching career to Peter earlier, and it's something we'll revisit in the next game. But after completing the final exam, you're rewarded with the Spider-Man 2020 suit, which is based on a variant cover created by comic artist Raza. As far as some of the other side missions, they're a bunch connected to the Friendly Neighborhood app. As the name implies, these are mostly aimed at connecting you further with the neighborhood and the people within it. The first one you'll likely complete is for Teo's bodega after it's attacked by looters. Even worse, they stole Teo's cat, which is just downright dastardly, so we'll spend this mission tracking down the thieves. They're working on disabling power to a nearby bank, so we'll take them out stealthily and reignite the power. But really, I'm just here to retrieve the cat, who we soon learn has been stolen by some loser the subtitle tells us is named Derek. After we beat up Derek, we're free to reclaim Teo's cat, whose name is also Spider-Man, by the way, further driving home the idea that anyone, even pets, can wear the mask, and we bring him back to Teo. Just real quick, I was impressed at the level of detail Teo's bodega received. Not only are there a bunch of generic products scattered around that you can zoom in on and read, but the interior changes a bit too. When we first enter the bodega after the robbery, there's a ton of stuff on the floor and thrown around. Then by the time we return to drop off Spider-Cat, we see that Teo has already started to clean the place up. The floor is clear and we can explore further into the side area, where the cases have been lifted upright again, but are still smashed up. I know these aren't revolutionary details, but in most games you'd expect the layout to just remain in the robbed state. Instead, Insomniac spent extra time cleaning things up to showcase the passage of time, which subtly makes the area and mission feel more realistic. When we return back later, we'll even see the bodega back to its normal self. It's small touches like this that I'm really appreciating in this game. That's not the end of Spider-Cat either, since we'll later get another app request asking us to come back. This unlocks the Bodega Cat outfit, which is easily amongst my favorites in the game due to the extra details included. For starters, he'll peek in and out of the backpack randomly while we're traversing. There's also a photo mode selfie pose with him, exclusive to this suit. But my favorite detail is that in combat, there's an exclusive takedown animation utilizing him where he'll leap out and scratch an enemy. It's such a fun inclusion, so I found it especially interesting hearing from Insomniac how Bodega Cat came to be. Essentially, the Bodega was the first app mission outlined by Insomniac and started as just a Save the Cat style mission. In an interview with TheDirect.com, Brian Horton describes how the mission and outfit evolved from this point. We had a card up on the board and it just said, Save the Cat. We knew it was going to be a quest, and we knew it was going to be something small, but it doesn't mean a whole lot until you have a writer like Ben Arfman, our lead writer, who says, well, the cat's name is Spider-Man the Cat, and he's a bodega cat. And Evan Narcissus was like, you gotta have a bodega cat, and it's like, well, what if the cat was stolen? Okay, well, you need to bring him back. Well, he's gotta have a backpack. So when you get a cat in a backpack, and you're like, well, gosh, we have a cat in a backpack, well, that has to be a suit. So the guys go, can we make a suit about Spider-Man the Cat? And I go like, of course you can. And then the animator says, I did this thing where Spider-Man the Cat jumps out and assists Miles with a finishing move. Can we do that? And I go like, you better do that. This is another great example of Insomniac having fun with the game and embracing ideas and further iteration. It's definitely one of the most unique suits in the series and still remains a favorite of mine. The rest of the app missions are friendly neighborhood oriented too. We'll do things like take a selfie with a fan, help a feast truck out of the snow, and solve more robberies plaguing small businesses in the community. I should mention that retrieving pigeons for Howard is a returning mission, and one we'll discuss in the next game too. The Gloria mission I alluded to earlier is another app side mission where she tells us that Feast has been deemed unsafe by an inspector and that nobody is allowed inside, so this forces everyone to camp outside in the snow. Even though all of these quests may seem isolated in nature, there's actually an overarching villain to them, as we learn some unnamed crime boss is orchestrating these events. With everything going on between the Underground and Roxxon, the crime boss sees this as a good opportunity to stir things up undetected and gain some footing in the background. So throughout these missions, we'll foil these schemes and slowly learn their motives. Eventually, someone reaches out with a lead on this crime boss. Our lead is actually from Haley, the deaf mural artist from earlier in the game. Something cool I want to point out about this interaction is that it's another example of Insomniac going to greater lengths for authenticity. They created new technology for accurate finger motion capture, and they hired ASL consultants and motion capture actors fluent in sign language to perform the movements. That includes Miles, and it's one of the few times where Najee Jeter only provided the voiceover for Miles. Even more interesting is that they had the actors sign in ways that would seem appropriate for the characters, such as Haley being more practiced, so she signs very accurately, where Miles is more of a novice, so he signs in a way that more resembles a beginner. To give you a better idea, here's some of the cutscene.
Genki said you could help me find the guys messing with Harlem? You followed them? It's dangerous. And brave. I'll go there. Try to shut them down.
We next follow up on our lead, which brings us to a hideout. Genki helps us break into the computer with the password Vanessa, and discovers the mysterious crime boss is Wilson Fisk, the Kingpin.
What is this? Who are you?
Oh, crap.
Fisk?
A child playing dress-up, pretending to be Spider-Man.
I can sever the connection from here. Just keep him talking.
Fisk, I stop what you're doing in Harlem. You're done in my neighborhood.
Your neighborhood? How touching. You'll learn that when you cross me, the people you want to protect are the ones who suffer.
I love that Insomniac brought Fisk back for the side mission, and I hope it's teasing his return in a future game. I also like that it highlights the kind of pull Fisk has. Even behind bars, he's still finding ways to manipulate the city. This is true to the comics, since he's been known to mastermind from prison. The art book provides another interesting behind-the-scenes tidbit where it stated that Fisk originally wasn't planned to be the big bad for the side mission. Originally, it just would have been Roxxon again, but Insomniac felt that it was stepping on the catharsis of stopping them in the main story. At that point, they decided to use Fisk instead. I'm really glad they did because it works so much better, and more Roxxon probably would have just felt redundant. Continuing forward, even though we've discovered Fisk's plan, he's not retreating and instead mounts an attack on the park where Haley's at. We'll stop the attack, at which point Haley returns to thank us. She gifts Miles her scarf and some winter accessories so he'll stay warm, and you can tell there's a bit of chemistry between the two of them.
I doubt that. Bye, Haley.
The radioactive spider bite also has the side effect of making you a ladies' man apparently, as we've seen with Peter and Miles now. But we'll see how this relationship progresses in the next game. From here though, Haley's winter accessories form a new outfit for us, and I like that it's reminiscent of a winter outfit that Peter had in the comics as well. Regardless, this suit ended up being a surprise favorite of mine, since it feels so on brand with the winter theme, and I like that it still incorporates Miles' iconic suit. So it feels like another part of Miles' suit evolution throughout this game, as we've now become even more of a friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. That sentiment will carry even further once we complete all the app missions. We'll be given one final request called Thank You Spider-Man. This takes us to a Black Lives Matter mural, which was designed by Insomniac QA Natasha Lee Hooker. When we arrive at the location, we find a postcard reading, "Proud to have a Spidey like you. Thanks for having our backs. Your friendly neighborhood allies." They also left a gift, which is a black and gold variant of Miles' iconic suit, which looks really cool, especially the way the camera pans to frame Miles alongside the mural. I thought this was a really touching way to end such a community-based series of missions, since it's heartwarming both in-game and in its relation to real-world problems. Unsurprisingly, Insomniac received some flack for this upon release, as some players felt it was going too political, but I like how lead art director Jason Hickey describes their decision to implement it.
There's two choices you have with something like a Black Lives Matter mural, is you either put it in or you don't, and either one of them can be seen as a political statement. We are representing New York, and you can't represent New York in 2020 without putting that in the game. It's just it's an omission. But it was a really positive thing, and the people who were involved in it, I think, are really proud of their work, and they got to represent their own communities. So it was a really fantastic experience, sort of beginning to end.
I agree. I think it would have felt like an omission to not include Black Lives Matter somewhere in this game, so I'm happy to see it here, and I think it was integrated in a meaningful way. But next, let's pick up where we left off with the Prowler side mission, the one where we find matching audio samples in the environment. Each location Aaron sends us to has meaning to it, and hearing his stories was what I enjoyed most about this mission chain.
You don't know this, but your dad and I grew up not far from here, before we moved to Brooklyn in high school. Hearing the clatter of the wheels, the squealing when the trains turn or stop, always makes me think of me and your dad's late night talks. Mostly about what we wanted to be when we grew up. I wanted to be a space alien. Your dad's dream changed. Doctor, firefighter, social worker. But he always wanted to help people.
Yeah, sounds like Dad.
After I started calling myself the Prowler, met my first client right under this sign. Neon flag's hard to miss, and the crowd makes it easy to blend in. She wanted me to steal a painting. I looked across the square and saw your dad looking back at me. He never said anything, just turned and left. He didn't know everything, just that I was a thief. That was enough. I think he saw where we were headed long before I did.
If he would have tried to act right sooner, he would have forgiven you. I know he would have.
Client I met here used to take the ferry over from Jersey. Working for him was good money, till he got busted. He's how your dad found out about the Prowler. Not that it was me, but that a thief was making it big in New York, and your dad volunteered for the case. I could feel him closing in. I had to try and guess which would be worse. I told him. But he caught me.
That'd be me. I don't know what I'd do.
I like how Miles ponders what he'd do in that situation, since he struggled with a similar dilemma in the comics on whether to tell his dad about being Spider-Man or not. In the case of Aaron, though, we know he eventually told Jefferson the truth, and still struggles with whether or not it was the right call. I personally think it was, since Jefferson totally would have caught him otherwise. As far as this side quest, it's cool hearing Aaron recount all these memories of his life with Jefferson, on them growing up together, and where their individual choices took them. Aaron's voice actor, Ike Amati, does a great job too, since you can feel the fondness in his voice over the happy memories, and the regret that he harbors for the bad ones. It's a very personal side quest to Aaron, and it's nice to get in his head a bit. It adds even more depth to him, so I think the side quest was a solid execution on Insomniac's part. Well, to a degree, because we still need to hear the finalized beat that we've created. But first, once we get all the samples, Aaron will send us to one final location. When we arrive, we learn it's his hidden lair, which is pretty cool, so let's check it out. On his desk, we can find a packing slip from Roxxon. The recipient is listed as John Doe, a very common anonymous alias, so you know they were up to some shady business. The order date is November 1st, 2018, so a couple years before the events of this game. The first game, however, took place around late October 2018 to early November, so this packing slip overlaps those events. Jefferson died a week before Halloween, so I think this is meant to suggest that Aaron remained Prowler for at least a week after Jefferson's death before choosing to retire. His retirement seems to coincide with Dr. Octopus releasing the Devil's Breath into the city, which also occurred on November 1st. Another thing that stands out to me on the slip is the customer ID number 051963. I believe this is a nod back to Spider-Man issue 2, which released in May 1963. The cover is a vulture, but the last half of the issue is another story that features the first appearance of the Tinkerer, which may not be too important to Prowler, but it is for this game. As far as the items that are ordered, they're listed as targeting calibration system, aviation kerosene, flex steel polymer lining, 5.56 ammo, and something called Drone 6 Master Interface. That last one appears to be of special importance since it's circled red, it's the only one with next day shipping, it's not on back order, and the item number starts with VI instead of ROX. I couldn't find a comic company with VI as initials, so I'm not sure what that's a nod to unless it's just a Roxxon subsidiary. I'm honestly not sure what the Drone Master interface is meant to be either. I feel like there's something obvious I'm missing here, so I'm happy to hear your thoughts in the comments, but my current guess is that it's just for some of Aaron's hologram tech or something he can use to monitor the city. We can see he's been doing just that, as one of his computer monitors seems to show surveillance footage. My guess is he's hacked into Oscorp surveillance software since we see their logo, and the main camera looks to be pointed at their courtyard. These small series of screens are labeled by room, such as Archives, Lab 1, Offices 1, etc. This could suggest that Prowler is either spying on Oscorp, maybe for Roxxon, or monitoring the events of the last game, since this is where the climax of the story came to a head, although that was beyond November 1st. Or he was hired by Oscorp for security before he retired. My personal guess is that he's either spying on them for Roxxon, and or he's casing the building for a heist, since robbing Oscorp was what he did in his first appearance in the Ultimate Comics and how Miles got the spider bite. Looking around some more, Aaron also has a board on the wall featuring images of the Inner Demons Gang, Electro, and a map regarding Devil's Breath, which we saw MJ claim from Fisk in the first game. It makes sense that he'd be tracking the Inner Demons, but the rest I think just suggests he was monitoring the events of the first game. Behind the Devil's Breath image is a list titled Waiting for Reply, with Oscorp Research and Development being the only visible one crossed off. We can't see the other names unfortunately, so I'm not sure what he was reaching out for. R&D to me suggests he's looking for more tech parts or jobs, but I'm really just speculating. There's also a golden dragon statue on his desk. Miles comments on it, saying that his mom bought it for Aaron at a flea market as an inside joke, but Miles can't remember what the joke was. It's a strange thing to have Miles comment on because it feels like the game is calling attention to it, like there's maybe some Easter egg tied to it. I've seen people online speculate that it's a reference to Fin Fang Foom, a dragon in the comics, since there's an issue where he's trapped in a statue. It may not be off base since there are some potential similarities. So in those comics, we see the statue in a curio shop. One customer in particular, Billy, is drawn to the statue, feeling that something about it speaks to him. While in the shop, Billy feels compelled to steal the statue and run away with it, which he does. Things only get worse from here as the statue reveals itself to be alive and it merges with Billy. They form a monstrous dragon-human hybrid and start rampaging through the city. Iron Man defeats the creature, but soon after, a bunch of lizards rush over to merge with it. This causes Fin Fang Foom to emerge in his true form. Foom and Iron Man continue to fight, but it's ultimately thanks to the link Billy still shares with Foom that he is defeated, since Billy uses the only hold he has on the creature to sacrifice them both. As far as how this relates to the game, I can see some possible similarities. Similar to a curio shop, it was found in a flea market, and perhaps Rio felt compelled to get the statue for Aaron, a thief like Billy. However, do I think we'll see Foom in this series? No, not really. I think at best this could be a nod to Foom in those comics, but more likely, I think he's here more as an example of a happy memory that Aaron holds on to relating to Rio and Jefferson. Aaron also likes dragons, since he has graffiti of one in here too. Either way, it's a cool little addition to the lair. As we explore further, we can find Aaron's workbench filled with all sorts of Prowler gear that he's been tinkering with. Across from that is his mixing station for beats, and I thought it was funny that he also has a shelf full of the Christmas albums you select in Miles' apartment, but it's mostly just a ton of duplicates. I guess Aaron's an avid collector. Another interesting find here is this dog statue. This is a comic character named Lockjaw, a teleporting dog and member of the Inhumans. Lockjaw's statue was in the first game as a replacement for the Wall Street Bull, since Insomniac couldn't get permission to use it. Lockjaw is still there in this game too, but it seems Aaron has a Lockjaw souvenir of his own as well. Continuing further, Aaron also has an area dedicated to working out, and I like how in the concept art for the hideout you can see Aaron using the punching bag. In the art book, they write that they actually went back and forth a lot on whether or not to use this lair, which surprised me because it's such a fun location to walk through, but I suppose it's not totally necessary when you're prioritizing development resources. Then lastly, and certainly least, we find a locker that can be opened using the completed beat that we've compiled.
Use the sounds.
I know that beat gets a lot of hate, but I don't think it gets enough. I'm sure Aaron thought he was cooking here, but he actually just left the gas on, because this stinks. In all seriousness, I get what Insomniac was going for by trying to synergize Miles' love for music, the neighborhood, and his family all into one side mission. I like the concept, but unfortunately the beat just doesn't really work the way they hoped. The reward is the real highlight though, a Prowler-styled spider suit made by Aaron.
Hey kid, hope the suit fits. You asked why me and your dad stopped talking. He was investigating the Prowler. It led him to my clients, people like Simon Krieger, Wilson Fisk. Dad couldn't afford to make enemies like that, not with you and Rio in the picture. So I told him. Hoped he'd back off, and he did. For good. He didn't want me around. Didn't want you to turn out like me. Hope this suit helps you be better. Take care, Spider-Man.
Thank you, Uncle Aaron, for everything.
This game has a great collection of alternate outfits, but this is probably my most used suit. It looks awesome, and it helps that I really like Prowler in this universe. So I thought this was a fitting end to Aaron's side quests, and I'm hopeful that he'll return in a future game. We're not quite done talking about the Davis brothers though, since there's another family side quest via Rio. To trigger it, we head back to the apartment to get some rest. We can explore the apartment some more and see that it's evolved once again, to highlight the acceptance of Miles' Spider-Man identity. His suit is now displayed openly and proudly in the room along with his other spider projects. Compared to the beginning of the game, his room feels like it totally matches his personality now. There's a sense of freedom to it, which I'm sure matches how Miles currently feels. In the rest of the apartment, we can see that Miles' graduation photo with Rick and Phin is now placed on the fireplace mantle alongside Jefferson, as a nice little memorial to them all. From here, we'll take a nap, and after a long sleep, Miles wakes up with a note from Rio. It's Miles' birthday, and she set up a scavenger hunt across the city, and each point has a meaningful reward attached to it, a recorded message from Jefferson.
Hey, big man. Happy birthday.
Oh my god. Dad.
Scavenger hunt seemed like a fun way to celebrate 16. Tour down memory lane. Remember that summer you and Phin forced me to take you to the museum every weekend? Here's a secret. I love those trips. Used to be I felt guilty you didn't have any siblings. Things with your uncle are tough now, but I would have never made it to 18 without him. Anytime I'd see you with Phin, I'd feel less guilty. You have a sister. Her. With Phin, and now Genki, you'll always have family in your life.
Love you lots, big man. See you at the next clip.
Wow.
Hearing Jefferson again gets me a little choked up too, because I know it must be really special for Miles. It's also so tragic hearing him talk about Phin being a sister and knowing how things ended. Miles calls Rio afterward, and she tells us that Jefferson had set this up prior to his death, so she saved it for the occasion. It's a bittersweet side quest because it's nice hearing Jefferson and hearing his stories at various locations, but it's also a sad reminder of what was lost. We learned some interesting details here though, such as Jefferson's side of discovering Aaron as the Prowler.
Spent half my youth at CODBs with your uncle. Every musician we loved played at this cramped little stage. Aaron even got up there once himself. Didn't do half bad either. When he finally told me about his night job, this is where he took me, to soften the blow. But it poisoned the place for me. Never took you here because of it. I regret that. You'd love it, just like I did. So, how about this? Find a show you want to see. Anything, my treat. We'll come out here and your old man will show you how he used to bust a move. Next clue's all yours, Miles.
Dad was gonna bring me to a show. Man, I need a minute after hearing that.
One of the locations Jefferson takes us contains an obscure comic reference, Lobster Bill's, which is a favorite restaurant of his. Lobster Bill is a character from a New Mutants comic series called Fallen Angels. There, we're introduced to Bill and his brother Don. Bill is the green one and Don is blue, but they're also joined by a human named Gomi. Their origins are that they're all organisms with cybernetic enhancements. Gomi's cousin and a friend got a research grant to do some experiments. They invited Gomi to join them because essentially they saw him as someone they could take advantage of for free labor. Gomi is also a nickname given by them which means trash in Japanese. Their first experiments were on lobsters, which is how we have Bill and Don, who gain super strength. They also experimented on Gomi, giving him telekinetic abilities. Funding was eventually lost, and the cousin and friend fled elsewhere, while Gomi and the lobsters were found by the Fallen Angels group and recruited. Something else of note is that in their debut issue, they all walk into a seafood restaurant which the team uses as a portal to their hideout, although regular patrons still access the restaurant as normal. So perhaps Lobster Bill's restaurant could work for them in a similar way. Either way, Lobster Bill's is another fun comic Easter egg. Continuing on, the last stop on the scavenger hunt gives Miles a flashback to a happier time.
So many memories.
And so we come to the end. C.J. Walker Park. Remember when we played ball here in the summers? Your uncle showed you how to take it to the rack. Well, I demonstrated how to throw it down with authority. Don't think I'll ever forget watching you and Phin trying to alley-oop to your mom. This place reminds me that as crazy as life gets, only one thing really matters. The people you love. You, your mom, Phin, Genki, even your uncle. Keep the folks you care about close to your heart, and you'll never go wrong. Happy birthday, big man. You are my reason for being brave.
I love the music in the background too. It really elevates the sentimental emotion. I really like the side quest in general, since it further enhances our connection to Jefferson and the rest of the family, and it's another good example of Jefferson's lingering impact on the series. I think this mission helped me feel the tragedy of Phin a bit more too, since her fallout with Miles mirrors the one between Jefferson and Aaron. So it makes sense that Aaron and Miles would patch things up, because they both lost their respective siblings, so coming together feels a bit like rectifying those relationships. I still don't feel connected to Phin and Rick even remotely close to how I do with Jefferson and Aaron, but I can at least appreciate the roles that they play a bit more now. Just as a side note, I like how Insomniac nailed the emotional aspect of these side missions. Usually I'd be saying that I want more comic book villain side missions that result in some kind of boss fight, like Tombstone in the last game. But I'm surprised at how much I'm invested in these more personal journeys, and I think that fits with the themes of this Miles Morales game. It was probably a bit risky for Insomniac, since if the emotion didn't land, then I'd probably be quite bored during these missions, so I want to compliment Insomniac's ability to make them feel worthwhile. The last of these more personal missions is related to Phin, where we find the rest of the time capsules around the city. There are some Easter eggs within them as well. For example, this concert ticket for a Dazzler and Lila Cheney show. Both of them are popular mutant musicians, even intergalactically, as we've seen referenced in the incredible Guardians of the Galaxy game. There are a couple of other references on this ticket, such as STM-232. The letters must be backwards because when you flip them, you get Marvel Tales Spider-Man 232, which features Dazzler. AL-130 I think is meant to be X-Men issue 130, Dazzler's first appearance, with the AL portion being the first two letters of her name, Allison Blair. The concert also takes place at a venue called The Deep End, which is a fun callback to a collectible in the first game, which was Harry's VIP pass to the club. We can find the club's location out in the city as well. In another capsule, there's a mention of Thor.
We always wonder what stuff like Thor's hammer was made of, and invented our own imaginary elements to explain it.
This could be a nod to Thor's hammer being made of Uru metal in the comics, which itself is of course a fictional metal. Another capsule contains a mini Wakandan flag, with Wakanda being the fictional country and home of Black Panther. Probably the funniest capsule is this one showing a man in a giant wheel, which is meant to be Finn's creation of a vehicle you could use on the moon. However, this is really a nod to the villain Big Wheel from the comics, who pretty much looks just like this. It's even the Tinkerer who makes the big wheel for him. In another capsule, we find a book titled America's Untold Truth by Ezekiel Pendragon. I don't think the author is a reference, although it could just be something going over my head, but on the back of the book there are a couple of nods for sure. The first is a review quote by Ben Urich, who in the comic is an ace reporter and investigator for the Daily Bugle. At the bottom left is a logo for Arfman Publishing, a reference to Ben Arfman, the lead writer for the game. We can also find 2 visitor passes for Project Pegasus, and in the comics, it's a research center for unusual energy, but it's also been used as a superhuman prison. We've even seen it referenced in the first Avengers movie through S.H.I.E.L.D. as part of a division where they studied the Tesseract. When we find all the capsules, Miles will call Genki to discuss his thoughts on it all. What's interesting though is that depending on whether you complete this mission before or after Finn's death, he'll have different lines. Here's what he says if she's dead.
Hey, remember those time capsules I told you Finn and I hid?
Trying to get some work done?
I found them. And, whew, talk about a head trip.
Yeah, I bet that'd be intense now.
I wanted to bury them in Prospect Park, but it was her idea to put them around the city. She always tried to push me out of my comfort zone.
What do you think she would have said to you now that you found them?
Good job, but I would have found them faster.
I like her taking the opportunity to dunk on you.
That's how she wanted.
So a somewhat mournful conversation. Here's the alternate version if you find them before her death.
Hey man, I don't think I ever told you about the time capsules me and Finn hid around the city. Anyway, I just found them all. It really threw me for a loop.
Oh, were they foreshadowing your present situation?
No, it just reminded me how simple we thought the world was.
Ah.
I was jealous of how planned out she had her life. First, she'd solve global warming, then world hunger. Next was curing cancer, and before she retired, communicate with aliens.
I don't think any plan you had would have included you getting nipped by a genetically engineered spider.
Yeah. Guess things are different now for the both of us.
Quite different, so it's really cool that Insomniac recorded these variations depending on when you complete the mission. As far as some of the more general side missions, Hideouts return from the first game, where we can infiltrate Roxxon or underground bases. Beyond just stealth and combat, there's also some decent lore depth to them. Starting with the underground, we can fight to take control over bases that they've stolen from other gangs. For example, we can find one that used to belong to the Inner Demons, another that was once the Magia's counterfeiting hideout, and lastly one belonging to Tombstone. This one is especially creepy since there are a bunch of mannequins at the beginning just randomly hanging around. Then as we're leaving, we find that they've moved forward. An enemy breaks through them shortly after, but I have a strange feeling she didn't silently move those mannequins for a grand entrance. So yeah, this base is totally haunted and or possessed. But anyway, I like how each base was originally a different gangs. It not only provides some continuity to the first game, but it also shows the aspirations of the underground and how they managed to acquire tech and money so rapidly. But as we complete each underground hideout, we'll also speak with Danica Hart, the new podcaster competing for airwaves against Jameson. We haven't really talked about them much, so let's do that real quick. So unfortunately, I personally think the podcasts are a step down this time around. To start, I'm not really a fan of Danica, who's here to be the exact opposite of Jameson, young, positive, and morally correct. She's always cheering on Spider-Man and is in general a very optimistic presence. I get the idea behind her inclusion, and I don't dislike her as a person, but I have to admit I never enjoyed it when she randomly came on air. I think there are a couple reasons why. The first is that a lot of the time she's just rehashing things I already know, without really adding any extra substance. The other is I just don't get any entertainment value from her. Perhaps it's that she's just too good of a person. There's no real depth, and the result is that she's kind of dull. Jameson by comparison is still entertaining, but doesn't feel as strong this time around himself. I think Danica's presence takes some of the punch away from him since his criticisms are no longer the only opinion out there. In the last game, Jameson being the main media source, constantly thrashing Spider-Man made that opinion feel even more impactful, because you imagine the rest of the city accepting it and allowing him to tarnish Spider-Man's reputation. Danica deflates that a bit, but even just more generally, I didn't find Jameson to be as much fun to listen to this time. I think he's enjoyable as a big personality, but my problem is that he's starting to come across as overly cartoonish, and Insomniac are getting dangerously close to overdoing this okay boomer kind of shtick for his comedy. Even still, he has some fun episodes, and I'm still interested enough to tune in when he airs. But to give you a better idea of what I'm talking about, here's some examples from both podcasts.
They tried. They tried to silence me. Tried to kill me. Who? Whoever engineered Rhino's escape and sent him careening through my studio right in the middle of recording my charity Christmas special. Think of the children. And think of me. Because J. Jonah Jameson refuses to be silenced. So in my tireless mission to bring you just the facts, I'm holding my nose. And broadcasting from my producer Jared's disgusting hovel of a studio apartment that he shares with... how many others? 5? Good Lord, Jared, when I was your age, I owned a 2-bedroom on the Upper West Side. Your generation. I swear. Anyway, if you are wondering who arranged Rhino's escape and pointed him right at your favorite truth speaker, witnesses on the ground are saying both Spider-Men showed up at the exact moment Rhino broke free. Coincidence? I think not. The way I see it, Roxxon Plaza's a Christmas gift for the people of Harlem and all of New York. I understand some folks fear change, but it's a good thing. Take it from J. Jonah Jameson. Jared, not 3 sugars, not 1 sugar! Tahoo sugars! For 40 years, it's been Tahoo sugars! Never do this to me again!
Y'all, I want to say that it is a damn good thing we have the new Spider-Man. That's right, no censoring. That is how real we're getting. Recently, a woman from Harlem was kidnapped. Before the PDNY had even tracked her as missing, Spider-Man found her. Harlem's going through a rough patch since Roxxon moved in. I hope that having Spider-Man on their side gives them a little hope this holiday season. Listeners, give Spider-Man a shout out from me on your favorite social and donate to Rio Morales' campaign if you're into saving the neighborhood from corporate takeover. And remember, clean your dryer filter after every load. Goodbye. Hey, my buds, my dudes, my gal pals. As if New York wasn't exciting enough during the holidays, there is now a tropical storm/hurricane creeping its way up the coast. Oh yeah, just like that movie where the boat gets flipped over by a big wave, you know? Oh, sorry, spoilers. Anyway, if this storm hits, a lot of people are gonna need help. So now's a great time to donate to your local shelter. Till next time, remember to check your credit score annually. You get 1 free report per year, so be responsible. Goodbye.
I do, however, enjoy Danica more during the Hideout missions. Since she's not on air and is just talking to us normally, she feels more like a real person, since I think she comes across as a bit artificial to me in her podcast episodes.
Hey, question. Where'd the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man thing come from?
My message came up with it.
I like it. I mean, at first I thought it was kind of cornball, but now I like it.
Thanks? This may be off topic, but do you have like a sound guy to write your intro music?
I dated a guy for like half a minute, and he was nice enough to write my stinger before we broke up.
Oh, if you ever need someone who mixes beats, I know a guy.
That would be amazing, because I am totally tone deaf.
I should also mention that Danica is a character from the comics. There, she's not a podcaster, but instead a YouTuber focusing on Miles' Spider-Man. She grows attached to him after one of his battles where his costume gets torn and everyone can see that he's a person of color underneath the suit. Danica is especially gleeful about this detail, but Miles is conflicted, not wanting to be known as Black Spider-Man. Regardless, Danica pretty much falls in love with Spider-Man from here, referring to herself as Spider-Man's soon-to-be wife, and she gets into ranty arguments with commenters about him. Even if she's going off the deep end at times, I honestly find that to still be entertaining, so I actually might have preferred the game stay closer to this characterization. I think I'd find her episodes more fun to listen to if she was simping over Miles or arguing commenters in an exaggerated manner, all while still being a supporter in contrast to Jameson. But that's just me. Something else interesting about her in the comics, though, is that she actually ends up dating Genki. It begins at a time when Miles goes missing, causing Genki to turn to Danica in hopes that her and her audience could help find him. Through this, Genki and Danica meet up and chat together, which eventually blossoms into a relationship. In the game, I found it interesting that Genki is the one who introduces us to Danica at the beginning of the side mission, so I can't help but wonder if the game will lead them into a similar relationship. But we'll have to wait and see on that one. From here, though, after clearing all the underground hideouts, Miles and Danica locate an old workshop of Phin's. Miles finds a programmable matter mask and uses it to craft his own suit. It's another really cool one, and it's a fitting reward for this quest. The Roxxon bases are really interesting and distinct too. Where the underground was outdoors, Roxxon has us stealthing through claustrophobic interiors. I really like the lighting and design of Roxxon's buildings, by the way, since it feels so bleak and intimidating. In the art book, there are some interesting quotes about how they designed Roxxon's interiors. To start, senior lighting artist Ed Ruiz states, "Roxxon is pure corporate evil. The lighting we chose enhances that idea. It's cold and corporate inside their bases, with chilly fluorescence and red neon to make it as uninviting as possible." Art director Jason Hickey adds, "I wanted to make it so that even the people who work for Roxxon are made to feel uncomfortable. Every time an environment artist added a cup of coffee or a chair, I'd say take that out. These people should stand, work with their backs towards the center of the room, and be constantly monitored by cameras." They definitely succeed in that uncomfortable corporate setting. We get a further taste of the terrible work conditions when we find recordings from Simon Krieger. These shine a light on how awful a person he is, and here are a couple examples.
Roxxon Rockstars, how cool does it feel to be building the future every single day? Huh? Well, it'll feel a lot less cool if we get shut down because of an ill-timed leak. Information security is vital to our survival, so from here on out, we'll need all employees to surrender phones, laptops, any other communication devices upon entry. Cool? Good. Remember, we're here for you.
I enjoyed the gameplay of the Roxxon hideouts too. I found the Roxxon enemies to be even more difficult compared to the underground gang, since Roxxon soldiers have weapons that can temporarily nullify our venom powers. I didn't realize how reliant I was on them until they were restricted for a few seconds, so you're really put to the test against these enemies, which I like. I also found it interesting in the art book where it describes and shows a cut Roxxon heavy soldier. Here's the quote. "At one point there was going to be a heavy class in the Roxxon faction. Bomb squads and underslung weapons were referenced to show the level of protection and extra weight this enemy would be carrying." They don't say why the enemy was cut, but my assumption was that it was unnecessary since the shield enemies are already quite a nuisance. Still, it's really cool to see. That pretty much covers the side missions in this game, so next let's turn our attention to the open world as a whole. Just like in the last game, there are some fun missable details. To start, there were a couple of notable story locations from the first game that I wanted to revisit. The first is City Hall, where Jefferson was killed. In the first game, if you return to this location later, a plaque of Jefferson can be found at the entrance steps. When we return in this game, it's been updated pretty significantly. Now there are obelisks in place to honor everyone who died during the event, the centermost one being for Jefferson Davis. On a similar note, we can head to the cemetery and find Aunt May and Uncle Ben's graves again, like in the first game. However, we can also find Jefferson's grave in the same cemetery and pay our respects.
Miss you, Dad.
The achievement notification kind of ruins the moment a bit, but continuing on, while we're on the topic of memorials, there's a sweet one at Mick's Diner. You might recall this location in the first game as a meeting place between Peter and MJ, and it included a Stan Lee cameo. Stan has since passed, and Insomniac placed a memorial statue here to commemorate him. The text on the bottom of the statue reads, "Dedicated with love to the man who nourished the hearts, minds, and souls of true believers everywhere, Excelsior." I thought this was a very touching memorial and inclusion by Insomniac. Another inclusion I wanted to check out was the top of the Oscorp building, which got pretty torn up as part of our climactic battle against Otto Octavius. Revisiting it in this game, we'll find that it's still in the process of being repaired. Speaking of Otto, let's also check out what happened to his lab after the first game's main story. In the DLC, we can see that it's boarded up with police tape on the door. Things are a bit different in Miles' game, since the police tape is now on the ground and there's graffiti all over the walls. Something else I found interesting about this spot is that in the art book, it stated that Insomniac had bigger set dressing plans for it at one point. It's mentioned that the team didn't know what to do with Octavius Industries, but they had an idea that maybe people would worship him with shrines. We can see an example in this concept, although it's a bit small. The art book tells us that the idea was cut because it just didn't work, and as intriguing of an idea as it is, I agree, I think it's a bit too much for a small Easter egg. You'd probably have to establish a cult around him or have some sort of story significance built up to go along with this idea. So yeah, probably a good cut, but still interesting to look at. Continuing our exploration, we discussed the vast majority of landmark locations in the first game, so I won't spend too much time rehashing them here, but there were a couple that I wanted to revisit to see if there are any changes to them. For starters, I went back to Josie's Bar, a common hangout for Daredevil, and although there's nothing too notable about it, I like that it features some festive decorations this time around. Speaking of Daredevil, I also wanted to check out the law office of Nelson and Murdoch. Not much is different, just a pitiful little Christmas tree outside the doors, which I assume highlights how broke they likely are. On the flip side, Doctor Strange's Sanctum Sanctorum is quite spruced up, with a giant wreath and some garland around the window trim. It looks pretty nice. My favorite of the holiday updates, though, is Jessica Jones' apartment and business place, Alias Investigations. In the last game, we could find the half-assed cardboard sign she put in the window, a nice nod to her careless attitude and lack of money. In this game, it's been changed slightly. Underneath the logo of the sign, she's written Season's Closings instead of Season's Greetings, again very on theme with her attitude. There's also a bottle of liquor in the window, probably as a nod to her hard-drinking character trait, although I can't imagine she'd leave a full bottle outside like this. That's valuable. I really like this update to her landmark though, and it's funny how just a couple of items can tell you so much about a character. I also wonder if she's closed up shop because she doesn't want to be bothered, or if she's on a job. There is an eviction notice on the door that's been there since last game, but I don't know if it's related to her or just random set dressing. Either way, although we probably won't see her cameo in a future game, I really hope we do because she'd be a lot of fun to see in this universe, especially given how she's investigated Miles in the comics before. I think she could fit somewhere. Luke Cage too, since I consider him to be the original hero of Harlem. But while we're discussing the open world, there are some fun things out in the city that I just want to mention, such as how we can still find black cat graffiti on buildings, like one over a fashion store, almost like it's marked for theft. There were a couple of store names I thought were fun nods to other properties too, like Trust Us League, with the iconography heavily resembling the Justice League. There's also Tomb Raider, surely a bookstore, but it sounds very much like Tomb Raider, the popular gaming series. There's also the Truman Bar, which I assume is a reference to the bar of the same name in the Truman Show movie. We can also find a building for Smythe International, which I'm sure is a nod to the Smythe family in the comics. Spencer Smythe created the Spider Slayer, a robot built to defeat Spider-Man. Spencer even convinced Jameson to pilot it against him. Later in the series, Spencer's son, Alastair Smythe, carried on his father's legacy of trying to kill Spider-Man using new and improved Slayers. Lastly, there's a building for Horizon, which is Horizon Labs in the comics. Horizon is a think tank for the creation of advanced technology, and Peter even worked there for a time with his own private lab. This last one is probably a reach, but we can find shipping and delivery services with the name Minotaur on them. Minotaur is a villain and businessman in the comics, as well as CEO of Roxxon. I'm not sure if the game is referencing him specifically, but I figured I'd mention it just in case. Continuing forward, let's next check out the remaining unlockable outfits. First up is the tracksuit, which is an original creation for the game and was designed in collaboration with comic book artist Javier Garron, who's done cover art for various Miles Morales comics. The art book shows an in-depth concept for the suit and states that, quote, they referenced athletic wear that would give Miles a sleek look and used aggressive lines to imply a sense of speed. I think it's a good suit and definitely gives off a sportier vibe to go along with the name. Next up is the homemade suit, which is pretty much as it sounds. This is based on a flashback comic where in Spider-Man Annual 1, Aaron gifts Miles $500 for his birthday. Miles goes to a clothes shop with friends and tries on this outfit when an attack occurs, so he uses it as a makeshift supersuit. I also can't help but feel like it's reminiscent of Peter's homemade suit in the first Spider-Man movie, or maybe his Ultimate Spider-Man wrestler outfit, so I like to think of this suit as Miles' version of those, although I will add that I think Miles' homemade suit look is the coolest. Another neat outfit is the strike suit designed by Dave Rapaza. He's tweeted about this suit and its inspiration, stating that it was based off of the series Kamen Rider. In the first game, Peter also had a Kamen Rider inspired suit, so it's cool that Miles gets one as well. The next is another one of my personal favorites, the Crimson Cowl suit. I think I just like the hooded Miles designs, but Crimson Cowl is an interesting choice because the title has belonged to other comic characters before. For example, Justine Hammer in the Thunderbolts comics. But I think the most notable Crimson Cowl was actually Ultron. He used this moniker to mysteriously conceal his true identity before making the big reveal. To my knowledge, Miles hasn't used this suit before in the comics, so this is more of an original look for him. Still, I like the design in the game, and I think the connection to the comics boosts its appeal for me. However, the description for the art book states that Insomniac referenced real-world items like training gear for running and boxing for the design. I definitely see the boxing inspiration, almost like it's what he would wear as he approaches the ring. So yeah, overall, a really excellent suit. While we're on the topic of the hooded designs, let's also check out the 2099 suit, another one of my go-tos. This look is based on the comics, this time a variant cover of Miles Morales issue 12 by Lee Garbett. I especially love the glowing eyes, and the way the spider logo is reminiscent of the one on Miguel O'Hara's Spider-Man 2099 suit. Probably the most unique suit in the game is the one that's associated with the Into the Spider-Verse movie. It looks great on its own, but what really puts it over the top are the filters you can apply through the suit mods, which makes it visually move the same way as the movie, like every action skips a frame. It's executed very well, and the frame movement feels exactly like the movie. You can also equip a visor mod called Bam Pow Wham, which adds those classic old school style hit exclamation effects when you attack enemies. I also like that these mods can be applied to the other suits if you want to play around with those effects further. Similar to the movie suit is one called the Animated Suit. This features stylish cell shading and is reportedly based on Miles' appearances in the Ultimate Spider-Man animated series. This suit looks great too and is really striking amongst the more realistic New York. Next up is the End Suit. This is based on a comic issue of the same name. In it, we're taken to the future to see an older Miles Morales leading a group of civilians against the end of the world. Older Miles dons this suit, and I think it's a pretty solid design, like he's an underground fighter. Although I'm glad Insomniac omitted the belly that he has throughout the comic. This next one I don't have a whole lot to say about, but it's the Advanced Tech suit, another original design for the game with an armored style. It's a decent looking suit, and I suppose it's fitting that Miles would have an armored suit after Peter designed one for himself to fight Ock. The last couple are more academic themed, the first of which is the Brooklyn Visions Academy suit. I don't have a whole lot to say about this one either, but it features a blue blazer and a backpack similar to what Miles wears in the Into the Spider-Verse movie. I had fun using this one during Peter's training missions especially, since that felt like Miles attending Spider-Man class. Similarly is the suit you unlock in New Game Plus. It's the actual Spider training suit, and it's the makeshift look we saw Miles wear at the end of the first game's DLC. The last bit of extra content I want to look at in this section is the social media tab. Like in the first game, you can pull up a social media feed to see what the city's discussing regarding major events throughout the story. There are some fun details hidden within here, so let's look at some that caught my eye. The first is that Miles will respond to some of the messages, and his username is BrooklynSpider42, calling back his roots to Brooklyn, but also the number 42, which was the number associated with the spider that bit him in the comics. A username that I found funny is #1Brushhead, who we can see here is criticizing the DannyCast podcast. In the first game, Jameson mentions that his fans call themselves brushheads, but he doesn't know what that means. It's of course a reference to his haircut, which is a brush shape, so I'm glad to see that joke is still continuing. Another username I'm happy to see return as well is Brad Davis QB, since this refers to a character from the first game. We talk about him more in that video, as well as his comic ties, but he was the quarterback for Empire State University who we interacted with during a side mission. Another returning character is Phil Chang. In the last game, he frequently posted about his exciting new job at Roxxon, so I've been curious to see how things went for him. At the beginning here, he seems to be optimistic, posting excitement over Roxxon's big Harlem debut coming soon. After the bridge incident, he posts in support of Roxxon and Spider-Man, blaming the Underground, which isn't wrong. My social feed never revealed any new posts by him at the end of the game, but supposedly you can get one where he condones Roxxon's actions. I can't verify that, but it sounds in character since he seemed to have heroic intentions in the last game. Regardless, I hope we see him return in Spider-Man 2 to learn what he's been up to. While on the topic of returning posters, Jameson in space posts occasionally as well. As a reminder, this is J. Jonah Jameson's son, John Jameson, an astronaut that's currently in space as his username suggests. For example, he posts, "Nothing glistens quite like New York during the holidays, even from the space station." It's pretty cool that he's being incorporated into the game, and using him only in the social media posts is quite a subtle and easily missable way to do so. However, it's possible he could be of more importance later in the game series, since in the comics, John goes through a couple different superhero transitions. For example, after interacting with some kind of space stone, he returns home with superhuman strength. He's convinced by his father that he should now be a superhero and defeat Spider-Man. Unfortunately for them, whatever triggered John's transformation also began to alter his mind, making him into somewhat of an antagonist, something even Jonah soon recognized. Thankfully, John was quickly subdued by Spider-Man, who also removed the alien effects in his body, returning him back to normal. Things get weirder for John from here though, since he has another strange experience when he finds a gemstone on the moon. Upon returning to Earth, he crafts it into a necklace. Unbeknownst to him, the gem has powers and turns him into the uncontrollable creature Man-Wolf. This probably sounds mean, but I'm kinda hoping something similar happens to him if he appears in person in a future game. It would be cool to go back and catalog his space journey through the social media feed, knowing what awaits him. I'm not sure if Insomniac are playing the long game with John like that, but I'm keeping my eye on him for now. But I think that covers all of the extra content that I wanted to discuss. Next, let's check out the sound design, because I think it's another strong aspect of this game. Like always, let's discuss some of the voice casts and see what other projects they've been part of. There are a lot of returning cast members from the last game that we discussed in the last video, so I'll mostly highlight characters and actors that have a bigger focus in this one. We'll start with our lead, Najee Jeter, playing Miles Morales. Just like in the last game, he does an excellent job here and handles headlining his own game with seeming ease, giving us a Miles Morales that is conflicted but confident about stepping up as the new Spider-Man. I think Najee demonstrates Miles' thoughts and emotions accurately through both his physical and vocal performance, and I felt invested in Miles' setbacks and accomplishments, which I think is both a credit to the writing, but also his performance, since he was able to bring me in closer to the character. I know some people criticize that he's using too high of a voice and should instead use his normal voice for Miles, but this has never really bothered me. Najee first started voicing a younger Miles on Disney XD and essentially tells Game Informer that he uses his voice to demonstrate Miles' age as well as his maturity. So I imagine we'll hear his natural voice come into play more in the second game, but probably mostly the third. Regardless, I'm excited to see Miles' journey continue in the next game. Next, I want to compliment the work of Jacqueline Pignol playing Rio Morales. She was great in the first game, but I think she really rises to the occasion in this one with a bigger and more integral role. Jacqueline does an excellent job portraying a Rio that is both a caring mother, as well as a strong leader standing up against Roxxon. That's an important balance to maintain, since Rio ends up being such a major part of Miles' support system. Not only does she offer advice when he's down, but she also leads by example. So I like how Jacqueline embodies those traits in her performance, and I'm excited to see what's next for Rio. As far as where else you've seen Jacqueline, she's mostly a live-action actress, and Rio is probably her biggest role, although she's had a reoccurring role in the TV series Bosch as the character Julie Espinoza. Another integral part of Miles' support system is Genki Lee, portrayed by Griffin Puatu. I think Griffin's voice and overall performance feels fitting with Genki, and I thought he was another solid character. Griffin has a pretty extensive voice acting resume, but his biggest roles outside of this one seem to be Bosch in Street Fighter VI and Lewis in the TV series Beastars. Next, I need to discuss our lead antagonist, Phin Mason, played by Jasmine Savoy Brown. I've had my criticisms for Phin's usage in the game, but none of that is due to the performance, since I think Jasmine does an excellent job as Phin, embodying a close friend to Miles, and on the flip side, someone vengeful after experiencing a tragic event. So I think she does a solid job with the character and has great presence in each scene. Outside of this game, you can also find Jasmine in quite a few other projects, mostly live action, but most recently she's been in the 2022 Scream movie, as well as Scream 6. She's also been a regular in the Yellow Jackets TV series, and she even made a music video a few years back, and you know what? The song is actually pretty good, and I'll have it linked in the description. After Phin Mason, I think it makes sense to look at Rick Mason's actor, Todd Williams. Rick's presence in the game is large, but his actual screen time is quite minimal. Even still, I thought Todd did a good job with the character by making him a very warm, noble, and welcoming presence. Outside of the game, he's had a lot of live-action roles, such as in the Vampire Diaries and All Rise TV series. On the voice acting side, he's probably most recognizable as Titan in the Invincible series, as well as Blade Knight in the Marvel Zombies miniseries. Next up is Ashley Birch, voicing Danica Hart. Admittedly, I wasn't a huge fan of Danica's usage in the game, but I think Ashley does a good job bringing her to life. Ashley herself is a popular voice actress with some notable roles that you'd likely recognize, such as Chloe in Life is Strange, Aloy in Horizon Zero Dawn, Mel in The Last of Us 2, and on the Marvel side, Kate Bishop in the Avengers game. I've enjoyed her work on all of those games, and I'm sure many of you know her from other projects as well, so it's pretty cool to have her in the Spider-Man series. Lastly, I want to call out Ike Amadi playing Aaron Davis. I have to admit, Prowler stole the show for me, and was definitely the character I enjoyed watching the most. A lot of that is due to the writing and the depth to his character, but Ike does a great job portraying the internal struggles Aaron feels as he attempts to make amends for his past mistakes. Ike has a pretty extensive voice acting resume as well, so you've likely heard him elsewhere and not known it. For starters, we even heard him in the first game since he voiced Sable Agent David Obademi in the DLC. As far as his other roles that stood out to me personally, there's Atrocitus in Injustice 2, Martian Manhunter in various DC animated movies like Superman Man of Tomorrow, and I especially enjoyed him as Nick Fury in the Iron Man VR game, one that we'll hopefully explore in the future of the channel. Overall though, I thought the acting in the game was top notch, and there wasn't a performance that I didn't like or felt was lackluster. Everyone brought their A game. The same goes for the sound design team, since the sound effects and music felt just as strong as in the last game, if not better. On the music side, John Paisano returns to compose the soundtrack, but he also brings in Boy Wonder to help add a hip-hop layer to the score. In an interview with Gizmodo, John describes what the process was like composing the soundtrack for this game compared to the first one. I'm a film composer by trade and grew up, listening to John Williams. Boy Wonder was instrumental in making sure that we got this orchestral sound down that incorporated hip-hop correctly. He wasn't just making beats, but in a few cases, he was a co-producer in many senses to make sure that everything was playing together. It's funny because when we wrote the score, there's a lot of odd time signatures and syncopated stuff that's not very straightforward, but hip-hop can be so much more direct, musically. And it was so fun to work with him because we both kind of brought each other outside of our comfort zones, which yielded just a really cool mesh of sounds and worlds. With the first game, even though there were some hybrid elements to it, it was still very, very orchestral and had this majestic, epic, Marvel-esque feeling to it, which worked for Peter. It wasn't usable here though, because it didn't have this youthful swagger we wanted to associate with Miles. It didn't feel true to his character. The crazy thing is that they both work really well together, which is going to be obviously important, spoiler alert, for the second game. I really loved the soundtrack for the Miles Morales game, and I think it meshes nicely with the more vibrant, stylistic visual identity of it. It's a soundtrack that I enjoy just listening to on its own, but more importantly, it works great both in cutscenes to accentuate certain emotions, or just as energetic ambience during battle or within the open world. To give you a better idea of the overall sound design, here are a couple of gameplay clips.
Can finally check fighting the mob vault off my bucket list. Hey, leave him alone. He's mine! We can take down Roxxon with what we know about Newport.
It won't work! No one cares! How do you move so fast?
Overall, the sound design is very strong in my opinion. All of the sound effects feel realistic, satisfying, and impactful, while the music amplified the emotions of cinematics and gameplay to noticeable levels. The sound design in the first game was strong, but I think Insomniac managed to make it feel upgraded here and reach new heights in a way that feels unique to this Miles Morales game. It's excellent work, but now that we've discussed the audio side of the game, let's next begin to wrap things up in the conclusion. I see a lot of people write this game off a bit due to its smaller scale, often referring to it as a glorified DLC or expansion. The game is indeed smaller compared to the first one, but there's still a lot on offer here. To start, there's a great sense of artistry present, especially through the music and visuals. This game is absolutely gorgeous, and its vibrant lighting alone gives it a distinctive look that sets it apart from the other Spider-Man games. Along with that, Insomniac enhanced a lot of other areas too. For example, I love the upgrades they made to the gameplay especially, such as the flow of combat using Venom and the more complex stealth sections. In the next game, I hope to see them build upon this further because I really enjoyed this direction. But more than that, this is a great solo outing for Miles. It accomplishes everything it needed to bridge the gap between the two main games, showing us Miles' journey into becoming his own Spider-Man and establishing how the city accepts him as well. Not only was this important for the game's universe and setting up the sequel, but it's also clear that Insomniac had grander ambitions, namely to reach beyond the screen and speak to us in the real world as well. There's no discrediting the importance of what Miles stands for, showing that anyone can be Spider-Man no matter your race, gender, background, upbringing, etc. I think this quote by Evan Narcisse during an interview with Newsweek sums this up perfectly. What we want people to get from Miles is this is a kid who might be you, your son, your nephew, your cousin, who feels familiar and the way he moves through the world feels familiar, and then, hopefully, we want the players and the audience to feel like you can be this same kind of hero. Heroes can look like you, anybody can save the world, and that's what we try to do with the game. I think it's a great message, and I appreciate that Insomniac strove to provide that for us. I think they did a perfect job of it too. This Miles Morales game was a solid character journey, and the concept of coming into your own and finding your place in the world is very relatable too. Even despite my complaints around Phin, I was overall very pleased with the story, primarily in regard to Miles and Harlem, and in general, I left this game satisfied with the experience, as well as a feeling of wanting more from Miles, which I think is the best way to conclude things. Miles, of course, returns in the sequel, Spider-Man 2, where both he and Peter are co-main characters, which was surely a lot for the developers to juggle, so I'm very excited to jump into that game next and see how they handle the duo. Not to mention, Venom and Kraven the Hunter being introduced is a big deal in itself. I already know that's going to be a huge video because there's so much to discuss in it, but I think it'll be a lot of fun. On that note, I also want to give a big thank you to everyone kind enough to sponsor the channel. It truly means a lot to me and helps to keep more of these extensive deep dives coming. But I think that covers everything for this video, so I'll see you again soon when we discuss Insomniac and Marvel's Spider-Man 2.